risk, that more so means that there are going to be numerous showers and thunderstorms that are strong to severe. So we're expecting several strong to severe thunderstorms as we head into tonight with that line that is expecting to either be coming in from the north or really from the northwest. And I think with what I'm seeing here on the map, I think the National Weather Service is more so leaning towards that HRRR model that has that later line of storms coming in around 8, 9 o'clock into Mason County, Llano County, and out towards Fredericksburg and Gillespie County. So yeah, I mean, we are certainly expecting potentially kind of a gully washer as we head into tonight. It's going to be a lot of rain. It's going to be, very loud, lots of lightning, usually associated with these summertime thunderstorms. When it's super humid, super warm outside, we get a lot of cloud to ground lightning and just a lot of rainfall that we're expecting. You just saw on the map, 1 to 2, maybe up to 3 or more inches in some places. And of course, as this line moves over, we are going to be downgraded into a slight risk for our coastal plains communities, anywhere from Cameron to Bastrop, Luling, LaGrange, and Giddings. As as the storm moves from west to east, it tends to eat up all the instability that's out there and starts to weaken after a while. So I want to show you the hail risk because this is the only area that we have that has that cross-hatched line that you can see all the way from even east of I-35 there, and then continues off to the west towards Mason, Llano, and Fredericksburg. That means that we are expecting significant large hail potential for these storms that come in tonight. Again, we also have that risk for wind. We also have the risk for localized flooding there. I would say even more so now, we are expecting large hail. That could maybe even go into the medium to medium high category. Damaging winds likely in the medium category now that we've seen that enhanced risk shift past the I-35 corridor. Our isolated tornado risk, we're still sitting, I believe, at a level 2 risk for tornadoes. Let me check on that really quick for you guys. Here is our tornado risk for our day today. Okay, yeah, so we have seen a little bit of an update. Most of us are going to be in this level 2 or 2%. And then out towards those hill country areas, when that line really comes in pretty hot and heavy later on this afternoon and later this evening, there is that 5% risk, which originally we were all just in that 2% risk rather, but they have upgraded at least our hill country regions for that. So again, here's those severe threats. We're expecting damaging winds. Large hail is the main factor that we're expecting. I do think we're going to see a lot of hail, a lot of lightning, very loud thunder, that kind of thing going on tonight. And then isolated tornadoes, that's going to be pretty low. And then flooding, as we're seeing 1 to 2 to maybe even 3 inches of rainfall out there, I do think localized flooding could be an issue tonight. And again, this time of year, especially, we always have remembrance of the 2015 floods that, affected Wimberley. We really need to be weather aware as we shift into tonight because very strong, heavy downpours. We're in a drought, of course, as well. So the soils aren't really used to a wetter time frame. So we could be seeing the potential for some flash flooding with this as well. Rain chances as we head into the rest of the week aren't going to nod off at all. So Tuesday as well as Wednesday and Thursday, we have 30 to 40% chances of showers and thunderstorms continuing to move through the area. Now, I do think as we head towards next week, we'll start to get into a bit of a drier pattern as well. But as we shift through the next 7 days, we are expected to get a good bit of rainfall here in our area. So here's our 7-day rainfall totals. We put about 2 to 3 across the area a little bit ago. I do think our hill country areas and those regions west of I-35 are certainly going to get a lot of rainfall as we kind of shift through the next week or so. Our portions of the coastal plains, maybe a little bit less, but certainly 1 to 2 inches is very possible as we head into the next couple of days here. So again, our weather impact alert, that's going to go for our Monday only. For Tuesday, we still have the chance for spotty, potential for strong to maybe even severe thunderstorms too. Heading into Wednesday and Thursday, of course, we're going to kind of take those days as they come. They'll probably have a small chance for maybe some severity out there, but nothing so far that we need to warn you about. And then Friday into Saturday, Sunday, things start to dry out a bit. And I will say, I mean, at least our temperatures are going to fall down a good bit, and it is feel like a spring-like end to spring, because meteorological summer actually starts on June 1st, which is going to be next Sunday. So all in all, let's actually go back to our radar, or, actually take a look outside. Here is on the hot side of things today, like usual. So here's a look at our weather impact alert. Again, we've already seen our first round of storms earlier today, so we are now turning our attention to our evening round of thunderstorms. So we've got another evening round incoming, likely. Start watching the radar 5-6 p.m. because that's when we're expecting at least the first portion of tonight's storms to kind of make their way into the hill country. So this is going to be, again, for our Memorial Day. We're going to have rounds of rain tomorrow as well. So while we do have a weather impact alert in place for today, we also kind of need to be watching the radar as we head through tomorrow too. So here's a look at those impacts: hail, wind, brief tornado. I will say more so pay attention to the hail and wind. While we do have a very small tornado risk, it's only sitting at about 2%, but the hail and wind risk is actually going to be pretty significant for our area, especially for those hill country areas. So, I mean, as you kind of head through the day today, we were actually looking at some of our or at least I was looking at some of our cameras just a little bit ago. And actually, I think I can show you right here our first router. Yep. So we actually have a ton of paddle boarders out here right now. And this is kind of what I'm a little bit of afraid of. Tons of people on the Pfluger pedestrian bridge. It was kind of a wet and muggy morning. People probably think that the sunshine is here to stay for the rest of the afternoon. That is not the case. We are going to be anticipating another round of rain as we head into the rest of the day here. So hopefully we can time this out for you. Here we go. We have two models that we look at here in Central Texas. I mean, usually we'll rely on this one. It's called the Graph. It's kind of our in-house model from our Max system. And then the other one is going to be what we call the HRR model, or a lot of people call it the HRR. It's HRRR. So, kind of just phonetically looks like her. But this one is going to be our in-house model. So both of these are showing some different things, some similarities as well. As we head towards 3 p.m., this one already gives way to a few showers and storms up to the north of us and doesn't have them inching into our area until about 5:30, 6 o'clock at just the top of our northwestern areas, though they're very similar to the regions who already saw some rainfall earlier today. Now, as we shift closer to those evening hours, 7, 8, 9 p.m., it does look like that is going to blow through pretty quickly there, giving way to a lot more widespread rain. This morning, again, we only saw rain from Burnett to Williamson over towards Milam, Lee, and Fayette County, and it looks like for tonight we probably will see much more widespread rain, and that's something that both of these models are agreeing on at the current moment. The other thing we got to watch is, this might take a little while to leave us. We started this future track 5-6 p.m. and gearing towards midnight tonight, it looks like we'll still be seeing the potential for storms in our area. Now, here is the HRR model. So this is our other high resolution reflectivity model that shows us future clouds as well as rain. It's another one that a lot of meteorologists rely on here in the industry. But for 3 p.m., we're only an hour away from 3 p.m. This is not happening, and this is not really south of us or north of us. This is not really anything. So I don't know what it's picking up on for the next hour or so. However, as we shift towards that 5-6 p.m. hour, these are the things where we're seeing similarities from this model to the last model I showed you. 5-6 p.m., we are watching the hill country areas for the potential for a strong line of showers and thunderstorms to move in. Now, this line and this model, the HRR model, is bringing in that line much later tonight, around 8-9 p.m. And you can remember that the other model already had us within widespread rain and thunderstorms by 9 p.m. But this one gives way to that rain a little bit later on in the evening and then passes through our region around midnight tonight. That's another thing that both of these models are agreeing on, is the potential for heavy, strong thunderstorms later tonight and potentially overnight into the early hours of our Tuesday morning. So As we kind of shift through the day, two time frames that I'm looking at are really going to be that about 6 to 7 p.m. time frame. We'll see exactly where those storms are starting to set up, if they're coming from the north and west or really from more so the north. That's kind of the two areas that we're going to be looking for the initialization of those storms and how they kind of pass through our area. The other time frame I would say is going to be later tonight, past 8 p.m. as we kind of head towards 10, 11, midnight. We'll see if those storms are able to pass through pretty quickly or if they're going to linger around a while. And in that case, we'd be watching for the potential for some localized flooding. And of course, we've got the hail risk, we've got the wind risk, and we have that small tornado risk as well. So, you know, at least we're going to get a lot of good rainfall from this. I mean, we got to watch out for the localized flooding, of course, but anywhere from above 2 inches over the next 48 hours. Again, these are the two models I was just showing you. The HRRR model, that is kind of the high resolution reflectivity model that a lot of people use in the industry. And then the graph model is what we have kind of in-house, our special radar, or not radar, our special model that we have here at KVUE. So a widespread array of like 1 to 2 inches. And you can see these areas of bright orange and red. Those areas are indicating potentially up to 3 inches in some places. Over 3 inches, the HRRR model is going for Georgetown there. So we could get some really significant rainfall. 2 to 3 inches today, potential for additional inches of rain as we head through the rest of this week. I mean, that would be really, really good for our drought situation. So here's a look at what the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, has given us for our risk factors today. So our storm outlook, we have increased to an enhanced risk for all areas along and west of I-35. Now, honestly, the last time I looked at this, about an hour ago, they just had our hill country regions in the enhanced risk. They've now pushed the enhanced risk, which again is going to be right in the middle between 5 and 1. You'll see that all of us are either in that level 2 or level 3 risk for severe weather. When you get the enhanced risk, that more so means that there are going to be numerous showers and thunderstorms that are strong to severe. So we're expecting several strong to severe thunderstorms as we head into tonight with that line that is expecting to either be coming in from the north or really from the northwest. And I think with what I'm seeing here on the map, I think the National Weather Service is more so leaning towards that HRRR model that has that later line of storms coming in around 8, 9 o'clock into Mason County, Llano County, and out towards Fredericksburg and Gillespie County. So yeah, I mean, we are certainly expecting potentially kind of a gully washer as we head into tonight. It's going to be a lot of rain. It's going to be, very loud, lots of lightning, usually associated with these summertime thunderstorms. When it's super humid, super warm outside, we get a lot of cloud to ground lightning and just a lot of rainfall that we're expecting. You just saw on the map, 1 to 2, maybe up to 3 or more inches in some places. And of course, as this line moves over, we are going to be downgraded into a slight risk for our coastal plains communities, anywhere from Cameron to Bastrop, Luling, LaGrange, and Giddings. As the storm moves from west to east, it tends to eat up all the instability that's out there and starts to weaken after a while. So I want to show you the hail risk because this is the only area that we have that has that cross-hatched line that you can see all the way from even east of I-35 there, and then continues off to the west towards Mason, Llano, and Fredericksburg. That means that we are expecting significant large hail potential for these storms that come in tonight. Again, we also have that risk for wind. We also have the risk for localized flooding there. I would say even more so now, we are expecting large hail. That could maybe even go into the medium to medium high category. Damaging winds likely in the medium category now that we've seen that enhanced risk shift past the I-35 corridor. Our isolated tornado risk, we're still sitting, I believe, at a level 2 risk for tornadoes. Let me check on that really quick for you guys. Here is our tornado risk for our day today. Okay, yeah, so we have seen a little bit of an update. Most of us are going to be in this level 2 or 2% And then out towards those hill country areas, when that line really comes in pretty hot and heavy later on this afternoon and later this evening, there is that 5% risk, which originally we were all just in that 2% risk rather, but they have upgraded at least our hill country regions for that. So again, here's those severe threats. We're expecting damaging winds. Large hail is the main factor that we're expecting. I do think we're going to see a lot of hail, a lot of lightning, very loud thunder, that kind of thing going on tonight. And then isolated tornadoes, that's going to be pretty low. And then flooding, as we're seeing 1 to 2 to maybe even 3 inches of rainfall out there, I do think localized flooding could be an issue tonight. And again, this time of year, especially, we always have remembrance of the 2015 floods that, affected Wimberley. We really need to be weather aware as we shift into tonight because very strong, heavy downpours. We're in a drought, of course, as well. So the soils aren't really used to a wetter time frame. So we could be seeing the potential for some flash flooding with this as well. Rain chances as we head into the rest of the week aren't going to nod off at all. So Tuesday as well as Wednesday and Thursday, we have 30 to 40% chances of showers and thunderstorms continuing to move through the area. Now, I do think as we head towards next week, we'll start to get into a bit of a drier pattern as well. But as we shift through the next 7 days, we are expected to get a good bit of rainfall here in our area. So here's our 7-day rainfall totals. We put about 2 to 3 across the area a little bit ago. I do think our hill country areas and those regions west of I-35 are certainly going to get a lot of rainfall as we kind of shift through the next week or so. Our portions of the coastal plains, maybe a little bit less, but certainly 1 to 2 inches is very possible as we head into the next couple of days here. So again, our weather impact alert, that's going to go for our Monday only. For Tuesday, we still have the chance for spotty, potential for strong to maybe even severe thunderstorms too. Heading into Wednesday and Thursday, of course, we're going to kind of take those days as they come. They'll probably have a small chance for maybe some severity out there, but nothing so far that we need to warn you about. And then Friday into Saturday, Sunday, things start to dry out a bit. And I will say, at least our temperatures are going to fall down a good bit, and it'll feel like a spring-like end to spring because meteorological summer actually starts on June 1st, which is going to be next Sunday. So all in all, let's actually go back to our radar, or, actually take a look outside here. Is on the hot side of things today, like usual. So here's a look at our weather impact alert. Again, we've already seen our first round of storms earlier today, so we are now turning our attention to our evening round of thunderstorms. So we've got another evening round incoming likely. Start watching the radar 5-6 p.m. because that's when we're expecting at least the first portion of the tonight's storms to kind of make their way into the hill country. So this is going to be, again, for our Memorial Day. We're going to have rounds of rain tomorrow as well. So while we do have a weather impact alert in place for today, we also kind of need to be watching the radar as we head through tomorrow too. So here's a look at those impacts: hail, wind, brief tornado. I will say more so pay attention to the hail and wind. While we do have very small tornado risk, it's only sitting at about 2%, but the hail and wind risk is actually going to be pretty significant for our area, especially for those hill country areas. So, as you kind of head through the day today, we were actually looking at some of our or at least I was looking at some of our cameras just a little bit ago. And actually, I think I can show you right here our first router. Yep. So we actually have a ton of paddle boarders out here right now. And this is kind of what I'm a little bit of afraid of. Tons of people on the Pfluger pedestrian bridge. It was kind of a wet and muggy morning. People probably think that the sunshine is here to stay for the rest of the afternoon. That is not the case. We are going to be anticipating another round of rain as we head into the rest of the day here. So hopefully we can time this out for you. Here we go. We have 2 models that we look at here in Central Texas. Usually we'll rely on this one. It's called the Graph. It's kind of our in-house model from our Mac system. And then the other one is going to be what we call the HRR model, or a lot of people call it the HRR. It's HRRR. So, kind of just phonetically looks like her. But this one is going to be our in-house model. So both of these are showing some different things, some similarities as well. As we head towards 3 p.m., this one already gives way to a few showers and storms up to the north of us and doesn't have them inching into our area until about 5:30, 6 o'clock at just the top of our northwestern areas, though they're very similar to the regions who already saw some rainfall earlier today. Now, as we shift closer to those evening hours, 7, 8, 9 p.m., it does look like that is going to blow through pretty quickly there, giving way to a lot more widespread rain. This morning, again, we only saw rain from Burnett to Williamson over towards Milam, Lee, and Fayette County, and it looks like for tonight we probably will see much more widespread rain, and that's something that both of these models are agreeing on at the current moment. The other thing we got to watch is, this might take a little while to leave us. We started this future track, 5, 6 p.m. and gearing towards midnight tonight, it looks like we'll still be seeing the potential for storms in our area. Now, here is the HRRR model. So this is our other high resolution reflectivity model that shows us future clouds as well as rain. It's another one that a lot of meteorologists rely on here in the industry. But for 3 p.m., we're only an hour away from 3 p.m. This is not happening, and this is not really south of us or north of us. This is not really anything. So I don't know what it's picking up on for the next hour or so. However, as we shift towards that 5, 6 p.m. hour, these are the things where we're seeing similarities from this model to the last model I showed you. 5, 6 p.m., we are watching the hill country areas for the potential for a strong line of showers and thunderstorms to move in. Now, this line and this model, the HRRR model, is bringing in that line much later tonight, around 8, 9 p.m. And you can remember that the other model already had us within widespread rain and thunderstorms by 9 p.m. But this one gives way to that rain a little bit later on in the evening and then passes through our region around midnight tonight. That's another thing that both of these models are agreeing on, is the potential for heavy, strong thunderstorms later tonight and potentially overnight into the early hours of our Tuesday morning. So as we kind of shift through the day, 2 time frames that I'm looking at are really going to be that about 6 to 7 p.m. time frame. We'll see exactly where those storms are starting to set up, if they're coming from the north and west or really from more so the north. That's kind of the 2 areas that we're going to be looking for the initialization of those storms and how they kind of pass through our area. The other time frame I would say is going to be later tonight, past 8 p.m. as we kind of head towards 10, 11, midnight. We'll see if those storms are able to pass through pretty quickly or if they're going to linger around a while. And in that case, we'd be watching for the potential for some localized flooding. And of course, we've got the hail risk, we've got the wind risk, and we have that small tornado risk as well. So at least we're going to get a lot of good rainfall from this. I mean, we got to watch out for the localized flooding, of course, but anywhere from above 2 inches over the next 48 hours. Again, these are the 2 models I was just showing you. The HRRR model, that is kind of the high resolution reflectivity model that a lot of people use in the industry. And then the graph model is what we have kind of in-house, our special our special model that we have here at KVUE. So a widespread array of like 1 to 2 inches. And you can see these areas of bright orange and red. Those areas are indicating potentially up to 3 inches in some places, over 3 inches. The HRRR model is going for Georgetown there. So we could get some really significant rainfall. 2 to 3 inches today, potential for additional inches of rain as we head through the rest of this week. I mean, that would be really, really good for our drought situation. So here's a look at what the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, has given us for our risk factors today. So our storm outlook, we have increased to an enhanced risk for all areas along and west of I-35. Now, honestly, the last time I looked at this, about an hour ago, they just had our hill country regions in the enhanced risk. They've now pushed the enhanced risk, which again is going to be right in the middle between 5 and 1. You'll see that all of us are either in that level 2 or level 3 risk for severe weather. When you get the enhanced risk, that more so means that there are going to be numerous showers and thunderstorms that are strong to severe. So we're expecting several strong to severe thunderstorms as we head into tonight with that line that is expecting to either be coming in from the north or really from the northwest. And I think with what I'm seeing here on the map, I think the National Weather Service is more so leaning towards that HRRR model that has that later line of storms coming in around 8, 9 o'clock into Mason County, Llano County, and out towards Fredericksburg and Gillespie County. So yeah, I mean, we are certainly expecting potentially kind of a gully washer as we head into tonight. It's going to be a lot of rain. It's going to be, very loud, lots of lightning, usually associated with these summertime thunderstorms. When it's super humid, super warm outside, we get a lot of cloud to ground lightning and just a lot of rainfall that we're expecting. You just saw on the map, 1 to 2, maybe up to 3 or more inches in some places. And of course, as this line moves over, we are going to be downgraded into a slight risk for our coastal plains communities, anywhere from Cameron to Bastrop, Luling, LaGrange, and Giddings. As as the storm moves from west to east, it tends to eat up all the instability that's out there and starts to weaken after a while. So I want to show you the hail risk because this is the only area that we have that has that cross-hatched line that you can see all the way from even east of I-35 there, and then continues off to the west towards Mason, Llano, and Fredericksburg. That means that we are expecting significant large hail potential for these storms that come in tonight. Again, we also have that risk for wind. We also have the risk for localized flooding there. I would say even more so now, we are expecting large hail. That could maybe even go into the medium to medium high category. Damaging winds likely in the medium category now that we've seen that enhanced risk shift past the I-35 corridor. Our isolated tornado risk, we're still sitting, I believe, at a level 2 risk for tornadoes. Let me check on that really quick for you guys. Here is our tornado risk for our day today. Okay, yeah, so we have seen a little bit of an update. Most of us are going to be in this level 2 or 2%. And then out towards those hill country areas, when that line really comes in pretty hot and heavy later on this afternoon and later this evening, there is that 5% risk, which originally we were all just in that 2% risk rather, but they have upgraded at least our hill country regions for that. So again, here's those severe threats. We're expecting damaging winds. Large hail is the main factor that we're expecting. I do think we're going to see a lot of hail, a lot of lightning, very loud thunder, that kind of thing going on tonight. And then isolated tornadoes, that's going to be pretty low. And then flooding, as we're seeing 1 to 2 to maybe even 3 inches of rainfall out there, I do think localized flooding could be an issue tonight. And again, this time of year, especially, we always have remembrance of the 2015 floods that, affected Wimberley. We really need to be weather aware as we shift into tonight because very strong, heavy downpours. We're in a drought, of course, as well. So the soils aren't really used to a wetter time frame. So we could be seeing the potential for some flash flooding with this as well. Rain chances as we head into the rest of the week aren't going to nod off at all. So Tuesday as well as Wednesday and Thursday, we have 30 to 40% chances of showers and thunderstorms continuing to move through the area. Now, I do think as we head towards next week, we'll start to get into a bit of a drier pattern as well. But as we shift through the next 7 days, we are expected to get a good bit of rainfall here in our area. So here's our 7-day rainfall totals. We put about 2 to 3 across the area a little bit ago. I do think our hill country areas and those regions west of I-35 are certainly going to get a lot of rainfall as we kind of shift through the next week or so. Our portions of the coastal plains maybe a little bit less, but certainly 1 to 2 inches is very possible as we head into the next couple of days here. So again, our weather impact alert, that's going to go for our Monday only. For Tuesday, we still have the chance for spotty, potential for strong to maybe even severe thunderstorms too. Heading into Wednesday and Thursday, of course, we're going to kind of take those days as they come. They'll probably have a small chance for maybe some severity out there, but nothing so far that we need to warn you about. And then Friday into Saturday, Sunday, things start to dry out a bit. And I will say, I mean, at least our temperatures are going to fall down a good bit, and it is feel like a spring-like end to spring because meteorological summer actually starts on June 1st, which is going to be next Sunday. So all in all, let's actually go back to our radar, or, actually take a look outside here. Is on the hot side of things today, like usual. So here is a look at our weather impact alert. Again, we've already seen our first round of storms earlier today, so we are now turning our attention to our evening round of thunderstorms. So we've got another evening round incoming likely. Start watching the radar 6 p.m. because that's when we're expecting at least the first portion of tonight's storms to kind of make their way into the hill country. So this is going to be, again, for our Memorial Day. We're going to have rounds of rain tomorrow as well. So while we do have a weather impact alert in place for today, we also kind of need to be watching the radar as we head through tomorrow too. So here's a look at those impacts: hail, wind, brief tornado. I will say more so pay attention to the hail and wind. While we do have a very small tornado risk, it's only sitting at about 2%, but the hail and wind risk is actually going to be pretty significant for our area, especially for those hill country areas. So, I mean, as you kind of head through the day today, we were actually looking at some of our or at least I was looking at some of our cameras just a little bit ago. And actually, I think I can show you right here our first router. Yep. So we actually have a ton of paddle boarders out here right now, and this is kind of what I'm a little bit of afraid of. Tons of people on the Pfluger pedestrian bridge. It was kind of a wet and muggy morning. People probably think that the sunshine is here to stay for the rest of the afternoon. That is not the case. We are going to be anticipating another round of rain as we head into the rest of the day here. So hopefully we can time this out for you. Here we go. We have two models that we look at here in Central Texas. I mean, usually we'll rely on this one. It's called the Graph. It's kind of our in-house model from our Max system. And then the other one is going to be what we call the HRR model, or a lot of people call it the HRR. It's HRRR. So, kind of just phonetically looks like her. But this one is going to be our in-house model. So both of these are showing some different things, some similarities as well. As we head towards 3 p.m., this one already gives way to a few showers and storms up to the north of us and doesn't have them inching into our area until about 5:30, 6 o'clock at just the top of our northwestern areas, though they're very similar to the regions who already saw some rainfall earlier today. Now, as we shift closer to those evening hours, 7, 8, 9 p.m., it does look like that is going to blow through pretty quickly there, giving way to a lot more widespread rain. This morning, again, we only saw rain from Burnett to Williamson over towards Milam, Lee, and Fayette County, and it looks like for tonight we probably will see much more widespread rain, and that's something that both of these models are agreeing on at the current moment. The other thing we got to watch is, this might take a little while to leave us. We started this future track 5, 6 p.m. and gearing towards midnight tonight. It looks like we'll still be seeing the potential for storms in our area. Now here is the HRR model. So this is our other high resolution reflectivity model that shows us future clouds as well as rain. It's another one that a lot of meteorologists rely on here in the industry. But for 3 p.m., we're only an hour away from 3 p.m. This is not happening, and this is not really south of us or north of us. This is not really anything. So I don't know what it's picking up on for the next hour or so. However, as we shift towards that 5, 6 p.m. hour, these are the things where we're seeing similarities from this model to the last model I showed you. 5, 6 p.m., we are watching the hill country areas for the potential for a strong line of showers and thunderstorms to move in. Now this line and this model, the HRR model, is bringing in that line much later tonight, around 8, 9 p.m. And you can remember that the other model already had us within widespread rain and thunderstorms by 9 p.m. but this one gives way to that rain a little bit later on in the evening and then passes through our region around midnight tonight. That's another thing that both of these models are agreeing on, is the potential for heavy, strong thunderstorms later tonight and potentially overnight into the early hours of our Tuesday morning. So as we kind of shift through the day, two time frames that I'm looking at are really going to be that about 6 to 7 p.m. time frame. We'll see exactly where those storms are starting to set up, if they're coming from the north and west or really from more so the north. That's kind of the two areas that we're going to be looking for the initialization of those storms and how they kind of pass through our area. The other time frame I would say is going to be later tonight, past 8 p.m. as we kind of head towards 10, 11, midnight. We'll see if those storms are able to pass through pretty quickly or if they're going to linger around a while. And in that case, we'd be watching for the potential for some localized flooding. And of course, we've got the hail risk, we've got the wind risk, and we have that small tornado risk as well. So, you know, at least we're going to get a lot of good rainfall from this. I mean, we got to watch out for the localized flooding, of course, but anywhere from above 2 inches over the next 48 hours. Again, these are the two models I was just showing you. The HRRR model, that is kind of the high resolution reflectivity model that a lot of people use in the industry. And then the graph model is what we have kind of in-house, our special radar, or not radar, our special model that we have here at KVUE. So a widespread array of like 1 to 2 inches. And you can see these areas of bright orange and red. Those areas are indicating potentially up to 3 inches in some places, over 3 inches. The HRRR model is going for Georgetown there. So we could get some really significant rainfall. 2 to 3 inches today, potential for additional inches of rain as we head through the rest of this week. I mean, that would be really, really good for our drought situation. So here's a look at what the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center, has given us for our risk factors today. So our storm outlook, we have increased to an enhanced risk for all areas along and west of I-35. Now, honestly, the last time I looked at this, about an hour ago, they just had our hill country regions in the enhanced risk. They've now pushed the enhanced risk, which again is going to be right in the middle between 5 and 1. You'll see that all of us are either in that level 2 or level 3 risk for severe weather. When you get the enhanced risk, that more so means that there are going to be numerous showers and thunderstorms that are strong to severe. So we're expecting several strong to severe thunderstorms as we head into tonight with that line that is expecting to either be coming in from the north or really from the northwest. And I think with what I'm seeing here on the map, I think the National Weather Service is more so leaning towards that HRRR model that has that later line of storms coming in around, 8, 9 o'clock into Mason County, Llano County, and out towards Fredericksburg and Gillespie County. So yeah, I mean, we are certainly expecting potentially kind of a gully washer as we head into tonight. It's going to be a lot of rain. It's going to be, very loud, lots of lightning, usually associated with these summertime thunderstorms. When it's super humid, super warm outside, we get a lot of cloud to ground lightning and just a lot of rainfall that we're expecting. You just saw on the map, 1 to 2, maybe up to 3 or more inches in some places. And of course, as this line moves over, we are going to be downgraded into a slight risk for our coastal plains communities, anywhere from Cameron to Bastrop, Luling, LaGrange, and Giddings. As as the storm moves from west to east, it tends to eat up all the instability that's out there and starts to weaken after a while. So I want to show you the hail risk because this is the only area that we have that has that cross-hatched line that you can see all the way from even east of I-35 there, and then continues off to the west towards Mason, Llano, and Fredericksburg. That means that we are expecting significant large hail potential for these storms that come in tonight. Again, we also have that risk for wind. We also have the risk for localized flooding there. I would say even more so now, we are expecting large hail. That could maybe even go into the medium to medium high category. Damaging winds likely in the medium category now that we've seen that enhanced risk shift past the I-35 corridor. Our isolated tornado risk, we're still sitting, I believe, at a level 2 risk for tornadoes. Let me check on that really quick for you guys. Here is our tornado risk for our day today. Okay, yeah, so we have seen a little bit of an update. Most of us are going to be in this level 2 or 2%, and then out towards those hill country areas when that line really. Yeah, you got time.
Grace, level check.
Hello.
All right, hello everybody. Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. We are going to take some time. We're going to go into just weather coverage here. We do have a tornado warning. This is the same storm that Grace was tracking, which was back towards the Maynard area. This now is progressing eastward, and this is a tornado warning that includes the Mason area. So let me give you the statistics on this tornado warning. Here it is. This is going to be radar indicated, so we don't have ground truth that this thing is absolutely on the ground, but this whole cluster of storms, we've been watching this for about an hour now, and at times it has produced confirmed tornadoes. But this is, for now, radar indicated. It includes just Mason County until 5:30 this afternoon, so another 35 minutes or so on this warning. So to see where the storm is, let's go to the Doppler winds, and this is going to be the general location around the London area of where this storm is developing. The shear tracker has also done a decent job of picking out mainly some light shear. And I will tell you, the rotation itself is still just west, just outside of Mason County. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. This is the only storm that we have in any portion of our KVUE area. But we do want to give you a heads up. If you live in Mason, please take your tornado precautions right now. And if at any point, if this storm weakens, we'll get back into just our regular news coverage. But we do expect things to be pretty stormy here over the next little while. All right, so we'll go back into the radar image here. This is a tornado threat and then also a hail threat. So anytime you start to see stuff like this, those pinks and blacks, that is a good indication that we have very large hail, and the hail tracker is in fact picking up on that. This storm at one point was producing like baseball size hail. Still, this looks like quarter to $half size hail, which is coming in with this storm. What I want to do is do a storm track. So let me get the motion of this storm. So here's what the National Weather Service is tracking with this. They say a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near the Erna area or near Long Mountain. Again, these are areas that are just west outside of Mason County, outside of our KVUE area. They say this storm will be near Long Mountain and Streeter, which is in our KVUE area, around 4:55. So now that is where it's currently located. And then they say it will be around the Grit area here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So this is in a relatively rural part of Mason County. Mason, you are under the warning, but the storm itself is not to you quite yet. However, Grit and Streeter are going to be the two places that are most immediately in the path of this storm. So here's the part that is rotating. What we can do is zoom in a little bit closer, and I want to show you where Grit and Streeter are relative to the circulation in this storm. So here's a closer look. All right, so here's Grit, and the Streeter area is going to be down here. So this 377 corridor and this Highway 29 corridor, these are the areas where we want to make sure everybody is taking their tornado precautions. That is an interior room, put as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. And obviously, one of the things with this setup, it's Memorial Day, and a lot of folks are outside and might want to do the grill and stuff outside this evening. Just keep an eye to the sky with us. Again, in Austin, these storms are a long ways away. For now, we do expect stormy weather later on this evening, but in Mason County, you are currently under a tornado warning, and we just got a new radar scan, so let's see what the Doppler winds are doing. Yeah, so this is the area. It's right here on the east side of London where this storm is rotating. I'll highlight this for you. So this is the zone where the storm is rotating, and it is going to track towards the Grit area. So Grit and Streeter, you guys are the most imminently in the path of this storm. And when we say take your tornado precautions, what exactly do we mean by that? I want to show you exactly what you should do. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of your home. If you have a bicycle helmet, batting, baseball helmet around, sounds a little bit silly, but you can cover your head to protect against flying debris. And then, as we've said, avoid driving cars. Not a good place to be during a tornado warning. So we advise avoiding that if at all possible. All right, I'll take you back over to the radar, and before we get in close with this storm, let me show you the big picture view, because as I said earlier, if you are watching us in the Austin area, there is no stormy weather at all right now. It is completely quiet, but after our little round of some showers and storms this morning, the sun came out and things recharged, and that is why we continue to have a storm threat as we go into the afternoon and into the evening. So I do want to walk you through a little bit of the details as far as how this forecast is likely to unfold as we go through the rest of the day today. I mean, look at the current temperature. It's up to 90 right now in Austin. So we have all the warmth, all the humidity for storms later on this afternoon into this evening. And this is one of the big reasons why the Storm Prediction Center actually upgraded our area. So this is the latest storm outlook. That is a level 2 risk east of I-35, but yes, an enhanced risk, a level 3 out of 5 from the hill country into the I-35 corridor. Travis, Hayes, and then all areas back out west are currently under a tornado watch, which goes until 10 p.m. So the tornado threat, as we're currently tracking in Mason County, but also the risk for some very large hail. I would say, honestly, that hail threat is probably the biggest concern. Ultimately, as we get later into this evening, tornado threat, hail concern, some strong winds, and then also the risk for some localized flooding. We know how badly we need the rain, but just want to give you a heads up, could be a little bit too much in some spots. So that's the situation. We'll go back into the radar and we'll focus back in on Mason County, which is where the storm is located. And as we do that, you see some of these little cells start to pop up here at Llano County, back towards the Mason-Llano line. It's warm, it's muggy outside. We'll have to keep an eye on these. These are just showers right now. But if this were to grow and head up towards Lake Buchanan, I'm sure that's a busy spot right now. Just make sure, guys, you guys are staying tuned with us as we go through the rest of this afternoon and into this evening. So let's go back out to the hill country where this active tornado warning is. This is the hook. So a lot of times, this is a little bit of a messy cluster of storms. At first, it was a lone supercell, and it had that kind of spread eagle look to it where you can just see where the rotation is. It's a little bit messier now, but right in here, this is the little hook right here, which is passed through London. It's on the east side of London. Grit and Streeter are the locations that are in the path of this. And then ultimately, if this tornado holds together, or this possible tornado holds together, it could approach the Mason area. So if you live in Mason, you need to be taking your tornado precautions as well. I haven't done a storm track yet, so let me show you what is going on with the speed, and we'll do a storm track. So they're saying this storm is moving east at 20 miles per hour. And it looks like there's also a flash flood warning, so we'll just throw that into the mix. There's also a flood threat, hail, flood threat, and a tornado threat. All three going on across Mason County right now, so that's that new flash flood warning. So with the speed going at 20, let's do a storm track on this, and we'll include Mason so you can see where you are. Now, not everybody that's included here is going to be impacted by the tornado. I'm going to do a very kind of broad brush track. So at about 20, we'll drag it like this. So that's going to take it here into Streeter and Grit here in the next 15 to 20 minutes, if not sooner. It's going to take it into Cookeville and into the Mason area around 5:37. So in Mason, until the more core part of this storm impacts you, you do have, say, another 25, 30 minutes, but go ahead and get kind of hunkered down here. Just go ahead and start thinking about your tornado precautions out ahead of time. And also those hail precautions. If you have a vehicle or anything out in the yard that you want to protect, make sure you are doing that as well. So that is a look at the path of where the storm is going to move. It is moving east at about 20 miles per hour. Tennis ball size hail on this one now. All right, so let's go back over to the hail tracker. And wow. So Mason, look, even if this tornado is not on the ground or if it falls apart, this is a tremendous hail core which is coming in. Wow, so this is destructive hail. I always like to tell people, is this hail that is going to ding up your car, or is this hail that's not going to be a big deal? This is hail that can certainly cause car damage. Anytime you start to get into those purples, you can see on our scale, that's 2 inches or more in diameter. And what the National Weather Service was saying earlier today, in the strongest storms, it is possible today we could have 3 to 3.5 inch diameter hail. We're talking baseball size hail or larger. That's the type of energy that we have in the atmosphere today. So let me sample some of these for you. Anywhere in those purples, that's going to be hen egg size hail, which again is on the way to Mason. So take your hail precautions, that if you know anybody that could be driving along 377 or along the Highway 29 corridor going north and northwest of Mason, this is not the type of hailstorm that you want to be driving in. This is as destructive as it gets when it comes to the hail size with this storm, and that's in addition to the tornado threat. So let's see if they've updated anything on this tornado warning. So here it is. It still goes until 5:30 just for Mason County, and this is the part of the storm that is still rotating. In fact, it looks like that might be trying to tighten up a little bit. Yeah, so this is the rotation. I'll outline it for you so you can see what we're talking about. when we're looking at this type of map, the greens, that is wind that's going towards the radar, which in this instance is out closer to San Angelo. The reds is going away. So we've got rotation winds going out towards the radar, winds going away from the radar. So this is where the storm is rotating. It's on the east side of London, and this is tracking towards Mason. Not a guarantee that it's on the ground. This is still just a radar indicated tornado, but if it was me or my family in Mason, I would be taking my tornado precautions. Again, lowest level of your home, but as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. And I would just do that because of the hail threat too. Again, guys, this is destructive hail, which is coming in with this storm in addition to the tornado threat. The shear tracker, let's see what it is picking up on. Yeah, this light area of yellow, that's where the light shear is located. Let's zoom in, and as I mentioned, out here in the hill country, we have Grit, we have Streeter, we have Mason. This is in a relatively rural spot, but there's some stuff out here. It's basically along the 377 corridor, and this is going to be where the Llano River comes in. So if you happen to know anybody traveling anywhere from London back towards Grit and towards Mason on 377, just give them a heads up. Hey, this is the type of storm where you probably want to pull over. But this light yellow shaded area, that is where the light rotation is. Getting word now that our storm chasers out heading towards this storm. Yeah, let's check in with that. So in the Burnett area is where our storm chaser is located. Do we have the video of that? And we can show folks. So there we go. So that is in Burnett. We're still a ways away from this tornado warned storm. You can see a cloudy sky out there. So at least it's not ripping sunshine right now. Temperatures get even warmer, but that is the view from Burnett. We're driving out towards that storm. So if anything is on the ground, we'll do our best to get you a visual of that. We do not have any indication of that right now. Radar indicated tornado, but our storm chaser is on the ground out there in the hill country. Yeah, so still left the Johnson City area, so a little ways to go, but we'll be out there positioned in the hill country as we go through the day today. And if anything fires up out there, we'll have an eye on it there. Okay, so let's go back into the radar here. Yeah, so that's where it is, and the hail core still looks pretty tremendous on this too. Anywhere in that purple to black color, so Streeter, and Mason, even if it's not a tornado, this is on track to be significant destructive hail, which is coming into town. This is the hail core right here. In fact, I want to show you how intense this storm is, and one of the ways that we can do that is we can actually take a cross section of this storm. So let's take off the box here. And these are going to be storms that are, probably 50,000 feet or more tall. Let's see if that works. Yeah. So we'll try to reposition our camera here. Yeah, look at the height of the storm. So we're getting up, this line is 40, this line's 50. So we're 40 to 50,000 plus feet in the sky. And, all the time we'll talk at elementary schools and be like, well, how do you get hail on like a warm summer day where it's 90 degrees? If you go up 50,000 feet in the air, it's not 90 degrees up there anymore. So that is how we're getting this destructive hail in this very powerful storm. It's reaching 40 to 50,000 feet up in the sky. Okay, so that is the situation with our lone severe storm right now. Again, in Austin, there's absolutely nothing which is going on right now. These little cells for now are just showers over the hill country. This will watch on the west side of Llano. Any of this stuff could quickly intensify, but as far as what we have warnings going on right now, Mason County is the only one that's under a warning, and it's a tornado warning, but it's three threats. There's a flood threat, there's a destructive hail threat, and there's a tornado threat with this storm. So Mason, stay hunkered down. Now that we are into what is typically our 5 o'clock newscast, I also want to give you kind of an update on the forecast. So I'm going to take a couple minutes, then we'll get back to Mason, but I'll show you what we are expecting as far as going through the rest of the day today and into this evening. If you missed this, earlier we had a level 2 severe risk, and they had a level 3 just in the hill country. It has been expanded now. So that level 3 enhanced risk goes into the I-35 corridor, Georgetown and Round Rock and Austin and Buda and San Marcos. So I think the way this is going to happen is we're going to have these clusters or just lone supercell storms that develop in the hill country between now and about 9 o'clock. So we'll say from Blanco to Burnett to Llano to Gillespie to Mason County, these supercell storms will continue to bring that severe threat over the next several hours. Then as we get into Williamson and Travis and Hayes, between 8 o'clock and midnight or so, ultimately these supercells will gel into a bigger cluster of storms or a line of storms, and that will come into the metro late evening into the early overnight. Then it's going to be mainly early overnight, say midnight, 1, 2 a.m. for our far eastern areas. And in those eastern areas, the severe threat is going to be lower. The biggest threat for today is that hail threat. You can see we are in the hatched area. You guys know what that means. It means that destructive hail is possible, 2 inches or more in diameter. I think that the most intense storms today could produce up to 3.5 inches in diameter. Let's go to Grace real quick. She's got an update on this Mason County storm.
Yeah, so we now have confirmed footage, or at least a picture on Twitter of over 5 inches of hail. So
wow.
Very, very large, baseball size, 5 inches, almost up to 6 inches. Wow.
So here, I mean, look at that. So that is the updated hail core, which is right along 377, and it is going to Streeter. So Streeter, heads up, guys, this is as dangerous a hailstorm as you can get. Streeter and Grit. So here's Streeter. This pink here, that is all 2 inches or more in diameter hail, which has developed. It is following 377 into Streeter, into Grit, into Mason. We have confirmation of this hail that could be several inches in diameter. So really incredible here, in addition to the tornado threat. So let me get back into storm tracking mode here. Again, we'll go into the models here in a second, but just because this is such an intense storm, which is impacting Mason County, I know it's not in Austin, it's not in Round Rock, but this is an intense storm, which is on track to really hit the Mason area and hit the Streeter area. Temperatures out ahead of this, you can see it's still 90 degrees in Austin right now, so we are warming up and we're building that instability. Basically, we have this little outflow boundary, which is left from that morning round of storms. That's going to help to be kind of a focus point for these storms as we go into this evening. Then there's actually a little frontal boundary back closer to San Angelo, so that's the situation for us. All right, we'll get back into storm tracking mode here, and we'll get zoomed in here on this Mason County storm producing destructive hail and potentially a tornado. Back into the regular radar. And we'll get back out here to Mason County. We haven't checked in on the circulation itself in a while, which is certainly still out there. So there's the hook right there. So this is the little inflow notch where it's bringing in warm, moist air. Then the circulation wraps around. So right in here is where that rotation is. And then these purples and blacks, that's where the hail core is with this storm. Okay, so let's go into the Doppler winds. Wow, I mean, this rotation, Grace, this is definitely ramped up. So this is considerable rotation now. And it looks like maybe it's a little farther south. Let's zoom in on this. Hey, Mason, I want you guys to take this one seriously. You have the hail threat, you have the tornado threat. These are fast winds, which are going towards the radar. These are fast winds going away from the radar. So this is pretty intense circulation, which is trying to develop here just on the south side of Streeter. And it is on track to be very close to Mason here over the next, 15, 20 minutes or so. So let's go ahead and take those tornado precautions. I'm interested to see if our shear product is updated. And this one, it's like that hail product. So it can lag behind a little bit from time to time, but I bet when we get a new update of this, maybe we start to see some darker yellows. If you followed along with us over the past couple of weeks, one of the bigger tornadoes we had recently was that Burnett County storm near the Ocala area, which was a high-end EF1, almost an EF2. We were starting to get up into this range, that like darker orange color. When you start to get past the light yellow into these two, and then especially up towards red, that's when you know, hey, something might be trying to reach down here. So we'll watch this very closely. But based on what I'm seeing here, just with the Doppler winds, I mean, these are pretty intense winds which are coming in there. Basically right along the Llano River now. So Streeter into Mason, make sure, let's sample some of these and we'll just show you we're not incredibly close to the radar, so this is a little bit elevated up in the storm, but right there in the blue, that's winds 70 miles per hour. Then here in the orange, that's winds at 60 miles per hour. So again, you can just see the way that this storm is rotating, and that is why it still has that tornado warning with it. Let's see if they've updated that. This still is a tornado warning, just radar indicated. And that's actually the one from the storm back to our west. There's multiple parts of this storm which are rotating, but we'll back this back out and we'll make sure we're selecting the right one. So there it is until 5:30, and this is still on track to move very close to the Mason area. So make sure you are taking your tornado precautions right now. I wonder if our shear product is updated now. Yeah, so there it is. What I tell you, we've added a ring. So let's zoom back in and we'll show you where this is. This is increasing rotation in addition to a destructive hail threat. This is right along the Llano River, and right here is where the possible tornado would be located. We can do another storm track just on where the rotation is too. So let's zoom out and we'll include Mason. So let's do this. We'll go back into our squall feature. I'm going to make this very broad brush just to include more areas to give us little bit more wiggle room here, but as this goes east at 20, here's a look at the approximate timings. Again, Streeter, we want you to be sheltered. Grit, we want you to be sheltered. Coopville, we want you to be sheltered. Mason, and then Hedwig's Hill. These are all areas where you potentially are in the path of this tornado-warned storm. It has destructive hail with it. It has an increasing tornado signature with it. It's producing tons of heavy rain, which is the other side of this. I mean, look at some of these radar estimated totals here. Anywhere in green's at least an inch of rain. So these 1 inch plus totals are going into Mason County, and from some of the recent rains in many parts of our area, the ground is already a little saturated. So they have issued also a flash flood warning for that northwestern corner of Mason County. Let's go back into the hail tracker real quick. I mean, look at that. Grace, what did you say was the size of the hail that they had reported earlier?
5.9
Wow.
inches.
5.9.
So
let me see on the storm reports if they've loaded that into the system yet. So these are all
almost 5.5 to 5.9 is what they're estimating from the picture that they saw.
Wow. Over 5-inch diameter hail. So this is one of the reports. That was just dime size. Obviously, that was back a ways ago with the storm, and it's intensified much since then. Yeah, but nonetheless, guys, this is an intense storm which is coming into Mason County. We do need to keep an eye, too, on some of this activity, which is on the south side of Lake Buchanan. And we're watching this closely because it's Memorial Day, and I'm sure we've got lots of folks who are out on boats out on the water. This is why we said today might be a little bit tricky with outdoor plans, just with these storms that are popping up, and the storm chance is only going to increase.
Street flooding in Maynard now.
Okay, so street flooding west of our KVUE area. I'm going to get back to Mason. Let me, we'll do what we said we were going to do earlier. I want to walk you through the forecast model for the rest of this evening to show you how this could evolve for the Austin area. So let me find our graph model here, or our HER model, our high-res rapid refresh model. And that'll give us a good idea of how things could play out. So here's the latest run of this model. It's initialized pretty well with this cluster of storms out towards the Mason area. So we'll walk through this together. So as we keep going, those clusters of storms grow in coverage. Here's 8 p.m. At that point, now we're involving parts of Burnett County, parts of Blanco County, parts of Llano, and parts of Gillespie County at that point as we get into 7 or 8 o'clock. Then as we keep going, here is 9, here's 10, here's 11. As I mentioned at first, it's little clusters, it's little supercells out in the hill country. Then all of a sudden, we've got this big complex of storms. And I think this high-res model really has it pegged. I think this is a very realistic idea of how this could play out. So by 11 o'clock into midnight, we have noisy storms that could be strong to severe moving across the I-35 corridor, across many parts of the Austin metro. So here is midnight. Here is 1 a.m. And at that point, once we get past midnight, we're looking at the coastal plains. So here's 2 a.m. We're watching Caldwell County into Fayette County, into Lee, and into Bastrop County, and still we're getting some rain in the Austin area. Then once we move beyond that, eventually by 3 or 4, I think this is going to start to move out of our area. And then by tomorrow morning, we're going to be back to a drier forecast. And most of the day tomorrow, assuming we get this massive complex of storms, I think most of the day tomorrow will end up being dry because the atmosphere is going to need time to recover after all the rain that we have in the forecast coming in for tonight. So it's multiple threats that we have across our KVUE area through this evening. Obviously, first and foremost, it's that severe weather threat, and I'll show you the severe weather potential, not just through the rest of today, but as we go over the next several days. And this will give you an idea. This is just kind of a classic late May pattern where each day is going to have some sort of a chance for rain and storm. So we do have that enhanced risk for today into tonight. Then as we go into Tuesday, for tomorrow, it's down to a level 1. Again, assuming we get all these storms that come through tonight, we're going to be pretty worked over during the day tomorrow. But I do see another window for storms tomorrow night. And then Wednesday, maybe back a little bit drier before another system comes in heading into the day on Thursday. So that's kind of the situation here as we are settled in for multiple potential waves of strong to severe storms. And then checking in with temperatures right now. Again, here in Austin, there's probably another several hours before we have much stormy weather. So temperatures just continue to warm up and we continue to build that instability. Loading in the temperature map for you, and you can see it's 90 right now in the Austin area. What this means is we're just building instability. So here's a way to visualize the storm energy. So you can see this is really ramped up across the hill country. These are the areas to the east where Remember, there's more rain and more cool air here from that morning round of storms, so the energy still is not built in fully for some of our eastern areas, but it's a very unstable air mass in these brighter colors out across the hill country, and that's what we've seen this storm tap into, which is producing this tornado warning for the Mason area. So that's kind of the big picture. Eventually, it starts to supercells in the hill country. Eventually, we're going to have a big line of storms, I think, that comes into the metro in the I-35 corridor later on tonight. So with that, we'll get back into our storm coverage here with what is going on in Mason. All right, so here's the big picture again with the watch situation. So this yellow, that is our tornado watch, which includes Travis County, Hayes County, then all of the hill country. So I'll give you a better visualization of that. And it's possible, look, there's certainly still a severe weather threat for our eastern areas. It's just lower at this time. It wouldn't surprise me if they extend this or maybe issue a new severe thunderstorm watch for some of those areas later on this evening. But man, this storm in Mason has just gone, I mean, this is one of the most, as far as hail is concerned, this is one of the most intense hailstorms that we have had through this May. And we all know we've had a number of them. We've had them in Georgetown. We've had them in the Burnett County area, in Stonewall and Gillespie County. This one is right up there producing massive hail where we see these darker blues and these purples. So this is now the hail core itself is kind of fully moved into Mason County now. And here soon, if it holds together, which it looks like it will, this is going to be heading into the Mason area. Back to our Doppler winds. Let's see how the rotation is. So this whole area, this is the part of the storm that's rotating. Right down in here, this whole part. So where the greens and blues meet the reds and yellows, this is wind going towards the radar, which is back in San Angelo. So this is wind going towards, away. So we've got these strong counterclockwise rotating winds, and that's where the possible tornado is going to be located, and that's still where our shear detector is picking up on several areas of rotation here in this general area. This is still a radar indicated tornado warning, so this goes until 5:30, so there's another 10 minutes on this. We still do not have spotter confirmation of it. Earlier, there was a storm back near the Maynard area that did have a confirmed tornado on it that spotters saw. We don't have that type of confirmation right now, but there's certainly the type of couplet that you have to respect. You need to take your tornado precautions. And by the way, I just want to give everybody a refresher. You know, maybe you're new to Central Texas. What do you do if you're under a tornado warning? These are the tornado precautions. Move to an interior room, lowest level of your home. Cover your head. If you have a bicycle helmet or a baseball helmet, you can use that to protect your head. I know it seems a little bit silly. If you don't have a baseball helmet, don't worry about it. Just get to an interior room. But if you want to be even more safe, then avoid driving. Cars, not a good place to be during a tornado warning. So also, if you know anybody who could be on the road right now in Mason County, make sure they are plugged in and they are aware of what is going on with this storm. Grace, do you want to go into the wind tracker product real quick? We'll go over to Grace and she'll kind of walk folks through that wind tracker product. Back when we were tracking a tornado in Milam County back several weeks ago, that actually did a really good job of picking out where it is. So Grace, we can go over to the Weather Center and Grace can walk folks through what she's seen with this storm.
Yeah, so for the moment, we are, tracking, of course, a lot of hail, the potential for some shear, also bringing up our correlation coefficient as we are not seeing any real debris balls come up with this storm or even what's being, potentially pulled up from the ground there. We do have our shear tracker, of course, that tracks the potential of shear, kind of the rotation that is now in the atmosphere. And we are, of course, seeing right there that we have a little bit of shear on the ground, which is another indicator that we are potentially seeing a tornado on the ground. Again, this hasn't been confirmed, like Hunter said, but we do see that area, that kind of inflow notch of what seems like drier conditions, but of course that's just air being pulled into that rotation there. So of course, very, very heavy rainfall associated with this, and of course, very large hail, potentially destructive hail. And we've already gotten some ground confirmation of the hail issue. Anywhere from tennis ball size to even baseball size hail has been produced within this storm and even the storm preceding it as well. So we also have some other areas out here today that are also under strong or severe thunderstorm conditions as well. All right, well, we do have Dennis out in Marble Falls, and we also are starting to see a little bit of activity out ahead of a few of these storms. So we do have Marble Falls right now that we're going to pull up with our KVUE storm chaser that is kind of out towards this area. storm tracker at Marble Falls, and we are starting to see some rain out there, and of course that's going to continue to shift closer here to the Travis County area, but of course still this is kind of our non-severe weather at the current moment. Of course, the only severe weather that we are tracking here in the KVUE viewing area is going to be out towards Mason County right now. That has that tornado warning that is going to continue here for a little while longer, as we have not gotten any confirmation just yet. I do want to update us here. What we're tracking out there in Mason County already moved through the Menard area a little bit ago, and we've gotten some recent reports of course, large hail, potentially up to baseball size, 5 inches in diameter for those areas. And we're also starting to see some reports kind of move in, reporting flooding in some areas. They did have a flash flood warning for those areas as well out there, kind of just to the north and west there of Mason County along some of those rivers. So that's something I'm also watching for as I'm, staying over here in the weather center, is if we do see some of our river stages start to go up towards that flood stage, I'll be sure to let you guys know. Of course, I've got our LCRA maps up, just tracking all of those sorts of things, because, within these storms, we could already be seeing, within hours, 2 to 3 inches being dropped by this very, very heavy rainfall. And of course, we've got to mix in the rainfall with the potential for destructive hail. And of course, we're continuing to track this tornado warning that's going to go until 5:30, which continues for another 6 minutes or so now. Hunter?
Yeah, so we'll find out here in the next little while what they will do with this warning. So just to give you a heads up, if they were to extend this, the areas that would be included would be the remainder of Mason County, potentially portions of southwestern Llano County, and potentially portions of northern Gillespie County. And as we look at the loop here, this here, where you get those brighter pinks and blacks, that's where the biggest hail is. And this is just now on the west side of Mason. If we get lucky, it looks like it's diving slightly south. It's pulling a little southward, so it would be fantastic to avoid getting the biggest of this hail moving directly over Mason. But for now, let's continue our hail precautions in Mason. Okay, well, we just got an upgrade to our tornado warning. So not only is it confirmed, this is now a considerable tornado which is on the ground. All right, I'm going to go into the National Weather Service chat. So clearly they've had somebody that has seen this. So this is the San Angelo office.
7 miles south of Streeter.
Okay, 7 miles south of Streeter. They're saying there could be a tornado on the ground. So let me read you the latest of this.
Extremely dangerous tornado.
Yeah. So they said at 5:24, a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles south of Streeter, moving to the southeast at 20. This is a particularly dangerous situation. So this is very similar to what we were dealing with the Burnett County storm several weeks ago. This is a considerable tornado warning now for this storm, with a confirmed dangerous tornado just south of Streeter. And this is coming in close to Mason, especially on the south side of town. So some of the locations that they are tracking: the intersection of Highway 29 and Ranch Road 1222, Erna, Cookville, and US 87 near the Mason-Gillespie County line is where this storm is tracking. Okay, so let's get back in with our velocity. And yeah, this is certainly an impressive area of rotation. We'll zoom in closer here. The rotation is on the southwest side of Mason. So right in here is where this strong rotation is detected. I bet our rotation detector is starting to show this. Again, anytime you start to get the light yellow, that is light rotation. But anytime you start getting up here to that darker yellow, and especially into this orange and red, that is where it looks more likely that things are on the ground. And that is the situation right now, where this is a tornado warning with the considerable tag to it, which means that this could be a large, potentially dangerous situation. So let's warn people who are in the path of this, because now we have this new warning, which includes different areas. So Hilda, make sure you're taking your tornado precautions anywhere between Hilda and Streeter here over this southern section of Mason County. This is where you need to be sheltered immediately. We'll back this out one more time. I just want to show you, and you may be confused. Wait, why all of a sudden did things turn purple? That's because this is now a confirmed considerable tornado. So the regular tornado, when it's radar indicated, that shows up red in our system. When it starts to turn Purple like this, that means it's either a confirmed or in this case, a considerable tornado, which is likely on the ground. The National Weather Service, they're saying at last update, it was about 7 miles to the south of Streeter, and this could be a considerable tornado on the ground. So with that in mind, let's zoom in a little bit closer again, and we'll show where this could be relative to those areas. All right, so here's where Streeter is located. So 7 miles down to the south. This is where we're looking at the rotation in this storm. This is not, so there's a new update. Let's go into the Doppler winds, and then I want to see if there's any debris being detected. And still, we have strong rotating winds in this storm, which are south of Streeter. So if you live south of Streeter and if you live on the south side of Mason, basically the rotation right now is right over the river. It's right over the Llano River. This rotation detector product has been doing a good job of picking up on where this is. So in this yellow shaded area, that is where the broad rotation is located. Hilda, and then this 87 corridor going down towards northern Gillespie County. We don't want anybody driving on the 87 corridor right now. So that is the situation with what is going on in Mason County. Mason, Hilda, Streeter, anywhere over southern Mason County, make sure that you are sheltered immediately. This is a tornado warning that has a confirmed tag and a considerable tag on it, and it's also still producing tons of destructive hail. Here's what the hail core is looking like, and this still has every bit of, 1.5 inches, maybe up to 2 inch diameter hail in some spots that are also back towards the Streeter area and just to the south. I want to give you a bigger picture update though. Again, I know a lot of folks might be watching us in Austin or other parts of our area. No stormy weather at all in Austin right now. It is completely dry, absolutely nothing going on in our eastern areas. And for these spots, it's probably going to be another like 5 or 6 hours before there's much going on. But for Austin, I think as we get closer to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight, these big supercells developing out west will gel into a big complex or a big line of storms, and they will move into the metro. Now, this activity will be next up to watch here over the northern hill country. These showers, for now, they're just showers, but we'll loop this, and you can see how these have just kind of popped up, and this will be one to watch here near Enchanted Rock. That could track up towards Llano. We'll watch that to see if that could, potentially produce hail or maybe produce another tornado. And these are just little downpours, 281 corridor, northern Blanco County, up here into the Burnett area. But I know here's Lake Buchanan. We've got a lot of folks out on the lake. Here's Lake LBJ in the Horseshoe Bay area. A lot of so I'm getting reports now that we have some of the power outage reports in Mason right now, so we can punch that up. So yeah, so here are the numbers. I'm trying to squint at these. So it looks like we've got 227 customers, total customers who are impacted there. So we are starting to see some power outages trickle in from the Mason County area, and that will be something to watch for other parts of our KVUE area as we go late this afternoon into this evening. As again, even though right now it's just Mason County, we're going to have stormy weather, I think, for the majority of our KVUE area as we get later into today. So this Enchanted Rock storm, we're going to keep a close eye on that one too. All right, let's go back out to Mason County right now, where this continues to be a very dangerous storm that has not just a confirmed tornado tag, but this has a considerable tornado tag with it. So make sure you are sheltered here anywhere in Mason County from in town in Mason down to the south. I want to read out some of the areas that the National Weather Service was highlighting with this one more time for you. So this is what when they issued this a few moments ago, back about 10 minutes ago, they said a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles south of Streeter, moving southeast at 20. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Some of the areas that could be impacted, they were saying near the Hilda area by 550. Again, so in the Hilda area, and next up, this is going to pass south of town in Mason, out around the Llano River, and some of the bigger markers that it could be towards in the next 15 to 30 minutes are going to be the Highway 87 corridor and the Hilda area. Right now, this is all Mason County, but other areas to keep an eye on this are going to be Llano County and northern Gillespie County. So places like, Doss, just kind of monitor the storm with us, as this is still an intense one that has strong rotating winds in it. So we've got a couple radars that we're looking at here. Let's switch back over to the San Angelo radar, which is going to give us probably a better view. Let's see if it switches back. We might need to scoot over a little bit when we start seeing those purples. Well, I guess we're looking at that one. So we're getting a little bit of a radar issue here, but this is the general area where the storm is still rotating. This might give us a better view of it. Yeah. So as we mentioned, it's in a relatively rural spot right now, but it looks like it still could be a tornado, potentially on the ground, potentially a strong one on the ground, south of the Streeter area. And this is Hedgewigs Hill, and this is Hilda. So Hilda and Hedgewigs Hill are two of the more populated spots out here where we want to make sure that you are sheltered if you are out ahead of this storm. Again, this is the only severe storm that we have right now for any portion of our KVUE area. But remember, there is a tornado watch that has been issued until 10 o'clock. So we'll check in with him in 1 second, but I want to give everybody a quick update on the forecast. So again, if you live in Mason County, continue your tornado precautions. This could be a considerable tornado still on the ground south of Streeter, south of Mason, near Hilda, near Hedgewigs Hill. So make sure you are sheltered in those spots. But this is going to get busier as we go through the rest of this evening. There's a tornado watch, and this is it until 10 p.m., and it includes Llano and Gillespie counties, which would be kind of the next areas to be potentially impacted by this. This includes Burnett, includes Blanco. This includes Travis County, and this includes Hayes County. Now, if you watch us in Round Rock or Georgetown or parts of Williamson County, it's not that you don't have a severe weather threat tonight. It's just that this is where the initial tornado threat will be with these supercells that will be first to develop. What happens, these supercells develop, they eventually gel into a bigger cluster or a bigger line of storms, and that's what will come through the I-35 corridor in the metro later on tonight, and then even east of I-35, there's going to be a severe weather threat for those areas too. To give you an example of how this could play out, here's the latest run of our high-res model, which I think has a pretty good grasp on this. It's showing these supercell storms continuing and expanding in coverage between now and 8 p.m. into places like Johnson City, into places like Dawson, Fredericksburg, and Harper, into places potentially like Burnett in Marble Falls in the Lake LBJ area and parts of Llano County. And then what happens, so we have these supercell storms that develop, that's 8. Watch what happens once we get into 9 or 10 o'clock. These develop into a big cluster or a line of storms. So this is 10 o'clock. At that point, from Burnett down into Northwest Travis and Laga Vista and Westlake and Lakeway and Bee Cave, and then down towards Wimberley and Dripping Springs and Hayes County into Johnson City and Blanco. We have pretty widespread stormy weather, which will still have that severe weather potential. I think the tornado threat is going to be highest west of I-35, but still the hail, straight line wind threat, and also the flooding threat is going to develop as this big cluster comes in 11 o'clock. Here's midnight, seeing potentially widespread rain and storms in the Austin area. Here's 1 a.m., here's 2 a.m., here's 3 a.m., and then eventually as we go late overnight into tomorrow morning, this is going to pull away. Now, for the Austin area, again, we'll just break this down one more time. I know it's Memorial Day. Maybe you're trying to grill or do dinner outside. I don't want you to just unplug from the forecast because, who knows, supercell could develop closer to the I-35 corridor, but it seems most likely that even to 7 o'clock, it's mainly dry in central Austin, 8 o'clock, and then 9 to 10 o'clock is when it starts to get busier in the metro. So I'm not saying there's no way to get outside here in the Austin area over the next couple of hours. The storms are still out in the hill country, but what I don't want anybody to do is just to go out in the water and completely unplug from the forecast and then be caught off guard when a huge complex of severe storms comes in later on today. I know it's not stormy in Austin right now, but we are going to get some stormy weather later on this evening, and that is why we have that tornado watch. Now, in addition to that, there is also going to be a flood risk. So I'll take you back to the radar real quick, and I want to show you the severe weather outlooks and the flood threat here. Let's make sure that nothing has changed here on the radar, though, real quick as we kind of bounce back and forth between the Mason County storm, which still has a considerable tag tornado warning on it, continued tornado precautions there. These are going to be ones to watch, especially this one. Don't like the look of that near Enchanted Rock. That's a storm that could develop and become more intense as it lifts towards Llano, so I do want to give you an early heads up there in Llano. But this is what our severe weather threat looks like. It's been upgraded. So earlier, if you were watching Grace or Casey earlier, it was mainly a level 2 risk. Then they added a level 3 in the hill country. Now they've expanded that so that level 3 goes into the I-35 corridor and includes the Austin metro, that it's a little bit lower, but still level 2 risk in our eastern areas, and we do expect storms for those locations too. The tornado threat, though, as I mentioned, is going to be highest across the hill country. Mason County, where we're sheltered now, Llano, into parts of Burnett County, into western Blanco and into Gillespie County. This is where I think that the same supercell that we're tracking could continue to cause problems here over the next couple of hours, and then it's going to be a lower tornado concern, but not zero, as we get with this line of storms that's going to come in over into the late evening and into the early overnight. The wind outlook, this is also not something we see every day. We have that hatched area for wind. They have us in that 30% range, which means there's a 30% chance of damaging winds within 25 miles of a given point in that zone. And then this one is probably the one that we're all watching closely. It's the hail outlook, where we are also in that hatched area for potentially destructive hail today. The National Weather Service was saying in the largest storms, there could be hail that is up to, say, 3 or 3.5 inches in diameter. In that storm in Mason County, they were saying could have been producing hail up to like 4 or 5 inches in diameter. So that's the type of stuff we're dealing with tonight, and that is why we have a weather impact alert, which is in effect. It goes until midnight, although we might have to extend that potentially even a little bit longer. Severe storm risk, hail, wind, tornado threat, in addition to flooding. So make sure you have a way to receive alerts with us tonight, and be very cautious if you will be driving out on the roadway. So that is kind of the big picture with what is going on and how things will unfold through the rest of tonight. Now let's get back in and let's get focused here on what's happening in the Mason County area, where we still have an ongoing tornado warning. Still the only warning in our area, but we are starting to see new storms which are developing across the hill country. All right, so let's get back to this, and we'll get zoomed in here, and it just takes a second for our system to load. And by the way, Grace, keep an eye on the National Weather Service chat there with San Angelo too. Just let me know if you see anything out there as far as reports with the storm.
No major updates at the current moment, at least for our area.
Okay, good news. Again, here in Mason County, in that Hilda, Hedgewigs Hill, Streeter area, we continue to watch this very closely. The storm right now, the strongest circulation is passing just south of Mason. So it's in a relatively rural spot right now, but again, we still know that folks are out there. So Grace, you're also looking at that wind tracker product. Talk folks through that. I think that southern area, that's probably pretty close to where the rotation is.
Yeah, so looking back at our wind tracker from the past hour or so, we go from, late into the 4 o'clock hour into the early 5 o'clock hour. You can see that exactly where our wind tracker is picking up on these very damaging winds, likely where potential for a tornado could be. Of course, we've got at 5:18, 80-mile-per-hour winds. You can see down to the south of Mason there. That's going to be in the pink color, and then that continues to kind of trail along as we shift into the last couple of minutes here, all the way up until now. And you can actually see that some of those wind speeds have actually trailed off just a little bit, not as tight as what we were seeing honestly only about 20 or 30 minutes ago. So we're starting to see maybe some better indications that maybe this is becoming hopefully a little bit weaker out there. But of course, we still have our considerable tornado warning that's going to be continuing for a little longer now. So taking another look at our radar, you can see, wow, Mason County is just covered in rain. And, not even if you are kind of in that portion of Mason County that's not under our tornado warning, you're still dealing with torrential downpours, plenty of lightning out that way. We seriously want to advise everyone, especially in Mason County and especially over towards portions like Llano, down to Enchanted Rock, Fredericksburg, Harper. You guys will also be up next for the potential for strong storms, strong to severe storms, and even, of course, we have that tornado watch out for you guys as well. So we want to take your precautions. I would just say, if you're going to hunker down for the night, maybe just stay inside, because this is not, the types of conditions that you want to be driving in. We've got Hedwigs Hill on the map. Hilda, of course, we've been talking about a lot. Not actually seeing a lot of rain right now. That's, a bit, of a false forecast there, because, of course, we have so much heavy rain right behind it. I actually want to take a couple of not able to do that right now, but a couple of looks at, the potential for this rainfall is anywhere from 2 to 3 inches per hour. And of course, all of Mason County almost covered in a thunderstorm, at least right now, if not a tornado warning. And of course, that tornado warning is a good central and south portion of all of Mason County right now. So if you are driving along 87, live along 87, this is a huge area where you don't want to be driving at all because, of course, visibility can drop in, a matter of minutes or even seconds out there. I actually want to pull up our hail tracker once again because, of course, with these storms, we're not only tracking the potential for strong tornadoes, we're tracking the potential for very large hail. We've already had a couple of instances where we've seen, hailstones up to potentially 5 inches. So baseball size hail, tennis ball size hail. Be thinking of that as we kind of head into the next several hours here, because as we kind of shift into the rest of the night here, we are going to continue to see more widespread rain. And if we shift over to the regular radar, you can see that portions of Llano, you can see 16 there, driving along that, starting to see some rainfall to the north of Enchanted Rock, out towards Kingsland, kind of the southern portions of the Buchanan Dam, starting to see a little bit of rainfall as well, down towards Round Mountain, as well as, just to the north and east of Johnson City there, a couple of isolated thunderstorms over that way. Of course, this is non-severe weather. The severe weather is going to be out behind it, and of course, we're seeing plenty of severe warned thunderstorms to the south of Sonora, and that heads up towards, I believe, the London area. We also have another severe thunderstorm out that way. And of course, we're still tracking our considerable tornado warning that is for Mason County, pretty much all of Mason County at this point. So going to continue to track this for you guys. Of course, this is continuing on until 6:15. The time now is 5:43 on your Monday evening, and a lot of heavy rainfall, considerable hail, damaging hail is what is expected out of this storm. And of course, we haven't gotten confirmation just yet of the tornado, but we are expecting the potential for a strong tornado to be shifting across the ground here in those areas just to the north and west of Hilda. If you're in Hilda, make sure you're in your safe space, the lowest, most interior room of your house, and out towards Loyal Valley. You guys are kind of up next here, as well as Hedwig's Hill, starting to see some very considerable rainfall there. And of course, we're still watching the potential for some shear out to the west there. So you can see we've got low shear on the map at the current moment. And of course, we started this off by tracking those winds in the past hour, which are now starting to pick up a little bit. You can see 80-mile-per-hour gusts on our wind tracker in that kind of south and west edge of Mason County here. So a lot to track as we're heading into the night, Hunter. Of course, we're not going to be stopping tracking this for a little while longer as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those kind of busy nights, and I'm not saying that everybody's going to have problems with tornadoes, right? This is the only warning we have right now, but I do expect a pretty solid line of storms to come into the Austin area later on this evening. So I want to give you some perspective. The rotation right now is about 10 miles south-southeast of the Mason area, and the situation right now with this warning, they do still have the considerable tag on it. This has not, to our knowledge, been seen by anybody. But out of respect for what the signature looks like on radar, they have upgraded this to a considerable tag, and that is why we're with you. Again, I know this is not a storm in the Austin area, but this is significant weather for our friends in Mason County. In Mason, you're now starting to get impacted by this very large, severe hail, which is what's being detected in these brighter pinks and magenta and black colors. This could be hail up to 1.5 inches or 2 inches or more in diameter. Then the circulation is down a little bit farther to the south. So here's what the hail core looks like, and then we'll get back to the tornado threat. So the hail is right over or just south of Mason, and still we're getting those purples showing up, which is going to be like hen egg sized hail. Hen egg to golf ball size hail. That is definitely the type of hail that can ding up your car. So that is what is falling near and just south of the Mason area right now. The circulation, again, is farther down to the south, and some of these winds that are being sampled here by the radar, where you start to get into those oranges, look at that. I mean, those are 70-mile-per-hour winds plus. So whether it's a tornado or it's straight line winds, that is significant weather, and that is what's going to track very close to the Hilda area. So Hilda, you're one of those spots in that Loyal Valley spot that Grace was talking about. You guys are some of the spots that are under the gun from this tornado warning. The shear product continues to pick up on this shear, which is what that light yellow color is. This is where the rotation is detected in the storm, and that is tracking east-southeast towards the Hilda area at about 20 miles per hour right now. So that is the situation with our considerable tornado warning. As I mentioned, this is a little bit different. I don't know that anybody has seen this spotter absolute confirmation, but it's just got that kind of classic look on radar at times where this has the potential to produce a very dangerous tornado. So on the south side of Mason and then heading into Hilda, this is where we want you to be taking your tornado precautions right now. Another thing that these storms are going to be a little problematic with, especially given we have so many folks outside, just how much lightning they're producing. So look at this. This one lone storm in the span of 15 minutes is producing close to 2,000 lightning strikes. Tons of lightning, and I mean, it's a little old school, like just the amount of lightning a storm is producing gives you a good idea of the strength of the updraft and the strength of the storm. So these massive hail-producing storms that are 40 to 50,000 plus feet high in the atmosphere, these are producing explosive lightning, destructive hail, and from time to time, as we've seen with this storm, they are unfortunately producing tornadoes. Let me give you another big picture view as far as what's going on for the rest of our KVUE area. Now, this is interesting too. So we've got new activity inching a little farther eastward. So even into parts of Blanco and Burnett County now, we have some of these cells which are starting to develop. And we're just going to have to keep a close eye. That one that developed north of Enchanted Rock, it looked like that was going to try to go for a while, and that one kind of weakened, so that one has not become severe, but this one is still incredibly strong, which is back in the Mason area, but still there's nothing going on here in the Austin area, but that will change later on this evening. In town, there's still another several hours. I mean, it's probably not going to be until 8, 9 o'clock at the earliest, I think, for many parts of the I-35 corridor that we start to get this big complex of storms coming in, but it is going to come in later on this evening into the overnight hours. Okay, so let's go back into Mason, where we advise everybody to continue your tornado precautions. I mean, this thing is just all sorts of wrapped up. You can see where the spin is located in the storm. One way to visualize this, and this will give us a good idea on the way that this storm has been trending. So we've got that shear product, and that says, okay, this is where shear is located right now. Well, what this is going to do, we call this the shear path, and this is going to show us the path of the rotation. It takes a second to load, but you're going to see it here in a second where it's probably going to come down about, yeah, so there it is, where you can see this is over the past hour or so where that rotation was. Let's zoom in a little bit closer, actually. So we'll just kind of follow the path of this. Again, we're looking back. We're looking backwards in time at the history of the storm. So when this was 7 miles south of Streeter, here, where that rotation was strong, that's where the National Weather Service went with the considerable tag on it. And that makes sense. So that was very close to, like, here's Streeter. It was very close to, like, the Llano River. Then the circulation, thankfully, passed just south of Mason. Now, Mason's getting more of the hail, so the circulation on the southern edge, the hail up north, so Mason's getting hit by some of this hail now. But next up, again, you can see the way that this is tracking. If it continues to follow this path, well, then it's heading towards the Hilda area. And I'm not saying, you know, we'll see. It could lift, and hopefully this thing doesn't produce a tornado. I'm not guaranteeing a tornado will be moving through Hilda, but I just want to give you a heads up. You certainly need to be taking your tornado precautions right now in the Hilda area. This is a storm that I would say certainly at times has been producing a tornado, and it still has that considerable tag with it. We don't have a spotter necessarily that has seen it, but it just has one of those velocity couplets with it that you have to respect. So in Hilda, make sure you are hunkered down. Now, in the same way that we had the history of the shear, what we can do is we can also look at the history of the hail with this storm. So this one also is going to take a second to load. Let's back out the view, and you're going to see just how much the sheer quantity of hail that this has been producing. And remember that it's displaced a little bit, so sometimes it can be off a little bit, but I think this gives you a good idea. Anywhere in the purple has seen significant hail that's, you know, 1.5 inches or more in diameter, and it looks like Mason, maybe the heaviest hail was just on the south side of town, and we'll work to get any reports out of Mason County that we can, but especially from town just south, that's where this destructive hail has been. So this is the hail history. This is where the hail has been over the past hour. Then as you go over to now, this is where it is. And hey, this looks like the hail maybe, at least for the time being, is coming down in intensity a little bit. Hopefully that continues. That's looking, still this is significant hail. I'm not trying to downplay it, but it's not quite as intense as what it was earlier. But we are getting some new scans with the radar, and still I see every reason for Hilda to be taking tornado precautions right now. Interior room, put as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. Still, we have this little notch. So this is the inflow notch, right, where the warm, humid air is coming into this storm. Then we've got the circulation developing on the backside. So right in here, that is where the storm is rotating. And what you're going to see on the Doppler winds is that it's a little bit messy now because we have a little bit of a radar, it's called range folding, a little bit of a radar issue right here. But that is exactly where this storm is still rotating and where shear is still being detected. Now, I would say this still definitely has strong straight line winds in it. I would say the rotation may be slightly less organized than earlier. And a lot of times what happens with these storms is what's called occlusion. So let me back this out and I'll show you what I mean. When these storms first go up and they're out by themselves, let's play this. What happens is you saw the hook, it reaches down and it's spinning, right? And it's got this little area where it's still bringing in some warm air. But eventually it gets so wrapped up that instead of bringing in warm, humid air, it starts to wrap in rain-cooled air. And that can temporarily weaken the storm. Now, they cycle. These type of supercell storms, they could certainly regroup and then, put down another tornado. It can definitely happen. But a lot of times, once you get this for, 30, 45 minutes, an hour, it goes through cycles, and these things will start to spin themselves down by wrapping in some of that rain-cooled air. So here's the situation. This warning goes until 6:15. So there's about another 20 minutes or so on this. The storm itself, though, is starting to cross into parts of northern Gillespie County. So here in a moment, we'll back out again. Here in a moment, we are going to see what the National Weather Service decides to do. Next areas that could be included in this storm, here, we'll just kind of draw it for you. I mean, the southern edge, we need to go into Gillespie. These are going to be kind of the areas that need to watch this down the line. So later, we could be incorporating parts of Llano County. We could be incorporating parts of northern Gillespie County and northwestern Gillespie. So Llano, Gillespie County, you guys are going to be the next ones up, and we continue to watch all this stuff. This is just plain old shower activity. This is not intensified to become anything severe, but the main story in town right now is certainly still this. It is a tornado warning with the considerable tag on it. Again, this is not something that we see every day. We did see the considerable tag with that storm over northern Burnett County in the Ocala area that was back several weeks ago. We had a confirmed tag with that Milam County tornado, which ended up being a high-end EF0 tornado. The Burnett County storm ended up being a high-end EF1. So, it's possible we could have that sort of thing going on here over parts of Mason County, and that's why we continue to urge everybody take your tornado precautions right now as a result of this storm. But it honestly is outpacing the warning a little bit. So again, here soon, the way this works, Mason County is actually in the San Angelo National Weather Service office. So it's a different office. And then as soon as you go into Llano and Gillespie, that is operated by the National Weather Service that covers most of our KVUE area, which is the San Antonio and Austin warning. So I'm checking in with both of them right now to see if we have any updates on what they plan to do with these storms. Grace, are you seeing anything over there from them? Okay, so we'll see with time. Again, there's still another 15, 20 minutes on this current warning, but I think bare minimum. Okay, we're getting some video in now actually from the Maynard area. So let's take that. We'll show folks what happened. So this, wow, look at that. So this is west of our KVUE area, right? But this is basically the same storm that is now moving into our area. So that was at 4:40. And since then, more heavy rain has happened. And that's another threat today, guys. Honestly, we have all three threats. We've got the hail threat, we have the tornado threat, and we have the flooding threat. And honestly, we could have some gusty winds too. Really, all modes of severe weather are possible. So just the constant reminder, and I know we have a long history of issues like this on Memorial Day, and I don't want to scare anybody, but turn around, don't drown. Just make sure we are being careful just out of respect for these storms. They're certainly quite intense. And one of the ways we can visualize this will just go into our radar estimated totals, which are higher back towards the Maynard area, but that's just because the storm is still working through our area. So when you pull up some of the numbers that have fallen here, these are going to be, these are probably going to be, 4-inch type totals. These storms are just producing prolific rain. Now into parts of Mason County.
There's another flash flood warning.
Okay.
Just issued at 5:55 from the San Angelo office. So
is it this
for
one
Kimball
that goes back west?
and they've included Mason in that.
Okay. So we've got now multiple flash flood warnings. So in addition to your tornado precautions, so hopefully you're hunkered down anyways, but we also have a growing flood concern here in the Mason area. The tornado warning itself, so again, I just want to give you the update on that. This is the reason We are on the air, and I know in Austin nothing is going on, but this is not just a run-of-the-mill storm out here. Okay, guys, this is a considerable tornado warning. This is the same type of situation that we had back in the Burnett County area back a couple weeks ago, so we want to do our best to keep everybody informed here, no matter what part of our KVUE area it is. But this is a considerable tornado warning still for the Mason area. Let's see what the Doppler winds are showing now. And look, this is still very intense wind that we are picking up on with this storm. We have very strong winds. Now, do we have an area that has come together where it's to the point that it's going to produce rotation? And what we're doing, we're going back and forth between radars. So this is the view from San Angelo. Then when we switch, we start looking from New Braunfels. I would say this is the area right here, Hilda. It's coming into town now, so we gave you the heads up about 15, 20 minutes ago. Hilda, make sure you are taking your tornado precautions right now. You have this rotation which is moving into your area. And we're still looking at this kind of light yellow shading. It's not that super organized kind of donut that we were looking at times where you start to get into these darker yellows and oranges. We don't have that, but I still see plenty of evidence that there could be a tornado down here. So that is why in the Hilda area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. Grace was showing you that wind product too. Let's see what that is showing. So here's the wind tracker. Actually, let's go back and forth. So as we go from velocity, so there's the velocity. Yeah, so I think that's got it pinpointed here. This is where we have very strong straight line winds, and these are going to be approaching the Doss area too. Anywhere in yellow, so here's the scales, at least 40. When you start getting oranges, that's 58.
Tornado warning until 6:15. So.
Okay. It's for which counties are they doing that for?
For southern Mason County.
Okay. Okay, so they've downgraded our warning, which is good news. Okay, so let's go back to this. And earlier we had a considerable tornado warning. Now this is back to a radar indicated tornado warning, which is good news. So let's do this. Let me pull up the information. And what we might be able to do here, let's read through this first. I won't get ahead of myself. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Hilda, moving southeast at 20. A tornado is possible, 2-inch hail is possible. Hilda around 6:05, so coming in here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Loyal Valley around 6:15. Other locations that could be impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm included the Cookeville area, US 87 near the Mason-Gillespie County line. And this is still, what's the motion on this? They've got this still doing southeast at 20. So let's do another storm track on this. And what I think we can do, guys, in the back, now that this is back to a radar indicated situation and we're still looking at Mason County where the threat has come down a little bit, we can go back to regular news here in just a second. So I'll give you guys, you guys are ready or not quite yet?
Not quite.
Okay. All right. Well, no rush, guys. We're good. We'll still cover this for the next little while, but here in a moment, if this continues to phase down, then we can get into that. But it is now past 6 o'clock, so thank you, everybody, for joining us here. This is KVUE News at 6. We've been tracking this big tornado warning storm, which has been moving through Mason County. At times, this has really wrapped up, and it at one point had a considerable tornado warning with it that has now been downgraded, but still has a tornado warning, just a radar-indicated situation for a storm which is coming into the Hilda area. All right, so let me zoom in on this one more time. We are between radars right now, so we're just in this awkward distance where this is New Braunfels, and we're getting that purple showing up, so that's what we call range folding. So I'm going to peel back to this other radar, which is a little bit farther away, but it gives us a clearer view. These are strong winds. These are 60 to 70 coming in just north of Doss. So Hilda, the possible rotation is over you or very close to you. This is the area of the storm that is rotating. It's right here. So if there was a tornado down, which we cannot confirm, but if there was a tornado down, this would be just on the west side of Hilda. So make sure you stay hunkered down in the Hilda area, an interior room, put as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. But it's not quite as substantial as what we had a little while ago. This shear product, yeah, this continues to go a little bit lighter. Good news, but the weaker rotation now is between the Doss and the Hilda area. Okay, so that's what's going on in Mason. Now that we are into our newscast at 6, what I want to do, I want to back out the view. We're going to do kind of a bigger picture what is happening across the area, and we'll start to talk about the forecast and how it could unfold for the rest of tonight. So these are all just little spotty downpours that are developing here over Burnett County, Blanco, Gillespie, Llano County. We're going to need to keep a close eye on these, but none of these are severe at the moment. But that does not mean they couldn't become severe later on as we go through this evening. So this is the updated SPC outlook for today. And we have been upgraded. So if you haven't checked in since this morning, there's now an enhanced risk. That is the level 3 out of 5, which includes the hill country, which is where these clusters of supercell storms are going to develop. And then eventually, as we get into the I-35 corridor, late evening, early overnight, these supercells gel into a big cluster or line of storms, and that's what's going to move through the Metro and I-35 corridor and then eventually into our eastern areas. But the highest severe weather risk is going to be here along and then especially back west of the I-35 corridor.
Indicated tornado warning coming for Gillespie and Llano on the primary cell.
Okay, so, all right, so folks on the news side, and I know I just told you that we might be able to go back to the newscast. We're to stick with weather coverage now because we have another tornado warning. I apologize, guys. Thanks for getting mobilized there. We've got another tornado warning, which is coming for other portions of our area. So with that, I'll get you back into the radar. So there's the new warning. And again, this is a radar indicated tornado. So let's get back into tracking mode here, and I'll give you the latest on this warning. And this is going to be one that includes Fredericksburg. So they have reissued, again, the Mason County is done by the office in San Angelo, and then now we're switching, so it's New Braunfels and the San Antonio Austin office, which is now issuing a new tornado warning. And these are the stats on that one. So this includes a little sliver here of Llano County. This does not include town in Llano. But this includes the Doss area into Fredericksburg. So in Fredericksburg, you've got a pretty good heads up here. Let me show you how far away this is from Fredericksburg right now. The possible tornado is about 25 miles away. So you've got good lead time here. You have a hail threat and a tornado threat. So if you've got a vehicle out somewhere that's not protected, get that protected and then get yourself protected. An interior room, but as many walls between the outside and yourself as possible. I want to read through this warning. We'll get the speed and then we'll do another storm track for everybody. So tornado warning for central Gillespie County and southwestern Llano County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near the Hilda area, or 12 miles south of Mason, moving southeast at 35. So it's picked up speed a little bit. Tornado threat and golf ball size hail threat. Areas that could be impacted: Fredericksburg, Cherry Spring, Tividale, Crabapple, and Doss. These are all areas that are in the path of this storm. So let's clear that off, and with it going at 35, we can do a storm track on it. We'll use our squall feature here. So these are approximate times, but this will give you an idea. So this is going at 35. So some of these are going to be a little bit out of the warning, but this will give us a good idea. Take it into Doss now imminently. So Hilda and Doss is in the vicinity of where this rotation is now. Morris Ranch, 638. Fredericksburg, 642. So you've got a lot of time right now in Fredericksburg, but if this storm continues, it will bring a tornado threat to your area at 642. Blumenthal, 657. Stonewall, 703. Stonewall, of course, these areas, southeastern Gillespie County, back with our last round of storms a couple days ago, had just massive, massive hail. This one is also producing hail, but it's the tornado threat that really has our attention here. Let's go back into our Doppler winds here. This is the broad area of the storm, which is still rotating. Right in here near the Hilda area, and this is going to track towards, again, Fredericksburg over the next 30 minutes plus. Our shear product has been doing a pretty good job of showing us how this is kind of ramping up. So still we do have that broad rotation in here. And I'll show you the shear path where you can see the way that this storm has been cycling over the past 30 to 45 minutes. So let this load in and you're going to see how this developed first south of Streeter. Then now it's coming in towards Hilda and Doss, and then now it's dipped a little farther south, so it's going to dip into Gillespie County and head down towards the Fredericksburg area. We also have not checked in with the hail core here in a moment, so let me show you what's going on with the hail core. And it's ramped up again. That's the way these hail cores go. So they'll pulse down and look a little bit better, then just as quickly they will ramp back up. So I think this is once again producing golf ball plus size hail. Anytime you start to see the purples, you start to know, hey, this is not just quarter-size hail. This is the type of stuff that can ding up your car. So Hilda, you have a tornado threat, so hopefully you're sheltered right now, but you also have hail coming in. Hedgewigs Hill, you also have hail coming in. Our system is going to be estimating golf ball size hail with this system. So golf ball plus size hail, Loyal Valley, Hilda, Hedgewigs Hill. That is what is going to be impacting your area here shortly. So make sure you are hunkered down. And then, by the way, I just want to give everybody a refresher when we talk about tornado precautions. What do we mean by that? What are you supposed to do if you are under a tornado warning? This is what you're supposed to do. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of your home. Cover your head. Utilize helmets or blankets. Protect against flying debris. If you don't have a helmet lying around, it's okay. Just get into an interior room. But if you have that, seems a little bit silly. Just a good way to be extra safe. Then avoid driving. I know it is Memorial Day, and that was kind of one of our concerns today. Is the holiday. People are out in the water. People are trying to go to the pool, trying to grill out. People are outside. But just make sure. Obviously, if you're in Gillespie County, hopefully you're hunkered down now. But if you're out ahead of this, there's nothing going on in Travis or Williamson right now. But don't get just completely unplugged from the forecast this evening. I'm not saying you need to be glued to the TV all evening long, but make sure you have the KVUE app downloaded. Make sure you have a reliable way to get warnings. And then if a warning includes you, make sure you take it seriously because we do have that potential for some impactful severe weather as we go through the rest of the day today. So that's what's going on. We'll get you back real quick. Let's just make sure none of our other storms are trying to ramp up. And these are all still looking pretty good. We've had a few. Any of these little cells out alone like this, they're tame right now, but we've got to watch those closely to make sure they don't try to rotate anymore. But right now, these are just little showers, and there's really only one major concern, and it's this massive hail-producing storm and possible tornado-producing storm, which is now about to cross into Gillespie County. So it's been a Mason County problem. It's about to be a Gillespie County problem, and this is the area of the storm that is still rotating. And by the way, we do have our storm chaser. If you guys get in touch with Dennis, let us know where he is. I know he's been driving all through the hill country, started in the Johnson City area. Now we need to vector down south closer to Gillespie County. But so this is the area where we have the rotation. Let's go back and forth. So here's rotation detector. Yeah. So there it is right there. As we go back and forth between that and the winds, this is the area of the storm that is rotating. And these are still bare minimum. We have very intense straight line winds, and these straight line winds are heading into Doss now. Look at that, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. So those are winds that are going towards the radar. Winds are going away. Winds are going away at 50, going towards at 79. That shows you the type of rotation that could be very close to the Doss area right now. So if you're in Doss, make sure you're taking those tornado precautions. And then here's that 87 corridor, which is going to be another point where we want everybody to be aware. Just make sure nobody's driving there on that 87 corridor between Mason and the Fredericksburg area. So there it is. It just has that kind of classic look to it where that warm, humid air is coming in like that. Then this is the hail core right here, and it's just wrapped up, and it is definitely still spinning there just north of the Doss area. If a tornado was on the ground, that's where it would be. It would be just north of where Doss is located right now. This new tornado warning, so this is an extension of the warning that was issued for Mason County. This goes all the way until 7:15. Wow, so this is a lengthy warning. Which is going to take us for about the next hour here into Gillespie County. And as we mentioned earlier, we're going to have to watch this hail core for the Enchanted Rock area, but the tornado threat right now is basically from south of Enchanted Rock down towards Fredericksburg and Harper. There's not a tornado threat right now in the Llano area. And then in the Mason area, your tornado threat has now ended, but increasingly we're going to have to keep an eye on the flood risk in these areas where you can see anywhere the green's at least an inch of rain, so those rainfall totals are starting to ramp up. Then here's another product that we can keep an eye on, the lightning tracker here. Pull that up, and this is going to give you a count of what exactly the lightning is doing in the storm. These are just prolific lightning-producing storms. There it goes. Our system is overwhelmed because of how much lightning this is producing. It's got close to 2,000 lightning strikes with it, which tells us, hey, this is a healthy thunderstorm here. And what we can do here, Grace, I'll give you a couple of minutes. If you could pull some graphics together just to walk folks through the forecast for the rest of this evening. I know we're here. It is 6:11. Normally we're doing our regular newscast. We're talking about the forecast, but we are live right now wall to wall because we have a tornado warning. So I'll keep covering this current storm, and then Grace will put together some graphics. Want to make sure we're giving you an update on the forecast for the rest of this evening too, in addition to this urgent threat for a possible tornado here, which is still in place. It includes Gillespie County and the Fredericksburg area. Let's do this. Let's zoom in a lot closer, and let's get as zoomed in and local as we can here, and then we'll just kind of follow the path of the storm. So as I mentioned, the Doss area, here's Doss. If the tornado is on the ground, I think it's between there and Hilda and close to Loyal Valley. So Hilda, Loyal Valley, Doss, let's stay sheltered in this area. Then here is that 87 corridor. So let's follow the path of this. This is where it's going to track. So Hilda, Loyal Valley, Doss. This could track down 87. So here we get into, here's where 290 meets 87 in Fredericksburg. And then here's Eckert and the 16 corridor. So anywhere back west of Eckert, between there and Doss, is where we want you to be sheltered. Many of these areas dealt with a massive hailstorm back last week, and unfortunately we have kind of a similar thing going on with this storm, which is currently, the spinning part of the storm is still just outside of Gillespie County in Mason County, but the warning now extends down into Gillespie County, including Doss and including the Fredericksburg area. Here's what the Doppler winds are showing here. And look, we still have very intense winds. The wind tracker is another good way to visualize this. This is a product that we've been using over the past couple of weeks. It did a really good job with that Milam County tornado that we had a little while ago. And we've got a little bit, this is where we start to get into a little bit of radar clutter here, but there's potential. Anywhere in yellow, those are winds of 40. Anywhere in orange, 58. Might seem like a random number. 58 miles per hour is the number that is officially warrants a severe thunderstorm warning. Then we have some red and pink, so there could be 70 to 80 mile per hour straight line winds here in the general vicinity of Hilda and Doss. And this is also where we have some shear and some rotation. So a possible tornado, but even if not, there are strong straight line winds here. So Doss, Hilda, and then down into Gillespie County. I'm going to show you this warning one more time, then we'll toss things over to Grace, and she'll give you an update on how the forecast is going to unfold. Hilda, we'll back out. Yeah, Hilda into Doss, into Fredericksburg. Make sure you continue your tornado precautions. This is a tornado warning, so they've updated the time. This is going to go until 6:45. Make sure you are sheltered right now. All right, I'm going to toss things over to meteorologist Grace Thornton. So Grace, give us kind of a big picture update. When are these storms coming into Austin? How does this all go through the rest of this evening?
Yeah, so as we track into the next couple of hours here, of course, we're tracking these storms right here out in the hill country, shifting into areas of Gillespie as well as Llano County. Of course, we're seeing a lot of rain over Mason County. All of those counties under a tornado watch as we head through 10 p.m. tonight. And of course, you'll see Burnett, Blanco, Travis County, as well as Hayes County are also included in our tornado watch. Again, tornado watch just means we have the ingredients for the tornado, and a tornado warning, which we're dealing with, of course, right now out towards Mason and Gillespie County and portions of Llano County, means that all of those ingredients have come together, and we're tracking the potential for something on the ground right now. So again, Mason, Llano, as well as Gillespie County, those past points we've been talking about really for the past hour or so. Make sure you guys are in your safe space as we head into the next 45 minutes or so. All right, we do have a lot of unstable air right now. Dew points in the 70s here in Austin, 71 for Austin, 71 for San Antonio. Very, very moist down towards the coastline as well. Corpus Christi, 78-degree dew points. And wow, look at what these storms are doing to temperatures, especially out to the west of our area. If we zoom in pretty close, you'll see 72 in San Angelo. It's still 86 degrees here in Austin, but you can see those pools of very cool air moving into, of course, Mason County now. Of course, they're dealing with very cool conditions due to that rainfall that is so heavy and really cooling the air down very significantly. They're at 63 degrees there in Mason County right now due to that heavy rain and, of course, that potential for hail, as well as we're tracking the potential for a tornado as well as we shift into, that's going to be for southern Mason County and then also for portions of Gillespie County. So temperatures still very warm outside. We're sitting at 89 in San Marcos right now, 88 for Lockhart, Luling, Bastrop as well. So we've got tons of instability out there, warm temperatures, which I'm sure that this line of storms is going to take advantage of as we head into the night tonight. Here's a look at our satellite and radar for the whole state of Texas. So not only does, portions of San Angelo all the way through Austin down to San Antonio, as well as to the east of Del Rio, we are in that highlighted yellow. Of course, that is our tornado watch. Goes until 10 p.m. tonight. Amarillo and Lubbock also not, out of the severe weather risk for tonight out there towards the Panhandle. They'll also have a severe thunderstorm watch for them as they shift into their evening. So there's a lot going on across Texas as we head into this evening. Here's a current look again at 6:16 p.m. of what we're dealing with on our current radar. Again, very dry here in Austin. I-35 corridor from Georgetown all the way down to San Marcos, still dry. That includes the coastal plains as well. Cameron, Giddings, LaGrange, Bastrop, Luling, all of you guys seeing dry conditions. And we're starting to see a little bit of activity from Burnett to Blanco. Non-severe activity, of course, where you can see the bright highlighted red color is, of course, going to be our tornado warning that we're continuing to watch here on KVUE4, guys. That is kind of shifting closer to the Enchanted Rock area. But, of course, Fredericksburg, you guys are included in this warning. We've said that this is moving to the south at about 20 miles per hour, almost southeast as well. So we've still got a few more minutes, of course, of this warning. Goes until 6:45, Gillespie, Llano County, both of you are included in this. Of course, Llano, your city center, is not included in this tornado warning. This is just going to be the very south and west edge of your county there. So still about, probably what we said, about 20 to 25 miles away. So it's going to take a bit of time for that to move into the area. But this won't be the last instance of storms as we shift into the night here. We've got 7 p.m. on the map here. We've got isolated storms that we're kind of watching really at the current moment. That continues through 7 p.m. tonight, shifting into 8 p.m. You'll see that those continue to take up all of that instability in the atmosphere, and it's possible that we'll be tracking the potential for, rotation within these storms, as well as hail, as well as very gusty winds, strong damaging winds, certainly possible as we shift closer and closer to those evening hours. Here's a look at 10 p.m. Now, from 10 p.m. onward, we're going to start to hopefully see some sort of weakening trend as this starts to kind of blow itself out just a little bit, but we will continue to track this as we start to see a line of storms form up closer to midnight tonight. Now, Georgetown to Austin to San Marcos all the way down to San Antonio, this is when we're expecting to see a large array of rain, the potential for hail as well, and of course we'll be tracking the potential for some rotation, but hopefully that has kind of gone in away by the time it makes it to the I-35 corridor and maybe points to the east. But again, as we head into tonight, this is not going to be moving off very fast. That's another reason why we have a big, potential for flooding as well. We've already had multiple flash flood warnings out to the west of us tonight. So that's something that we're watching. Of course, we've gotten to that enhanced risk, level 3 out of 5 for our I-35 corridor, as well as the Hill Country. And that is starting to verify, of course, as we're in the midst of our tornado warning right now and continuing to track that as we kind of shift into the next 20 minutes or so here. So our main outlook, our main significant threat, I should say, is going to be hail. We've already seen potentially up to 5 inches in diameter of hail. That is damaging hail. You definitely want to make sure that you have your car underneath some sort of structure tonight, especially if you're in the Austin area, the I-35 area. You still have plenty of time to be protecting your car tonight as we kind of shift closer and closer to the midnight hour. All right, let's end here with our future rainfall totals. Of course, this is kind of a gully washer for a lot of us, anywhere from 1 to 2 to 3 inches possible. A lot of our rainfall rates that we've already estimated on radar already for this afternoon and this evening have been 2 to 3 inches per hour. So we want to make sure that you guys are in a safe space as we head into the night here. Again, now until midnight, but even past midnight, we'll be dealing with some very wet weather as our storms continue to shift off towards the coastal plains there. Hail, wind, tornado. Please use caution if you need to drive, and I would suggest not driving at all if you're heading into, the rest of your Memorial Day here. So as we shift through the rest of this afternoon and this evening, we're going to continue to track these storms for you guys. For the next 7 days, we do have additional chances for rain and thunderstorms. Now, I don't think they're going to be as severe as what we're dealing with for tonight, but even as we shift towards Thursday, we got a 50% chance there for rain and thunderstorms too. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we're starting to gear towards the month of June. Sunday is going to be the meteorological start of summer. So this is a very spring-like end to springtime here in Central Texas. Let's get one last look on our current tornado warning that's going on right now and see if we have some updates from the National Weather Service. I'm sure Hunter has had his eyes on these. We've got multiple updates here. Let me read those out. And so the rotation in the storm, very strong. Remains radar indicated. So again, this has not been confirmed on the ground so far. A severe thunderstorm warning coming for Edwards and the existing storms in the northwest corner. Large hail and strong winds remain the main threat. So that's what we have so far. We're continuing to track the potential for a tornado warning, again, or the potential for a tornado. Again, the National Weather Service has said that there is potential that this could still be on the ground. Again, this hasn't been confirmed by anyone just yet. We're still watching this area that you can see just to the west here of Enchanted Rock, to the south of Loyal Valley, and 87, that highway, certainly covered in lots and lots of rainfall. Also, tons of lightning being associated with this storm as well. And this is shifting closer and closer to Fredericksburg here, which is at the kind of tail end of our tornado warning. Doss, you guys are also seeing some very heavy rainfall at the moment. And of course, we got to track some hail too. It looks like our hail tracker has started to come down a little bit, but we've seen radar indicated hail of, hen egg to golf ball size, and even potentially greater than that we've even seen from some of our ground reports too. So I'm going to toss it back over to Hunter, and hopefully he can get you guys some updates and give you another look at what's going on out there.
Yeah, thank you for that, Grace. As Grace said, in the Austin area, it's not much going on right now, but there's going to be some stormy weather later on this evening, so just wanted to get that update to everybody. A couple of interesting things going on with this current tornado warning storm that we were watching. So I think what the National Weather Service was saying was spot on. This whole broad area, this is here, I'll pause it and we'll analyze what's going on. This whole broad area right here, that's the mesocyclone in the storm, and up in the clouds, 1,000 feet above our head, there's all sorts of spin going on. But for a tornado to happen, it's not what's happening 10,000 feet above our heads, it's about what's happening down on the ground. And there just hasn't been tight confirmation of where the rotation has come together at a point and dropped down to produce a tornado. So there's definitely broad rotation in this storm, but the reason it's radar indicated is because of just that. This is broad rotation. Now, what I think is starting to happen, and this is the exact same pattern of what happened when the storm was outside of Mason County, so this could continue. And let me analyze this for you. So right here, again, this is where the original circulation was. That's where that mesocyclone is. But look what's coming in, a new cell. So this is a new hook right here which has developed, and it's possible that new rotation could develop there. So maybe this area becomes less of the concern, and then we need to keep an eye on what happens down here. Then we have another cell near Harper. So it's more of a messy cluster of storms and not just an individual supercell. But still, I don't think the tornado threat is going to go away anytime soon. Broad rotation up here between Hilda and Doss. New cells being brought in. So this is another area we'll have to watch to see if a hook can form there. And let's see if we're getting any evidence of that on the velocity scan. Yeah, I mean, this is just all messy. So again, we've got this broad mesocyclone here. And then down here is where that new cell is trying to come in. So this is more of a sloppy setup right now. This is not as organized as what it was earlier. And I bet our shear product is, yes, it is picking up on a couple different areas of light shear, but it's not saying, hey, look at this one spot. This is where the storm is spinning. So this is a little bit of a different setup right now. So the storm going through a life cycle. This is very similar to what happened with the storm when it was outside of Mason County. This original supercell went up near the San Angelo area, and it originally got tornado warned. Then a cell came in on the south side of it. That cell basically took over, became the dominant supercell, and that could happen. So again, watch where this new little hook is forming. What if new rotation develops down here, closer to the Harper area. These are going to be very interesting things that we need to keep an eye on. But what we can also say is that the hail concern is now increasing into parts of Llano County. It would not surprise me if we get maybe a new severe thunderstorm warning due to this hail threat, which is coming into Enchanted Rock. So let's get in closer on that. This hail concern, certainly still a factor in our forecast. This is going to be anywhere where you start to get into the whites and light blues, 1/4 inch hail at least. And then when you start getting these darker blues into the purple, that's probably going to be head egg to golf ball size hail. Yeah, so we're getting golf ball size hail, and this is on track to drift towards Enchanted Rock, which is not included in the tornado warning, but we still have this very intense storm, not the tornado warned part of the storm, but up here, anywhere in these pink, magenta into the black colors, that is intense hail. So we still have that hail risk in addition to the tornado threat. Both of those things that we'll need to continue tracking. Then I want to give kind of a big picture view. We'll make sure nothing else is trying to develop here. It is still all quiet across the I-35 corridor. It is still all quiet across the coastal plains. It is all across the hill country right now. But we'll back this out even more to see how these clusters of storms are coming together. And let's switch over to, well, we'll get zoomed in. We probably don't need to zoom out to see the entire state. We'll see how these storms are developing back to our west, though, because you can see there's a number of other severe thunderstorm warnings there, and this will give us an idea. Okay, Cherry Spring.
Which is on 87 to the south of Loyal Valley a bit.
So this is still, guys, a radar indicated tornado. We do not know for certain that a tornado is on the ground, but if there was a tornado down, looks like it would be right there in that vicinity. Tightest area of rotation with the Gillespie County storm near the Cherry Spring area. That is where the tightest rotation is located. Here's a better view, again, where you can see this just huge cluster of storms. So I think it doesn't take a meteorologist to look at that and see the way this is unfolding. This huge cluster of storms, whenever it becomes, likely this big line of storms is going to be coming into the Austin area later on this evening. It's going to have a severe weather threat. It's going to have a flood risk. I think ultimately, as we go through time, as these storms approach the I-35 corridor, I think the tornado threat is going to be lower. And it will be more of a hail, wind, and flooding risk, but not that the threat is completely zero. Even when you have a line of storms that develops, little twists in the line can form, and there can still be tornado concerns. But I think as far as what I'm seeing right now, the next 1 to 2 hours, the greatest tornado concern is going to be any supercell storms that are more isolated out here in the hill country, and that includes the cell that we're watching here over Gillespie County. So with that, we'll get back zoomed in, and the warning, by the way, I believe we have another 15 minutes on it. So let's check in with the stats of our warning here. We'll go back to the high-res radar. Yeah, this is really just interesting to watch the radar presentation here on over Gillespie County. We have new areas that are trying to develop spin, and it's not the same areas that originally became tornado warned with the storm. So still, this is like the original area up here near Hilda and Loyal Valley, where we still have rotation. But I also want to watch down here closer to the Harper area, because as you go back and forth, again, look, so there's the original rotation, but new cells, new little hooks, new little areas are trying to develop down farther to the south. Outside of that, I think there probably needs to be a severe thunderstorm warning into parts of Llano County. So let's go back into Llano and focus on this hail threat, because for the time being, it appears the tornado threat may be going down a little bit. Again, it's cycling, so I'm not saying that it's done. I think the storm needs to regroup a little bit in order to produce again, which it very well might. But this is hail, which is coming into the Enchanted Rock area. Anytime you see those brighter pinks, the magentas and the black, here, let's go. Those are the winds. We'll go into the hail tracker. This is going to be 1/4 to golf ball size hail, which is now on approach to the Enchanted Rock area. So it's Memorial Day. I'm sure we've got a lot of folks outside in the Enchanted Rock area, but it's time to take things indoors. This very intense storm is moving towards you. You're not currently under any sort of warning, but I'll tell you, this is sizable hail, which is coming in from Enchanted Rock and then up north a little. So from Enchanted Rock out towards the Castell area, these are the spots that are under the gun from the hail threat right now. So make sure hail precautions. We've got a tornado warning, and we have that hail threat, which is going on. There we go.
There we go.
So there's our severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to we'll do a special version of the radar here so it doesn't prioritize the tornado warning. So let me show you that real quick. Here's the So now we're going to pull. So it is, and it's a severe thunderstorm with a considerable tag on it too. Here, let me back this out. I know we've got overlapping text and icons going on here. And so this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable tag on it. For the Enchanted Rock area, this is going to be a storm that could produce hail that could be golf ball size, if not a little bit larger than that. So we also have this. We also have the threat for a severe thunderstorm warning heading into the Enchanted Rock area, in addition to the tornado warned storm, which is closer to the Doss area. Here, we'll get our system loaded back in here. Y'all bear with me. We are loading in so that we can track this. But it's a new severe thunderstorm warning with a considerable tag, which includes the Enchanted Rock area and portions of Llano and then northern Gillespie County. So here's a closer look there as we zoom back in at the severe thunderstorm warning. Enchanted Rock, you're going to be impacted by this. Then it's going to cross over the Highway 16 corridor. The tornado threat, again, is more so Gillespie County. The hail threat is more so Llano County. But in Enchanted Rock, you definitely have sizable hail, which is heading into your area. Let me read you what they are discussing in this severe thunderstorm warning. Here's what they're saying. Severe thunderstorm warning, northeastern Gillespie County and southwestern Llano. Severe thunderstorm was located over Prairie Mountain, or 19 miles southwest of Llano, moving east at 20. Golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are what they are tracking. So places like Eckert, Prairie Mountain, Willow City, Oxford, and the Enchanted Rock area, you are under the gun for a hail that could be up to golf ball size with this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So two things going on right now. Hail threat for Enchanted Rock, and then still we're watching this tornado threat down into parts of Gillespie County. So let's see what's going on with our Doppler winds here. Yes, I mean, we've got several areas which are trying to rotate. So let's cross-reference here. Up in this general area, here over southeastern Mason and back into southwestern Llano, this is where we have light rotation, and this is what's left of the original rotation which prompted the warning. But then we also have new areas that we need to watch down here, right here. We have new areas that will try to spin here on this storm. So look, it's just kind of a broad brush tornado warning right now. If you're included in this tornado warning, obviously still stay sheltered. This storm is going through its life cycle right now, though. So in Fredericksburg and in Doss and into the Eckert area and into far, far southwestern Llano County, make sure you remain sheltered. Take your tornado precautions, but then this storm up here closer to Enchanted Rock, this is more of a hail threat as of right now. There's the new scan coming in, and this is still really sizable hail, which is developed here just on the north side of Enchanted Rock, right in here. Anywhere where you start to get into the purples and the yellows, that is where our system is saying, hey, hail is definitely trying to develop here. And this could be golf ball size plus size hail, which is developing. Hail precautions for sure in Enchanted Rock. And I think as we go later into this evening, you know, it's possible we could have additional tornado warnings, but I really think that hail threat is the primary concern here. There's golf ball size hail. So even if you're like watching in Austin right now or in Round Rock or somewhere else, just start to think about that. Anything outside that you don't want to get dinged up by big hailstorm or blown away by strong winds, just make sure you get that taken care of. I know we're grilling, we're doing all sorts of stuff for Memorial Day, but just think about it. We're going to have a big line of storms that's going to come into our area later on this evening. Back into the rotation tracker as we just pick up again, a little area of spin there, a little area of light spin developing with that storm near the Enchanted Rock area. And then I also want to watch this down in the Harper area. Grace, you see anything else over there?
Yeah, just kind of south of Doss there, we're starting to see, you know, we see that shear, that little dollop of shear there, but we're also seeing on our wind tracker the potential for 80-mile-per-hour winds, anywhere between 58 and 80 miles per hour. So I do think that's another area that we certainly need to be watching for, of course, rotation and very high winds. And of course, you know, we're calling for damaging winds even within any of these thunderstorms that are being produced. So regardless of the spin out there, of course, we need to be watching for straight line winds, that kind of thing. And I do think as these storms kind of start to roll through, that's certainly what we're seeing. And of course, not only the wind, it's very, very heavy rain out there.
Yeah, we can come back over here. I want to do another update with the model just to show folks how things are going to unfold through the rest of this evening. This is all confined to the hill country right now, but it is not going to stay that way. So here's the latest run of our high-res data. So as we keep going, here's 8, Here's 9 storms blossoming, increasing in coverage into parts of Blanco County, into Gillespie, into Llano, into Burnett. And then eventually this huge cluster of storms is going to approach the I-35 corridor in the metro. So here's 10:30, here's 11 o'clock, 11:30. This is midnight. At that point, heavy rain, stormy weather over the I-35 corridor in the Austin metro. And then that's just going to move southeast to east through our area as we go into the overnight. And then it's mainly by the time we get into tomorrow morning, rain is done. And in this case, I think the atmosphere is going to be very worked over. So this unsettled weather pattern is going to continue for another couple days. But with all this rain that we're going to deal with later on this evening into tonight, I think that will kind of tap out the atmosphere for a little while. So I don't expect much activity during the day tomorrow. I do think tomorrow night, though, actually could have additional rain and storms that develop. We do have a tornado watch, which includes these areas: Travis County, Hayes County, then all these areas in the hill country. This is where the tornado threat is going to be highest, especially in the hill country. But even in Williamson County and then even east of I-35, there's certainly still going to be a severe threat as we go through this evening. I could see them actually extending maybe a severe thunderstorm watch into portions of those areas. Then as we just look at what's going on with the atmosphere, we're just checking in with current temperatures outside, and you're going to see earlier it was 90 in Austin. Let's see what the current temperature is doing. It'll take a second for our system to load this in. Yeah, it's 86 in Austin right now. It's 89 in San Marcos. All this muggy, humid air. Temperatures are in the 80s. Dew points are probably still in the 60s and 70s. Let's look at that. So it's still very muggy. Look at that. Low 70s for dew points right now. And one other way that we can visualize this, our instability product is just showing you how instability, it's pulling up ahead of this cluster of storms. So the air is still very ripe out here, especially Gillespie, Blanco, Burnett, Llano County, and then more instability into the I-35 corridor as the atmosphere has recovered from that round of rain and storms which came in earlier today. Okay, so that's kind of the big picture view. We'll get back out here to the hill country where this big cluster of storms is still ongoing and is producing a number of problems. We have hail risk coming into Enchanted Rock now, and then we have a couple areas of spin that are trying to develop out here in parts of Gillespie County. Honestly, just based on what I'm seeing right now, I think the hail concern is probably the biggest thing right now. I don't know. It's kind of a messy area of circulation. I don't know that we necessarily have a tornado on the ground, but I know for certain that we have sizable hail, which is coming into the Enchanted Rock area now. So we'll get zoomed back in, and we'll show you the stats on this tornado warning, and we are getting close now to the end of this one. So let's see. This is a tornado warning until 6:45. So here in 5 minutes or so, 6 minutes, we're going to see what the National Weather Service decides to do. This has been radar indicated. At one point, this was a considerable tornado warning in Mason County. It has been radar indicated the whole time, though, for Gillespie County. So we don't know necessarily that anything has touched down, but we have been watching just with the Doppler winds, a couple areas of spin. Yeah, I mean, that has my attention a little bit. These are just strong straight line winds in here. I mean, as you sample some of these winds, Grace was showing you the wind tracker. I mean, we have 70-mile-per-hour winds that are possible in this storm, and then some more areas of like weak rotation that have developed there near Enchanted Rock. So Enchanted Rock, this right now is a hail threat for you, but I would imagine no one's outside with this massive hail coming in, but let's just stay hunkered down because still all modes of severe weather are going to be a possibility. As we go back into the hail tracker here, man, look at that, Grace. Okay, so let's zoom in here, and I want to call out some areas that are about to be impacted by this destructive hailstorm coming right into Enchanted Rock. So let's zoom in closer. And so here's Ranch Road 965. You are going to be impacted by this massive hail. It is moving in now. So Enchanted Rock, then you go, so it's still Ranch Road 965 there. Then as we go down into parts of Gillespie County, look at this massive purple color here. I mean, these are going to be hailstones that are upwards of golf ball to henna egg size. So this is a huge swath of potentially destructive hail, which has developed with this storm. And this is maybe not the most intense hail core that we've had all day, but it's the largest. I mean, look at this. We've got a swath here of, I mean, this has got to be, I mean, we'll measure it out. We've got like 15 straight miles of hail that is, quarter to golf ball size plus from the 87 corridor all the way up to Enchanted Rock. So this is a major hailstorm which is coming in, and the hail part of this storm is also going to impact parts of Gillespie County that are also under the tornado warning. So I want to do just a broad storm track on this. We'll go back to the regular version of our radar, and these are still moving east-southeast at about 35 miles per hour. So this is going to involve additional parts of our area. We're just going to do broadly like this. And with this going at 35, let's say approximately like that. Taking things into Eckert here very soon in the next 5 to 10 minutes, into Fredericksburg here also within the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. Horseshoe Bay, 7:15, Stonewall, 7:17, Round Mountain, 7:22, Johnson City, 7:29, and Spicewood, 7:37. And by the way, as we get closer to 6:45, and this is not a guarantee, but if they do not, still a couple, this is definitely very strong wind, but I don't see any tight couplets that guarantee a tornado's on the ground, but we still just have some little light areas of spin that are going on, but mainly I think this is straight line wind. If they do not continue.
Turn the tornado warning into just a severe thunderstorm warning at 6:45.
Okay, perfect. So what we're going to do here in 3 minutes, we'll get you back to just regular programming here on KVUE. We are going to continue our strong storm coverage all through this evening on KVUE Plus. So if you're watching us on YouTube or KVUE Plus, well, you just stay where you are, and we'll continue our coverage. But on TV, if you're watching on KVUE right now, we'll go back to regular programming. But if you still want information on the weather, go to KVUE Plus. You can download that for free. Fire TV, Apple TV, Roku. We're going to stay streaming all through this evening as long as we need to, but with no immediate tornado concern, we will get off TV. So we'll go back to the regular programming. And as I said, guys, I know if you're watching in Austin or Round Rock, you're like, Hunter, there's nothing going on. You guys have been talking so long on TV. I get it. There's going to be storms in this area later on this evening, but for now, we're just giving a heads up to everybody who's watching us in the hill country. But it shows that this tornado warning, the immediate concern for a tornado, has gone down. It's not that there's no spin going on. There's still a few areas in there that are looking a little squirrely that we'll need to keep an eye on. But the threat for a tornado has decreased enough that they will allow that warning to drop off. But still, that risk for large hail is certainly going to continue. And we've got a couple different areas here that are still trying to produce hail. So one more update on this, then one more update on the big picture, and then we'll get you back to regular programming. Enchanted Rock, your hail is moving in now. It looks like this hail core, man, it's going to be a close call for Fredericksburg. This is going to come down in these kind of areas right here. So Enchanted Rock, and then down into like the Eckert area, and then very close, especially on the north side. Okay, so there's the new severe thunderstorm warning, so we'll get prepped here. I'll go back to the auto warn, so you're going to see when this tornado warning drops off, they're going to replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to say tornado possible, and then at that point we'll get you back to programming. But remember, there's a tornado watch, which continues for all areas along and west of I-35 minus Williamson County. So for Travis, Hayes, and the Hill Country, that continues through 10 p.m. So it's possible we could have some more tornado issues later on this evening. But I think as this gels into this huge cluster of storms, increasingly what the biggest concern is going to be not the tornado threat. It's going to be the hail threat, and it's going to be the wind and even the rain, the locally heavy rain and the flooding threat. But for now, it is mainly a hail threat, which is coming into Enchanted Rock right now. In fact, it is moving into town right now. So we gave you a heads up there in Enchanted Rock. This hail core is ramping up, and it is right over town now. And by the way, there's another one which is developing down here on the south side of Doss. But Enchanted Rock, Eckert, this is not small hail. This is not like pea-sized hail. This is considerable hail that can cause damage to vehicles, that can cause damage to windows and all of that. And that is what is moving into the Enchanted Rock area right now. And this is going to cross over the Highway 16 corridor. So past Enchanted Rock, this is going to get into more southeastern portions of Llano County, and this is going to get into more eastern portions of Gillespie County. So again, we're just waiting should be another 15 seconds or so, and this warning will drop off, and then we'll show you the warning that will replace it, which is just going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. So there it is. You can see that dropped off, and the existing tornado warning that's left is for Mason County, but the tornado threat there has ended. So with that, Enchanted Rock, Fredericksburg, you still have a hail threat, but the immediate concern for a tornado has diminished. We'll get you back to regular programming here on KVUE. If you live in the hill country, you still want weather coverage, we're not stopping. We're just moving over to KVUE Plus into our YouTube channel. We'll see you for continuing coverage there. You'll have a good night and stay safe. All right, so we are off of TV. We are now on KVUE Plus, where we are going to continue our coverage. We appreciate everybody who's been watching here on KVUE Plus all along. Grace, how are you doing over there? Are you good to talk for a second?
Yeah, I'm good to talk for a second.
All right, here I'm going to put Max 2 is up. Your mic is on. You walk folks through what's going on with Enchanted Rock.
Yeah, so for the moment, we just had our tornado warning expire. They've turned that into a severe thunderstorm warning, and now the main threat that we're tracking is going to be the potential for very large hail. So you can see coming into Enchanted Rock right now, that dark purple, dark blue, those areas on the map are indicating very large hail in a lot of areas. So golf ball size for those purple areas, and potentially up to maybe hen egg-sized hail. Yep, there we go. Down to the south and east of Doss there, along 87, just to the north of Fredericksburg. I mean, this is incoming to areas like Eckert and then along Highway 16 there. So please make sure that you got your car underneath something. It might be, honestly, a little bit too late for that, but this is very large hail, potentially very damaging as well. So we've been tracking this complex of storms for some time now. It's been a bit slow moving, about 20 miles per hour. Originally, this was 2 storm cells, kind of came together, caused a tornado warning, continued across southern Mason County, and now is starting to dip into, of course, Gillespie County and making its way into Llano County as well. But you can just see how strong that hail core is, all the way from Enchanted Rock down through those northern areas of Gillespie County. Let's see if we can get a couple of areas. I know it is very rural out there, but this is going to be east of 87 and then kind of in between 87 and 16 here. And Eckert, you guys are kind of the main people on the map who will be up next to be dealing with the potential for very large hail. And of course, if we look over back towards the west, east of Harper, we've got Doss on the map. And I believe this is 290. Yeah, so just to the north of 290, we're seeing some pretty significant hail over that way. And this will be almost just missing areas of Fredericksburg. I think northern Fredericksburg, you guys should be on watch for the potential for very large hail. And of course, very limited visibility with just how heavy a lot of this rainfall is. So we don't want to be outside for too long tonight because, especially if you're in these areas, visibility is going to fall on Highway 16 in a matter of minutes. So again, we're not tracking as much, twist in the atmosphere or at least velocity, like we call it around here. But of course, there now is kind of turning into less of a spinning motion, more of just kind of a straight line wind that we call it here. So there's no main spin on there, but we do have a lot of very heavy wind kind of moving into the area. So I do want to highlight 87 again for the potential. Of course, we've got very large hail over that way. And then we also have very high winds. So we'll turn that velocity on just for a second again and pause that at now and take a little look at some of this gate-to-gate shear that we're watching, because this is going to be probably upwards of 50 to 80 miles per hour. We can actually turn on our wind tracker. Here we go. 80 mile per hour, 70 mile per hour plus. I mean, when we start to see the black come in, that's 100 miles per hour. Not seeing that right now, but 80 miles per hour is certainly damaging. So if you are kind of in between this area, 87, whether you're going north or south towards Fredericksburg, very damaging winds expected, very heavy winds moving into Eckert, 40 mile per hour plus. And of course, in between this area, we are noting a lot of hail out there. So we'll turn on the hail tracker once again. You can see that was kind of right in between those areas. Starting to see a bit of a weakening trend as well with this large hail core that is moving over Enchanted Rock and just to the north of Fredericksburg here. And of course, we've just got tons and tons of heavy rain and lightning also associated with this too. And of course, we also have some additional storms incoming behind these storms. So places like Junction, Harper dealing with heavy rain at the moment, and even further back off to the west. So if you guys are watching here in Austin, things are very, dry for the moment. And we're not seeing any severe weather whatsoever here for the Austin area. It's really as these storms start to move closer to the Austin area that we're watching for, of course, a large hail threat in the hill country. And then, of course, that large hail threat is going to continue here as we head into the next couple of hours. So I do want to get a little look at a squall line because we are seeing the potential for, well, this hasn't really moved very fast, this line of storms here. So all the way from Llano down to Fredericksburg, if I can get this to work, we're seeing tons and tons of that rainfall. And it's continuing to move closer and closer to our area here. Well, closer and closer to, here we go. This is moving about 20 miles an hour, so pretty slow in regards to severe storms. To be honest, this is the kind of thing that causes a lot of localized flooding because, you know, lots of rainfall is able to fall in the same places for a longer amount of time. So if you're in Willow City, Kane City, Blumenthal, Stonewall, as we kind of head into the 7 o'clock hour here, those are the cities that are going to be up next. And of course, we've been tracking this storm for a long time now. You know, this has been on our map really since about 5 p.m. this afternoon, about 5:30. So this has moved all the way. Let's see if we can back up our radar all the way from Mason, where we had that tornado warning, and then shifts across southern Mason and eventually into Gillespie County, and that continues to kind of shift forward. And I do think I see a general weakening trend. You can see that with our hail core that's continuing to, you know, move across Enchanted Rock as well as towards the Eckert region. We're not seeing as much of the purple in there, but there's still some dark blue, and that can certainly indicate the potential for very large hail. So golf ball size hail, I mean, I would say anywhere from golf ball size hail to hen egg size hail. If enough of that is falling in your area, it certainly can damage cars, things like that, and cause, you know, other damage to your roof. So make sure that you guys are indoors, please, because, you know, regardless of the tornado warning that we did have, that's now expired, but we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings associated with this thunderstorm that are going to continue here for a little bit, a while longer. Let's actually get an update on exactly when they're going to be expiring. So we've got 7:30 for this area to the south, the one that is starting to move its way into Fredericksburg now. And then up to the north, our severe thunderstorm warning, that goes until 7:15. So a little bit shorter of a warning there, but very, very heavy rainfall that you can see. And down to the south here, we're actually going to start to maybe watch out for, the potential for those very strong winds. Of course, we've got very large hail moving really just to the north of Fredericksburg. This might miss Fredericksburg just by a few miles here, but I think the bulk of that wind is going to be just to the north there. And of course, we're tracking the potential for hail. Most of that hail core kind of shifting up towards the Enchanted Rock, or staying more significant up towards Enchanted Rock and down between 87 and 16 here, moving towards Eckert. So if you're in the Eckert region, you certainly need to be in a safe space. You know, the time is probably not now to be taking your car indoors, but we certainly, or not indoors, under shelter at least, but you certainly want to be getting yourself indoors because, of course, our severe thunderstorm warning associated with this large hail core is continuing on until about, one of them is until 7:15, one until 7:30. So the next couple of minutes here, we certainly need to be watching that heavy rain move through, and you'll kind of feel the heavy rain first, and then eventually those very large areas, or large hails, I guess, moving into the area. So Fredericksburg, starting to see some very heavy rain there. We do want to look at some of our shear tracker too, just to make sure that there isn't any major spin up towards that way. Still, getting in some shear up towards the Enchanted Rock area, but again, that's where we saw our tornado warning, which is now starting to occlude, getting a little bit more rain wrapped as it kind of shifts closer to the Willow City and Eckerd area. Starting to see mostly just the hail risk rather than the spin in the atmosphere is becoming a little bit less impressive. So up towards Llano, you guys are seeing very heavy rainfall at the moment. Not a ton of hail expected up towards those regions. Also not under a severe thunderstorm warning, just heavy rain for you guys. I've been continuing to kind of track the LCRA because they of course have a ton of rain gauges out towards our rivers and lakes, and they know exactly what's happening when it's happening, but I haven't seen any flood stages reached just yet, or even action stages. So that's good news, of course, because around this time of year we can get very considerable flash flooding, and of course we are in a very extreme drought here in Central Texas, and when all that rainfall comes down very quickly like this, it tends to pile up on each other, and that's when we get an issue with flash flooding. And we've already seen a couple of flash flood warnings off to the west of us, I believe, tonight. Nothing really too local at the moment, but just something we got to watch as we kind of head further into the night here. Time now 6:56. And again, our main threat is going to be hail for the moment, starting to wind back up a little bit.
Grace, I'm going to put you on camera real quick. I'm just giving you a heads up. You're going to see yourself. There you go. Here
we go. Yeah, so this is what we're starting to see a little bit more. This is my camera. Got to see you guys over there. So we're starting to see that hail start to cycle back up a little bit. And I want to pause this, take it to right now, 6:57 now. This is considerable. Hen egg size, potentially even above that, 2 inches in diameter, or even above that. That's what we start to see when we get those pinks and even, towards the reds. Thankfully, we've kind of stayed out of the red territory so far tonight. But this is incoming towards the Eckerd region. Again, 16 is going to be that highway number, so very close to that region, and, going to be passing through that region here in the next couple of moments. Again, these storms not moving very fast. We do have a localized flood risk across the area today. I believe we are in a slight risk for flooding across the region for most of us here in Central Texas. But we also have another hail core that we're watching. This is going to be to the north of Morris Ranch. Not as significant as what we're watching out towards the Eckerd region, but this is just south of 290. Going to be pushing further south as we head towards, the next couple of minutes here. Fredericksburg, you guys are mainly just seeing rain at the current moment, but there is the possibility of some pretty small hail as you head up 87 there. So if you're hopping in the car tonight, you're probably hearing the rain on your roof and you're not hopping in the car, and that's good news. We don't want anyone to be driving out in this because, this is a serious situation, especially out towards the hill country. Again, here in Austin, not seeing a lick of rainfall at the moment. I know, of course, a lot of people have been tuning in throughout the afternoon. We've been dealing with tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, considerable hail, and, even some confirmed tornadoes out to the west of us earlier on this evening. So a lot to watch, a lot to track. And as we shift into the night, actually, these storms are going to shift into the I-35 corridor eventually. Again, they're moving pretty slow. This is why we're seeing, 2 to 3 inch rainfall rates per hour, and that certainly can cause some flooding issues. We've gotten a couple of pictures of some localized flooding around the area so far today out towards Mason County, I believe, but nothing over that, I believe. So things are looking okay for the moment, but again, we just want to make sure that you guys are aware that the hail is on the way. So if you're along 16 here, Eckerd is going to be that main region. I wonder if I can zoom in a little bit. I know it's very rural out there. Ranch Road 965 up towards 16. That's where that hail is starting to go from small hail to very large hail. Willow City may start to see some hail here soon. And then as we head down 16, it looks like we start to lighten up here and just see some rainfall as we head towards Fredericksburg. But I'll back up a little bit and we can loop this So yeah, this is mostly moving down to the south and east tonight. So Fredericksburg, you could see some light hail here in the next couple of moments. But for the moment, it's mostly that Highway 16 area, Eckert, Willow City, that we need to be paying attention to. And of course, Enchanted Rock, I'd love to see if we, saw some really considerable hail out towards that region in the last couple of minutes. So at the moment, other activity on the map, we've got some storms going on down towards Blanco. And just ahead of this main area of storms, just a couple areas kind of to the north of Burnett, Lampasas, Adamsville, seeing some downpours, but nothing super serious at the moment other than, our severe thunderstorm. That's we got two of those. The one to the north goes until 7:15. The one to the south is going to continue on for another 30 minutes here until 7:30. Hunter, you got anything over there?
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about the wind. So as Grace said, we certainly have some hail concerns in here too, but let me show you what's going on with these Doppler winds. These are very intense winds which are coming into the Fredericksburg area. And this is interesting because, we get in that hatched area for hail pretty frequently. We don't get in the hatched area for wind very often, but I've got 65 to 75, maybe up to 80 mile per hour winds, which are tracking here directly into Fredericksburg. So definitely stay hunkered down here. This is our wind tracker, and we've got a little bit of like a radar issue going on here. But these are actually where the radar is sampling here along the 290 corridor. I think some pockets of 80 plus mile per hour winds could be coming into town now in Fredericksburg. So North Milam Street, Memorial Presbyterian Church, Fredericksburg Elementary School. These are very intense winds which are moving into town right now. And this is definitely the type of wind that can do damage. So this is not the tornado threat that we had earlier, but this is these are powerful winds. I would imagine we're going to get some power knocked out here in parts of the Fredericksburg area. This is moving through a much more populated part of Gillespie County now from Willow City down towards Fredericksburg. Very intense winds. In fact, we have our wind speeds. Let's actually punch this up. So it's only showing 20 miles per hour right now, but we'll keep an eye on that as I'm sure that could jump up here as those storms start to move in. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see, it still has the considerable tag with it. As Grace was saying, we have the risk for hail and wind coming in here. Golf ball size hail, and they've upgraded it. So again, this is not just a run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning. It has a considerable tag. Golf ball size hail and 70 mile per hour winds, which are coming into Fredericksburg right now. So stay hunkered down, guys. Look, tornadoes are one thing, but 70 mile an hour winds and golf ball size hail flying around, that is no joke. And that is what's happening in Fredericksburg. And unfortunately, Stonewall, this is going to head towards you. I know you had a massive hailstorm, especially on the south side of Stonewall a little while ago. And it looks like you could have another one coming in. So that is the first warning. Then there's another severe thunderstorm warning with the considerable tag. And that's the storm in Enchanted Rock. We have hail and wind and just all sorts of mess going on in Enchanted Rock right now. And I'll read you the latest on this warning. Golf ball size hail, and they're saying 60 mile per hour winds here in the Enchanted Rock area. And these are all moving east at 20, so we'll do a storm track here in a moment. But it's a wind and it's a hail threat coming in right now. And I'll tell you, Grace, you see what's going on here near Blanco. We've got new cells which are coming in, and we just have to keep a really close eye on any of these cells out here by themselves. This is the type of stuff that could develop into another tornado risk. But Stonewall and Johnson City, you've got another cell which is coming in just to your west. And then we've got other cells down here. This one also has kind of a look to it that we'll need to watch near Comfort and near Kerrville. And then this stuff as you go up north is less intense, but this is the beginning. We were talking about, okay, it would start off as supercells, and then it would become a big complex of storms. Well, this is the big complex of storms, which is starting to develop. And honestly, I would say timing-wise, maybe this has sped up a little bit. Here, I'll just kind of annotate this, and I'll show you what I mean. So we've got this whole leading edge, which is developing right here. So this is going to be the leading edge. My pencil doesn't want to work. Anyways, that's going to be the leading edge of the line, which is starting to develop. And it is only, let's see how far away from Austin this is. I was just looking at this a moment ago. So this is about 50 miles away from Austin. It's moving at about 25 miles per hour. So here in the next 2 hours, I think these are going to be very quickly approaching the Austin metro. So that would put us between, let's be a little bit more conservative, let's say between 8 and 10 o'clock. these storms are going to be knocking on the door of some parts of the metro. So obviously on Memorial Day, it's 7, 8 o'clock. You know, we probably have folks who are out, grilling, and it's all good in Austin right now. Nothing's going on, but just understand, I think we're going to have a big, wind and hail threat that comes in here before too long. It could be 2 hours or less before this is moving into portions of the I-35 corridor. Now, in addition to the wind and hail risk, there's also a flood concern. We need the rain to some degree. We want rain, right? But it can be too much. You can see where in the wake of these storms, we have 1 to 4 inches of rain that very quickly has fallen. But honestly, our two main concerns right now, everybody, are going to be the hail threat. We have 2 different hail cores, which are now primarily in from Enchanted Rock into Gillespie County. And then I think this is a pretty impressive wind signature, which this is it. I think this wind tracker has it pegged. These could be 80 plus mile per hour winds coming in here. Ranch Road 965. Here's some of the roads here: Spicewood Trail, Boot Ranch Drive, RBR Ranch Road, Twin Creeks Lane, Lower Crabapple Road, Middle Creek Road. So this is a neighborhood in here where we have these destructive winds coming through. M&F Road, Marshall Creek Road, Middle Creek Road, Bratton Ranch Road, Remuda Road, Thousand Oaks Trail. All of these areas, you either are about to get or are currently getting these major winds which are coming in. I want to do a storm track just on the core of the winds. There are strong winds outside of this, but this is where stuff is like really going down right now. So here is that, and we'll trace this out. I've got to redo the speed here. Let's see, that has it at 30, so not too far off. Kane City coming in imminently. Blumenthal, Stonewall, LBJ Ranch, the Albert area, and Sandy. Destructive winds are coming into your area. So that's our wind tracker. Again, anywhere in that yellow shading, that's going to be 40 plus. Orange is 58 plus. 70 plus in the red, and we have some pink showing up, which is 80 plus mile per hour winds, which are moving through the Fredericksburg area right now. So it's not a tornado threat right now, but these are strong, destructive straight line winds, which are near Fredericksburg and near the Eckert area right now. And I believe, so we're getting a couple more warnings. Let me pull up the latest warning. So it's still a considerable tag. But you can see where it's starting to, Grace, get into that Boeing segment. So I think this is going to be a big wind threat. And next up, it's going to be Johnson City and Blanco, where this big squall line is starting to develop, Grace.
Yeah, certainly, and I've just kind of pulled up our Doppler winds as well, starting to take a little bit of a look around town. 88 miles per hour, that is certainly a damaging wind. All the way up to the north of that, we got 94 on the map. So, if you're north of Fredericksburg, between Fredericksburg and Eckhart, these are really, really hefty winds moving through the area. Of course, we were just looking at our wind tracker. All the areas of red and pink that you see, those are going to be damaging winds. And of course, we were zooming in a little bit on a couple of neighborhoods just to the north of Fredericksburg here. So anywhere between 87 and 16, certainly you need to be in your safe space, staying in that safe space. I know we don't currently have, our tornado warning, but we do have I believe, severe thunderstorm warning still out for this. Yeah, until, I believe until 7:30, this one goes for our Fredericksburg storm. So you can see the really heavy rainfall starting to come down as well. So we've got extreme wind coming in, 94 miles per hour is radar indicated, and then we have very, very hefty rain also limiting visibility, especially on the roadways. Don't be heading out and about right now. We've got that purple all along that area. We could be seeing radar indicated rainfall rates of anywhere from 4 to maybe 5 inches per hour. We already had some 2 to 3 inches per hour that were confirmed a little bit ago. That has been produced from this storm. So, of course, looking around town, Fredericksburg, you guys are not the only ones seeing storms. We're starting to see some storms come up from the Comfort and Bankersmith area over towards Stonewall, as well as in between Johnson City and Stonewall along 290 there. Starting to see those visibilities probably go down on the roadway there. So please be aware of that. Again, these storms are starting to inch away from those more rural parts of our area, starting to inch closer here to the Austin metro, honestly, here in the next couple of hours. I do believe this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for areas of Marble Falls, as well as like Fairland, down towards Round Mountain here. Let's see if we can get some info on this. So yeah, this goes for Blanco, Burnett, Gillespie, and Llano. They're extending this until 8:15 p.m. Again, these are not, super fast moving storms. The whole complex of storms is only going about 20 miles per hour. This is why it's kind of taking a bit for it to move out of the hill country and towards the I-35 corridor. But of course, it's just moving pretty slow. That's why we're seeing those very heavy rainfall rates. Honestly, very kind of healthy looking storm as it's moved from Mason all the way into Fredericksburg, and now of course shifting now, southern Burnett County. You guys are included in that severe thunderstorm warning now. We still have the considerable tag for this storm as it moves closer to the Round Mountain area. I do want to say this is going to be the intersection of 281 and 71, very busy area. And of course, we are starting to wind down the night here. 7-11 is the time right now, but for areas, in Burnett and Blanco who have recently, been under dry weather for most of the day, that's not going to be the case as we shift into the next hour or so. Again, we have a whole nother hour for this severe thunderstorm warning. Considerable tag again, because we are expecting considerable impacts from this storm that is expected to move on in. So yeah, the storm down towards Fredericksburg, we were talking about that bowing effect a little bit. Of course, that's why we're seeing those potentially very damaging straight line winds. But it's almost kind of blowing itself out a bit, which is, some good news in terms of, sometimes we can see storms weaken that way. But there's just so much instability out ahead of that I do think that, if any, isolated storms kind of come off of that, it's possible that they just, take advantage of that instability out there because it's still very, very warm, very, very humid out there. So I just actually want to take a bigger look across Texas tonight. Of course, we're not the only ones seeing some active radar. Amarillo all the way down to Lubbock. You can see just to the west of Amarillo, they're dealing with their own tornado warnings tonight. And it's very still warm. We're still sitting at 87 degrees in San Marcos, 90 degrees for San Antonio. So there's tons of warmth, tons of humidity that a lot of these storms can still take advantage of. We still basically have all the ingredients out there that we would need for a severe thunderstorm or even potential for another tornado warning. That's why our tornado watch goes until 10 p.m. tonight, because there's just so much. It really is interesting to look at the temperature map across Texas. You see that big drop of temperatures there in San Angelo, and it's just kind of spreading out towards Austin, towards Del Rio. Del Rio is still sitting at 98 degrees right now, and of course it is just so humid here in Austin. 71 degrees for that dew point out there, 68 for San Angelo. Our dry line is nowhere close to our area, so this is a lot of moisture, a lot of instability that the atmosphere still has left for tonight. So here's a look again at our tornado watch. This hasn't changed since it's been issued earlier on today. Still includes our hill country areas, still includes Austin Metro, Travis County, and Hayes County too. And I do think, as we're kind of tracking these storms, there could be some rounds of rain that do hit Williamson County, but mainly that threat is going to sort of sink down towards the south and east, I think. So that was good on the National Weather Service for not including Williamson County in that. But if you live in Williamson County, you will see some rain. It just may not be as severe as, what the rest of us are seeing. So again, kind of that new update is going to be our severe thunderstorm warning that was issued to include southern Burnett County, Round Mountain, kind of those northern areas, Blanco County too. That goes until 8:15 p.m. So Blanco, Burnett, Gillespie, Llano, portions of that region. So I believe that's is that the Llano River that runs into Pedernales River. Okay, so honestly, that kind of includes a lot of those areas or neighborhoods that run along the Pedernales River there and continue off towards Marble Falls, and that's Inks Lake or no, yes, it is Ink Lake, correct, towards Granite Shoals and Marble Falls. So I do want to be.
That cell down near Blanco too.
Oh yeah.
Watch that for a short-term tornado risk.
Let's look at the velocity on that. Not showing up anything too crazy at the moment.
It's got that look to it.
Yeah. Hunter always says, lock it in. You guys don't hear him back here, but I do. So LBJ Ranch, tons of heavy rainfall coming your way. Lots of lightning strikes in this, isolated cell that's between Johnson City and Stonewall right now, moving over to 90 there out towards the hill country. Very heavy rainfall. I mean, this is the kind of rainfall that's really going to limit visibility out there. I really would discourage anyone driving out in the hill country right now, even as close to us as, Burnett, and then, that intersection of 281 as well as 71, Marble Falls, Round Mountain, Spicewood, those areas are under a severe thunderstorm warning, that new one that we just got. It's possible that they issue a severe thunderstorm warning for this area between Johnson City and Stonewall too, that we're just now watching. That's going to start to potentially conjoin with our other storm here. So let's go back and look at, honestly, I'd love to look at some of our LCRA rainfall totals. LCRA has a ton of rainfall gauges across the hill country, closer to Austin as well. So these are what we've seen over the past couple of hours here. Almost to 3 inches to the south and west of Mason County there. 1.3, 1.4, 2.5, about 2.5 for those areas near Enchanted Rock who were under that tornado warning earlier on. Not as much rainfall coming in just yet for Fredericksburg, Johnson City, but of course, give it a little time. We will see that. And then, of course, these rainfall totals that we can see to the north of Georgetown here, those are actually from our first instance of thunderstorms. It's been a long day. We saw some thunderstorms earlier on today. Those are now off towards the Houston area, probably in the Gulf now, but this is our second round of rain. And here we go. We actually have a potential rotation popping up. Willow City. Let's see exactly. It may just be a little bit of a glitch with those straight line winds coming in.
I still think there's definitely some broad spin. It's kind of like that storm earlier.
Yeah.
Up in the storm, it's definitely rotating, but is it enough to produce a tornado? Did you see? I don't think my mic's on. Sorry, getting set up here behind the scenes, but Grace too, you see they lumped in that cell out ahead that I was just talking about, the lock it in cell. They lumped that in, so now the severe thunderstorm warning goes into Blanco County too.
Okay. Yeah, so like we just said, I mean, all of these thunderstorms that are kind of moving just ahead of this, you can call it a quote-unquote line, reaching severe limits because there's so much instability in the atmosphere, so much humidity, so much heat. And, this right now is just outside of that western Travis County, Hayes County line. So it won't be long here as we shift towards 8, 9 p.m. I do think Hunter's right, certainly about that. We're going to start to see these storms speed up a little bit as we shift closer and closer to those late evening hours. And then, we also have a lot of rainfall up to the north of us, a lot of, isolated cells there too. So we are starting to see the line kind of form just a touch, all the way from Dallas down through the Waco area, starting to see that rain really clump up. And of course, our hill country areas have the bulk of it, but and it's even starting down to the west of San Antonio too, moving into some of those counties. I believe that's out towards Bandera region. But yeah, a lot to track, a lot of lightning, almost too much to look at. But
real quick too, also we're going to go kind of back and forth between radar pictures here. Also want to keep folks updated. This is again that cell that we've been watching here in Blanco County that they kind of lumped in with that new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go into the velocity, and yeah, I mean, like I'm not trying to say, hey, a tornado's on the ground. I don't think that, but this is an area, you see this right here, that will need to continue to watch closely, because if that holds together, that could track towards the Johnson City area, and I think ultimately it would get pulled back into the main line. But for a period of time, could a cell like this produce a tornado threat? It's possible. Again, guys, just we're watching mainly a straight line wind threat, but just a few areas where a little twist could be going on. But this is serious wind, which is now it's been a Gillespie County problem. Now this Boeing segment of storms is going to head into Blanco County, and that's going to be next up. We'll go back to our wind tracker, where again anywhere in yellow is at least 40-mile-per-hour winds. Anywhere in orange is 58, which is technically severe, and at times we've had some 70 to 80, although it does look slightly less aggressive right now. Let me give you kind of a big picture view one more time, so we'll back out. It's almost now a solid line of storms, not quite to the northern edge of Burnett, but that is our big complex of storms. And Grace, I think this is going to come in a little ahead of schedule, just based on the fact that we're sitting here at 7:20, and these are already moving into one row of counties out of the I-35 corridor. I think, here in the next 2 hours, if not sooner, these are going to be coming into parts of the metro with a wind, hail, low but not zero tornado threat. It's not out of the question. We get another tornado warning, and then also that risk for heavy rain and for flooding. These storms are producing tons of lightning. Also, I just want to give you an idea. On the screen right now, there are over 3,000 lightning strikes, which is pretty remarkable here. And then also you could see the rain that these things are dropping in the background. We want the rain, that part is good, but as we mentioned, there is going to be a flood concern, especially as you get up into parts of like northern Williamson, especially northeastern Williamson, into Milam and Lee, because those areas were clipped by that round of storms that we had this morning. So the air there is a little bit more worked over. Maybe the severe threat's a little bit lower, but hey, even if you get another 1 to 3 inches plus of rain to add on top of that, that is certainly enough to cause issues with flooding. So we'll go back into the radar here, and we'll analyze this for you. We want to keep an eye on the hail potential too, right? It's not just the wind. So here is the radar. Let's see what hail tracker is showing. Yeah, I mean, we still have a couple different hail cores there. None of them are quite as robust as what we had earlier. But yeah, still this could be golf ball, especially this one. Yeah, this cell. It's that little cell that we've been watching that formed out ahead of the main line. This one's trouble. So that is going to come into Johnson City, and it's a smaller hail core, but you can see where it's got golf ball size hail in there. So that is on track to come up here closer to the Johnson City area. So make sure you're taking your hail precautions imminently in Johnson City. And then outside of that, so we'll take that off. Let's go up the line a little bit. So let's back out. Yeah, that hail core just it's going to keep intensifying there. So I do want to give you an early heads up. I think that's going to ramp up on approach to Johnson City. That could be a big hailstorm. Then this is kind of smaller, but could impact areas up towards like Round Mountain. And then it's, here we'll back out. Looks like less hail going on as you get into parts of Llano and Burnett counties, but still there's the potential for wind and some smaller hail in that section of these storms. I think the strongest part, though, is definitely this stuff down here, which is going Gillespie into Blanco County. And okay, so I want to get the speed, then we're going to do a big storm tracking, and you're going to see when these start to approach at least parts of the metro. So what they're saying right now, let me pull this up. They're saying severe thunderstorms, what is the movement? East at 25. 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are what they're tracking. So the wind, again, it's come down a little bit. It was really ripping there in the Fredericksburg area. We'll see what we can find if there were any power outages or anything like that. But let me, all right, so these are going to go at 25. Make sure we got the speed right. Save that.
I do have the power outage map pulled up. What? I mean, for what we were tracking earlier, that, what is this? Central Texas Electric Co-op, 1,500 customers affected. So certainly, a lot of them dealing with very heavy winds and rain and all that sort of stuff. So
yeah, here's the look. I mean, look, here's the storm track on this, Grace, over the next hour, and Yeah, look, in an hour from now, we could already have these starting to move into parts of Hays and Travis counties.
Yeah.
So if you're doing the barbecue, the grill, you're hanging out by the pool watching KVUE Plus, as I'm sure you would want to be doing, this is going to be coming in here in the next hour to an hour and a half. This is going to be knocking on the door of the Austin Metro. So let's think here by 8:30, 9 o'clock. This is going to be closing in on the I-35 corridor with a wind and a hail threat. Hopefully things can continue to trend down a little bit, but certainly not a guarantee. We have a lot of warmth and humidity and all of that we are still dealing with, but you can see the approximate timings which are going on there. Grace, you see anything from National Weather Service or anything else going on?
Not at the current moment. They kind of sent out a long list of things a little bit earlier. I will say, they had a 2.79 inches of rain recorded in the last hour. That's going to be at a gauge near Gillespie, Llano, and Mason County where they intersect there. So, I mean, that's about almost 3 inches of rain per hour from this storm. And we've, again, been talking about the rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour, which is certainly enough to, cause very low visibility on the roadways. And of course, when you got hail mixed into that, that's not a great situation either. And, some of us had a tornado warning on top of that. So none of this is a good situation. Of course, if you're still out and about tonight in the I-35 corridor, I would say make your way home because you're going to want to be indoors and not traveling around town, as this comes in. And again, we're talking about the speed of this kind of speeding up a little bit. So we're more so expecting this to shift across the I-35 corridor, say, 10 p.m. to midnight tonight. Now that's starting to look more like, 8:39 and closer to like earlier hours of 10 p.m. So again, some bigger speeds here coming in. And of course, this whole line, basically all the way from the top of the Buchanan Dam all the way down to Blanco, is now severe warned. So that's another thing to
We just got a baseball-size hail report near High in southwest Blanco County. So that's going to be this cell, which is developed out ahead remember this hail tracker product, it lags a minute or two behind, but we just got spotter report baseball size hail near High. So that is going to come up very close to Johnson City. So between High and Johnson City, this is destructive type hail, a report of baseball size hail. In addition, we did get an update to our tornado watch. Looks like they've expanded the area. So let's see which areas are in and which are out. So give me a second. This should show us. So they've extended this where now we have a tornado watch, it added Williamson. So Williamson was not previously in this tornado watch area. Man, and so now it's a destructive tag too on that Blanco County storm. So then they added Caldwell and Bastrop and Lee counties to our tornado watch. Did they change the time? As of now, this goes through 10 o'clock, but it still goes through 10 o'clock. And I guess, honestly, with the way that the timing is sped up, that's not going to be too far off. But just a heads up now, Williamson County, Caldwell, Bastrop, Lee, you are now also included in the tornado watch. The most destructive storm that we have right now is going to be this storm, which is in Blanco County. And you know what I'm about to say about that. I don't like the look of that one either, Grace. You see where we've got that hook which is developing. That is, look, that looks a little problematic to me. So let's go in with the velocity first. Like it's not super tight, or it's not super strong rotation, but we've got a small little couplet which is trying to develop there. And I'm watching this one so closely because I know it's close to Johnson City. So it only takes one scan for this to tighten up, and all of a sudden you've got a tornado problem over a town. So this is an area, again, I'm not saying it's imminently producing a tornado, but I am saying that is an area that we need to watch like a hawk here over the next couple of scans. This is the most robust storm right now. It's got that look to it, but it's also producing potentially hail up to baseball size. This is the hail tracker with it. And it's not showing that type of hail, but again, sometimes it just doesn't pick up on it perfectly. And we had a report sent in to the National Weather Service that said, hey, baseball size hail is possible, or was reported with this storm. Let's see if Shear's picking up a little bit. on that little area spin going on down here. Again, just something that we'll need to watch. But as we go back to the information on the warning, you can see they've added the destructive tag. That is the highest level of severe thunderstorm warning that you can get. It goes base severe thunderstorm warning, then up to considerable, and then it goes up to destructive. And that is where we are at, unfortunately, right now. Let me read you what the National Weather Service is saying about this. A severe thunderstorm was located near Old Tunnel State Park, or 8 miles north of Comfort, moving east at 20. This is a destructive storm. Oh, there's a note. Did you see that, Grace, from the National Weather Service? They're saying, watching circulation developing northwest of the city of Blanco. So this might try to go here in a second. So look, out of an abundance of caution, if you live northwest of Blanco, and if you live in Johnson City, I'm sure you're already inside because of this destructive severe thunderstorm warning, but just treat this like a tornado. I'm not saying a tornado will happen, but I don't like the look of that. So let's just treat that like it could become a tornado warning. But as of now, it's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, baseball size hail, and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Grace, I'm going to toss it over to you real quick, and I'm just going to make sure production's ready just in case we need to go on with that storm. But you are up now.
Yeah, so this is what Hunter was talking about here. Just to kind of the south and west of, north and west of Blanco, south and west of Johnson City here is kind of this little notch that we're watching for the potential of some rotation as we kind of shift into the next couple of minutes here. We've got some notes from the National Weather Service saying that they're also watching this as well. And you can see kind of on our velocity map, we're starting to see, if we pause this here, that little blue dot up to the kind of very tippity top here. That is indicating the potential for some very strong winds. And of course, when you see the red and the green right next to each other like that, sometimes, that gets so close together that it forms kind of a couplet there. So that's something that we're certainly watching. We also are starting to see on our wind tracker those 58 near 70-mile-per-hour winds in that very same area. So that's one area that we're watching for potential for a tornado to kind of spin up a little bit there. And again, this is going to be just to the west of 281, potentially crossing up towards the 281 region. It'll be actually moving in this sort of direction up to the north and east as we kind of shift into the next couple of minutes here. So again, they would be passing mostly south of Johnson City if, of course, they do warn this. But I do also want to span out just a touch because we also have a very strong storm just to the south and east of this, mostly east of this, between Bankersmith and Comfort. Very strong storm, very heavy rainfall there. And I was seeing on our hail tracker that our hail tracker is looking really significant. The hail core just to the north of Comfort there is actually looking very significant as well. That golf ball size, hen egg size hail that we've been kind of noting the past several hours here as we shift into the rest of this afternoon. That storm that we're watching closer to Johnson City, it's starting to cycle down in regards to hail right now, but of course it's starting to cycle up in regards to actual velocity. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. We're still watching kind of that notch right there for the potential for that inflow. Actually, I can turn our little pointer on here. Yeah, so right here is where we would be watching that. Actually, I don't think you can see because he left his max up and not mine. Yeah, but basically that little notch that you can see just to the north and west of Blanco there. Actually, you may be able to see me moving around on my map as well. Johnson City, tons of rain there. Stonewall. Thankfully, Fredericksburg, I know you guys have really had a go of it a little bit earlier today, but you're starting to see that rain start to nod off just a touch and starting to see some more lighter rain just to the north and west of your region at the moment. All right, we have a current tornado warning out for that storm that we were just moving in on, so we are going to break into coverage here in just a moment.
We'll be with you in 1 second. Y'all stand by. Phil, can you hear me? Yeah, we'll go now. We'll go now. We've got the tornado warning, so just as soon as possible. Thank you. And Grace, they've got your cam shot set up so you can. All right, hello everybody. KVUE Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. We are breaking into coverage because we have another tornado-warned storm which is impacting the Blanco area. So let me show you the latest on this. And honestly, guys, we have this huge cluster of storms. All of these are strong to severe, but this is a quickly developing circulation which has come together just outside of Blanco. So I need to flip over my screens real quick, but this is a tornado warning, so if you live in Blanco, make sure you take shelter immediately. You are in the path of this storm, which quickly is ramped up and is producing a fairly tight circulation there. So there we go. I've got things all pulled up now. But make sure you are taking your tornado precautions, and this warning does ultimately approach Dripping Springs and Wimberley, so it's down the line. But if this storm holds its strength and continues as it is moving east, it down the line will impact areas like Hays County. All right, so now we're into tracking mode. We'll be able to track this one for you. So let me zoom in and we'll show you what is going on with this warning. So here it is. The stats on it, this will go until 8:15 for Blanco into Hays County. This is why this tight circulation is developed right here. That is it, that is just on the west side of Blanco. So we urge everybody in Blanco to make sure you are taking your tornado precautions right now. This is going to be coming in just close to town or just on the north side of town. This is where the storm is rotating right now. This is it in here. So we've had strong straight line winds, and then very quickly this is ramped up and is producing a circulation. Not that we have a confirmed tornado, but you guys know we've been using the shear product a lot over the past couple of weeks, and when you start to get into that second rung of yellow there, that tells you things are definitely starting to spin. So in the Blanco area, make sure that you are sheltered. You are now under a tornado warning, which goes until 8:15. So this is where, there's the little hook, this is the inflow right here, and this is where the possible tornado would be located on the northwest side of Blanco. So there's a new scan. Let's see if our velocity just updated. And yeah, still I'm seeing signs of a circulation right in here. Let's go back to rotation, and then we'll zoom in close and we'll try and see if we have any streets which are located where this is developing in the areas that are immediately out ahead of this. So anywhere in the Blanco area, then especially to the north, and you can see we do still have some areas that are included here. So Ranch Road 1623 is down that way. Make sure you are taking your tornado precautions, and here, we'll just kind of back the view down, and as we get closer to Blanco, you can see the Blanco Middle School, and then here's town. So Blanco Middle School is right there. Here's the center of town, and then as you go up 281, it might be just north, but out of an abundance of caution, make sure you're taking your tornado precautions here around the Blanco Landing, and anywhere along the 281 corridor, you are directly in the path of this rotating storm right now. And outside of the tornado threat, we have also been tracking a very large hail threat. So we want to give you a heads up too. These are also hail producing storms. This is looking like quarter size to maybe $half size hail with that storm. And then there's a separate storm, which is also severe warned. And this one coming into Round Mountain is producing hail that's even larger. That could be getting up closer to 1.5 inches or so in diameter. But as far as tornadoes are concerned, there's one tornado warned storm right now, and it is the storm that is moving into the Blanco area. When we were tracking this same storm back in Gillespie County, Grace and I have been on KVUE Plus here all through this evening. This was producing straight line winds that were in excess of 80 miles per hour. And still, I'm seeing a signature here that is, we'll just punch it up, 75 mile per hour winds. So 67, even if we don't have a tornado on the ground, which is not a guarantee, but even if we don't have that, these could be very strong straight line winds, which are coming into Blanco and just to the north. So again, Blanco, then following the 281 corridor up to the north. That's where we want to make sure everybody is sheltered. Our shear detecting product is still picking up on some light shear in this area. And then just out of an abundance of caution, let's check in and make sure we don't have a debris ball. And I'm not seeing anywhere where debris is lofted, which is fantastic news. But the National Weather Service, they were watching this over the past several scans. And you can see why they issued this. So here's where that hook is located. So right in here, that is where the tornado would be located, and that is going to track over or just north of the Blanco area. And by the way, when we say tornado precautions, what exactly do we mean? What we mean is make sure you are sheltered on the lowest level of your home. So here's a look at what to do if you are included in a tornado warning. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of your home. Cover your head. If you have a bike helmet or a baseball helmet, we say this all the time, I know it sounds silly, but cover your head with that. If you don't have one nearby, it's okay. Just make sure you're sheltered in an interior room. Then avoid driving. I know it is Memorial Day. We've got folks trying to be out and about. I get it, but we don't want anybody driving through this storm. It's got three main threats with it. It's got straight line winds, it has a tornado threat with it, and it also is producing large hail as well. So we have all three of those threats which are going on with this storm, so make sure you are hunkered down, especially in the general vicinity of Blanco. So back to our warning right now. Again, just to show you which areas we need to watch, this is where the spin is located, and it's going to track just like that. I mean, I know we're drawing on red there, but that shows you where the circulation is located. And as we isolate it too, you're going to be able to see, we'll go just into the wind tracker product. So this is not where the rotation is, but where the strong winds are. And look at that. So anywhere in the yellow is 40 plus. Anywhere in the orange is 58 plus, which is the technical criteria for a severe thunderstorm warning. Anywhere red is 70 plus, and we have some of that. And we also have some pink showing up in the general vicinity of where this tornado could be taking place. So let's zoom in closer on that and see exactly where the strongest winds are located. Coming in on the north and northwest side of Blanco. So here's a closer look. We got the Kennedy Ranch, Ranch Road 1623. Then down here at the bottom of your screen, that's Ranch Road 1623. So any of these landmarks, this is where we have strong winds. This is where we have an area of rotation, just something that we'll need to keep a very close eye on here. As we mentioned, I know we had a confirmed considerable tornado earlier in Mason. This is not a confirmed tornado. This is a radar indicated tornado, but bare minimum, we have a ton of straight line wind, which is coming into the Blanco area right now. Let's do this. I want to do a storm track on this, and we'll back out the view because here before too long, we're going to start to implicate parts of the metro. And I'll do one just for the tornado warned storm here in a second. But I also want to do one just for the whole broad line. So let me make sure I've got the latest on what the speed is. So these storms are moving east at 25 miles per hour. So we're going to do a storm track of where the storm will go over the next hour. And here's a look. East at 25. So here's about where this is going. And again, here in the next hour, this line of storms, I'm not saying the whole solid line will necessarily be severe, but this line of storms with pockets of embedded hail, with pockets of wind that could be 70 plus is going to be coming into the I-35 corridor in the metro and pockets of rotation, especially out around the Blanco area. So this is coming into Spicewood very soon, into Hamilton Pool by 7:57, Bertram 8:01, Dripping Springs 8:11, Lakeway 8:14, Driftwood 8:23, Leander 8:28, Lakeline Mall 8:35, and Oak Hill around 8:37 at its current path. So this is going to bring a severe weather threat, hail, damaging winds, a risk for a spin-up tornado, and then also there's going to be the risk for some flooding. We need the rain, right? But you can see this thing is throwing down some rain in its wake. Anywhere in green is at least an inch. We've got 1 to 4 inches of rain that has fallen back behind these storms. And then given it's Memorial Day, these storms are also really putting out some lightning. So this is the lightning counter product, and this is going to take a second just because there's so much lightning that's being detected in this storm. But at times we've had over 3,000, and look, that's gone up. We have over 4,000 lightning strikes in just a 15-minute span with these storms. And in their wake, we've also been keeping an eye on the power situation. There are some areas without power in the wake of these storms that over parts of Gillespie County and the Fredericksburg area, then especially out towards Mason. But the reason we are on KVUE right now is because we have a tornado warning. We have one tornado warned storm. We have 2 different severe thunderstorm warnings, 1 tornado warning, and that is for the Blanco area where we have radar indicated rotation. Again, we don't have spotters that have seen this, but you can see the little notch where this is trying to develop, and it's basically right over Blanco. If anything, it's slightly to the north. So this is the broad area that's rotating on or just north of Blanco. So continue to stay sheltered in the Blanco area as this storm is going to be moving through here over the next several minutes. And then once it passes, we'll give you the all clear and it'll be fine. But right now you've got an area of circulation that we need to watch very, very closely, which is very close to town there. As far as like looking for a couplet, it's a little messy. There's nothing like jumping off right here that's screaming tornado down, tornado on the ground, but that reflectivity product, I think, honestly gives you a little bit of a better angle where you can see where the hook is developed. And back a few scans ago, this definitely looked like it had the potential at least to produce a tornado, and hopefully it doesn't. You know, sometimes we have tornado warnings and tornadoes don't happen, and that's fine. But we just want to make sure everybody is being safe here. So there's the new scan as the leading edge of the circulation is now coming into the Blanco area. So let's see if our wind's updated. And
Weather Service is saying that the scans are not looking as strong as before as well.
so that's a good thing. So the National Weather Service, they're watching this with us, and they're saying, hey, when we issued this, it looks a little bit tighter. Now it's not quite as robust. So hopefully, look, if we go a couple more scans, hey, we'll get off KVUE. We'll continue our coverage on KVUE Plus, and hopefully the tornado threat diminishes. But I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves to say that the tornado threat for sure is going to weaken. For a couple of scans, this looks a little bit better, but let's still continue to take this seriously as this storm is moving through. But as the scans look a little bit better, let's shift and let's talk hail a little bit, because we do have a couple of pockets of hail which have developed.
There are some updates also for our severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, you guys can go over to Grace real quick on, she's got Max 2. You guys can pop her up and she'll keep folks updated on what's going on with the National Weather Service.
Yeah, up towards Burnett County, we also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that continues until 8:45 tonight. Includes a little bit of Williamson County as well, and this also includes our Marble Falls region. Now, this is a separate severe thunderstorm warning here, but the National Weather Service does want to say that they've had instances of straight line winds up to 70 miles per hour, and there has been damage done in that Marble Falls region. So they have added a tornado possible tag to, I believe, both of these severe thunderstorm warnings. Well, not the north one, but the south one over towards Marble Falls, as we kind of shift into the rest of the night here, because they do want to just make sure that everyone is aware that there are multiple severe weather threats within these storms that are moving into the region. So added that tornado possible tag, and of course we still have our ongoing tornado warning, of course, down towards the Blanco region, which is starting to look a little bit weaker, but of course we're continuing to watch those scans for you guys. Over to you, Hunter.
Yeah, I want to show you guys the wind gusts that we've seen. So these are just the observations. So Llano gusting to 38 right now, Fredericksburg gusting to 43. And remember, Fredericksburg's back behind where the strongest winds are. So these are intense winds that are coming in with this storm. And what I want to do, so Grace said we have that new tornado possible tag. So let's focus in, and it's going to be on this northern section of the line. So we have the storm that is tornado warned near Blanco. That one for now appears to be doing a little bit better, but here we go into Burnett. So here's the latest as far as the text of the warning. And it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning with the considerable tag to it, which goes until 8:45. This goes for Burnett, then a small sliver of Williamson County here near the Florence area. And I see what they mean where there's this little notch here that we'll need to keep an eye on. Again, I think this mainly looks like a straight line wind threat, but there's some strong winds in here, guys. Look at, I mean, when we start getting into these dark blues, I mean, that's nearly 80-mile-per-hour straight line winds, which are coming into northern Burnett County. So this is not just a run-of-the-mill, severe thunderstorm warning. These have been putting down strong winds, and from time to time, they tighten up and they try to produce a tornado just to check in on the rotation. Again, I think this is mainly straight line wind here, but our system is picking up on that, so we'll keep a close eye on that too. Now what we can do, we'll go from north to south, so let's go down the line, and we'll focus in on what's happening with the storm cell, which is down south of that, which is going to impact the Marble Falls area. So here's that one, and let's see if it will grab the right warning here. So it's going to take, well, they upgraded this one to destructive, unfortunately. But in the Marble Falls area, there's going to be a hail threat. That's looking a little bit better, but could still be up to quarter size or a little bit less, which is over Lake LBJ and is heading into the Marble Falls area. Now we'll go down to the southern line, which is the one that has been causing all the problems with the most destructive winds and currently with the tornado warning, which is still in effect. But as the National Weather Service was saying, it's not looking quite as robust as earlier, but still we want you to stay sheltered with us for a while longer in the Blanco area. And then if you live in, okay, all right, we've got a storm chaser, which is in the thick of things here in Johnson City. So that is the view from our storm chaser, which is on the ground. It looks like we're a little north, getting into where some of the rain and where the hail is located, but we have storm chaser on the ground in the vicinity of this severe warned storm and of this tornado warned storm. And we're going to keep a close eye on that. So if we get confirmation of anything, if we start to see hail or wind or tornado damage or anything, we'll have eyes on the ground for you. But that is our storm chaser, which is out there on the way out towards the Johnson City area. We'll see what the new scan looks like for our Doppler winds. And again, I mean, there's a little bit of rotation in here. It's just not quite as robust as earlier, but you can still see where this little kink in the line is developed, and that is where the storm is going to try to spin here. The rotation product, this really has been doing a good job, and it's picking up on mainly light areas of rotation. So based on what I'm seeing right now, this looks like a lot of straight line wind, and I'm not saying there's a 0% chance for a tornado in here, but I'm leaning towards there not being a tornado on the ground imminently. That doesn't mean we shouldn't take this seriously, but just to tell you, this is a radar indicated tornado. We have a broad area of strong straight line winds, and then periodically things try to tighten up a little bit. I want to see if our wind numbers have updated. So let's go back to the current wind speeds. So Llano gusting to 38, Fredericksburg gusting to 43, and we know there's been some power issues already in the wake of these storms, and we're going to see similar numbers. Another way to just kind of visualize the way things are behaving right now, you could see where the instability is peaking here, and then this is going to continue to blow into parts of the I-35 corridor in the metro, but that's where the storm energy is highest right now. So we'll go back.
Shaved off a little bit of that western part of the tornado warning, but continuing until 8:15.
Okay, so they shaved off portions of the warning. We'll get in. Yeah, so they're given the all clear here. If you live back west of Blanco, you have the all clear. It's still like a raging storm right now, but the tornado threat for you has ended. There still is heavy rain and hail and some straight line wind, but your tornado threat has ended. Basically now the tornado threat is going east of Blanco, and soon this is going to be a storm that's going to be over Hayes County for areas that are just west of Dripping Springs and for areas that are just west of the Wimberley area. So let's zoom in closer to this one again, and you can see where this is going to be located. Again, this is where the broad rotation is, which is passed through the Blanco area. So look, if there was a tornado on the ground that went through Blanco, I think we would know about it. We definitely have some strong straight line winds, and then we have an area of some broad rotation that could produce a tornado. Not confirmed right now, but that's the reason we're on right now, just out of respect for this tornado warning. And again, we'll show you this goes until 8:15, so there is another, there's another 15 to 20 minutes plus on this one. But Henley into just on the west side of Dripping Springs in the Blanco area. These are the spots where we want to make sure you're taking your tornado precautions right now. Back to the big picture to give you an update on what is going to be rolling into the Austin area. And then, Grace, too, we can do that same thing we did earlier. So if you want to punch up some forecast graphics and show folks how this will evolve as it heads into the Austin area, we'll do that. So let's clear off the warnings. We have one severe thunderstorm warning for this Burnett County storm. That's a strong one. We have one here around Lake LBJ. We have another one. This is the most intense storm, which is going from Blanco County into Hayes County, and then one tornado warning. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado, not a guarantee that it's on the ground, but bare minimum, we have strong straight line winds. And these storms, I'll measure this out for you, they are quickly closing in on the I-35 corridors. I think these will be arriving a little bit ahead of schedule. We'll draw this out, see if this ruler doesn't want to work for me. But these storms, I mean, I think here in the next hour, these are going to be moving into the Austin metro with tons of lightning too. So I think it's about that time, guys. You can see this is producing over 4,000 lightning strikes It's about that time to kind of start packing up the Memorial Day outdoor festivities going on here. You can see where out in advance of these storms, the lightning strikes are going now into Hayes County and into northwest Travis and into western sections of Williamson County. So just give everyone a heads up. We had a nice stretch this afternoon where things were primarily dry, so hopefully everybody was able to get outside to enjoy this, but it appears that now we've got these storms closing in. So here over the next several hours, just stay hunkered down. We've got severe storms which are coming into the metro and the I-35 corridor next up. Grace, you ready to do a little forecast update over there?
Yeah, we got it loaded up here. So we're looking at our tornado watch, of course. We have some updates on that already tonight as we're continuing to watch these storms kind of move through our area. So we've actually added on a couple of counties onto this. That includes Williamson County, Lee County, Bastrop County, as well as Caldwell County, who initially were not underneath this watch as we shift into 10 p.m. tonight. And again, that still goes until 10 p.m. Now, as we kind of shift forward into the next couple of hours here, we are going to, see our timeline of these showers and storms kind of speed up just a little bit. We're already starting to see the initialization of that line that eventually will move through a little bit faster than what we are tracking currently right now. So into about 9 p.m., we'll start to see that inch into the I-35 corridor, potentially even before that, maybe around 8:30 or closer to maybe like 8:15, because we're already seeing a lot of that kind of inch into Hayes County as well as those western portions of Travis County. Now, closer to 10 p.m., I do think a lot of places in the I-35 corridor will be experiencing rain, if not heavy thunderstorms at that time. And our rapid refresh model here, our high resolution model that we use, is still giving way to midnight being a time frame where we're still noticing that line of storms kind of set up across the I-35 corridor. Now, I do think, with our recent kind of updated time frame, this may be moving across our region a little bit sooner than that, maybe between the hours of 10 and 11 p.m. But past midnight, I do think, this time frame that you can see right here towards 2, 3 a.m., we start to see much more widespread rain across a lot of the area, mostly towards the east there. Still some pockets of heavy rain there, but I do think we're going to be starting to get out of that severe issue of thunderstorms out there. So here's kind of the bigger picture across Texas tonight. We are not the only ones dealing with severe weather potential. Of course, we have our tornado watch issued from San Angelo all the way through Austin that we just went over, and up towards the Panhandle, Amarillo, Lubbock. They've had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out towards the Texas Panhandle, and even a couple of tornado warnings out towards that region too. I do want to zoom in just a little bit because we're talking about this line of thunderstorms. It's a little bit hard to see if we're just looking at the Austin metro here, but if we shift this onto, our present time frame, you can see that we are starting to see a line really shape up from the north of Waco all the way down through the Austin and even San Antonio region. Now, this is going to be shifting, as we head into the next couple of hours here. All right, Hunter has another update for us. We're going to shift it back to him real quick.
Yeah, just want to give folks a heads up as this is coming through the Burnett area. We now have some proof of what the winds are. Burnett, the airport there, now gusting to 58 miles per hour. And what the National Weather Service has done, they've actually upgraded this to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning based on the wind. So we see this pretty regularly or from time to time due to the hail threat. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning because it's producing winds that are up to 80 miles per hour. So here's a look at it. You can see destructive tag, severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45 for Burnett. And then this is going to graze like Florence area, far northern Williamson County. But as you look at the velocities here, you see why. Anywhere in these dark blues, that is going to be tremendous wind. As we mentioned, that could be up to 80 miles per hour, which is heading towards the Mahomet area, towards the Ocala area. Look at that. Velocity estimating anywhere from 60 to over 80 mile per hour winds. Our wind tracker product has been really good at picking this out. So let me show you that. And here we go. So let's zoom in. Let's inspect this. As we mentioned, guys, I know this is not a tornado warning, but this is not your run-of-the-mill, breezy thunderstorm that's coming in. This over Lake Victor is destructive wind. Anywhere in the light yellow is 40 plus. Then you get into orange, 58 plus. red is 70 plus, and we've got 80 plus mile per hour winds, which are right over Lake Victor right now. Let me zoom in. I'll let you know exactly where some of these cells are located. And I just want to, give you an update on some roads and stuff here. There obviously are some neighborhoods here in Lake Victor where we have destructive winds. So this is FM 2340, which is exactly where the core of the destructive winds are located right now near Lake Victor. And then let's zoom back out and we'll see where exactly these are heading. County Road 20A is right out there. And then, look, these are some of the areas that back a couple weeks ago were impacted by that tornado warning storm. So this is going to head out towards Ocala, and it's going to cross here over the 183 corridor. So these are destructive winds. Again, 80 plus mile per hour winds that have been confirmed by the National Weather Service in this storm. Now, it is a straight line wind threat. I'm keeping an eye on it. There's a few little areas I can't completely rule out a very brief spin up tornado here, but for the most part, this is a straight line wind threat. You can see our system is picking up on a little bit of light shear in here, but just based on the fact of these straight line winds alone, let's treat this almost like it's a tornado warning, right? Let's make sure we are hunkered down and indoors here from Lake Victor into northeastern sections of Burnett County, because this is a serious, serious storm that is producing winds up to 80 miles per hour. Now, as we go back out to the big picture, okay, so we now have an extension of these severe thunderstorm warnings, which goes into northwestern Travis and now into Williamson County. So we are starting to, as we promised, get parts of the metro involved. And here's a closer look at this. So this does go to Round Rock and to Georgetown and to Cedar Park and to Leander and to Liberty Hill. All of these areas, all of these kind of core populated areas over central and western Williamson County are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. And I'll read you the text of this just to give you an idea of what exactly is in store for these areas. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Burnett down to about Smithwick. These are producing 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail, so the hail threat a little bit lower, but a lot of times when we get severe thunderstorm warnings, it's mainly driven by the hail threat. A lot of this is wind, though. There's some hail, but I think wind is one of the main threats here. So from Marble Falls, this is heading into places like Leander. This includes Round Rock, Cedar Park, Georgetown, approaching areas eventually like Pflugerville, Bertram, Round Mountain, Leander, Laga Vista, Granite Shoals, Horseshoe Bay, Hudson Bend, the Meadow Lakes area, Liberty Hill, and Florence. All of these areas under the gun with this new severe thunderstorm warning, which is due to the wind and then a smaller hail threat. Okay, so that's the big situation. This is our line of storms, which here over the next hour to an hour and a half is going to be sweeping across the Austin metro with wind potential upwards of 60 miles per hour. So we said it earlier. It is time to pack up everything going on with the Memorial Day festivities, anything outside that you don't want to get blown away. It's time to bring that in because we have strong winds, which are rapidly approaching now.
Tornado warning set to expire at 8:15.
Okay, excellent. So still the original time. They're not going to cancel it early?
Yes, original time.
Okay. So back down here, in the way this is trending, this continues to look less impressive from a tornado standpoint. There are still strong winds in here, but it's just not the same type of hook earlier that was driving the tornado warning. So we definitely still have strong winds in here, but I'm just not seeing indications that a tornado is down. So that is, look, there's some light rotation in here. Stay sheltered. These storms obviously can cycle and they can pulse back up and they can produce problems with tornadoes. But as of now, I'm not really seeing any indications that this is imminently on the ground. And if things continue this way, they will allow that tornado warning to expire. But for now, this is going to go until 8:15. So we've got about another 10 minutes or so on it. Let's just continue to stay hunkered down. And even without the tornado warning, I would imagine they will extend some sort of severe thunderstorm warning into these areas that would include Wimberley and the Dripping Springs communities there over parts of Hayes County. We haven't checked in with the hail either, so let's see what's going on with the hail. Yeah, it's definitely has some hail with it. So there's the hail core. And I do want to give you a heads up. This is heading towards places like Dripping Springs. So let's do a storm track on this one. So these are still going at about 20. This will be the approximate arrival of hail. So we're going to go past the existing warning, and I'm going to drag it down to include Wimberley, just so we get a time for you guys. So here's a look at the approximate arrival times for the hail core, which could be quarter to maybe $half size hail into Henley here pretty soon in the next 10 minutes or so. Into Dripping Springs, you're already starting to get some rain, but this is for the bigger hail potential. Coming in around 8:40, Wood Creek about 8:48, Wimberley 8:53. So this is the arrival time for this severe warning storm producing hail, quarter to half-dollar size, in straight line winds of 60 to 70. It has a tornado warning with it right now. We're going to keep watching it, but if things continue this way, that is probably going to drop off. But that is the situation going on with Blanco County heading into Hayes County. So y'all get hunkered down, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, we've got Storm Chaser, which is now. All right, so we're outside Spicewood now with our Storm Chaser, and that is the scene. So that is what these storms are going to look like here. And as you look at that, we'll show you what you're looking at on the radar here in a second. But I'm trying to look closely to see if there's any. Don't mind me, I'm just looking at the monitor over here. Trying to see if we have any hail, which is falling there. At the very least, we've got torrential rain and strong winds, and like that's going to be the deal with these storms. This is what it's going to look like in the Austin metro with this heavy rain, with this wind, and some pockets of hail coming in. So that's our Storm Chaser out in the Spicewood area. We're going to keep a very close eye on that as our Storm Chaser continues to inspect what's happening with these storms. So that was Spicewood. Let's back out the view.
They're going to add a. We've got destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds moving northwest of Burnett County near Briggs. Also seeing some rotation on that. Tornado possible tag will be included in their severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, is that going to be for this northern Burnett County warning?
Yeah, for the Lake Victor storm that's moving closer to western Williamson County.
Yeah, so there it is. Destructive tag. As far as severe thunderstorm warnings go, that is the top of the scale. So you have like your base severe thunderstorm warning. Normally that's for winds of like 60. Then you go up to considerable, which is for winds of like 70. Then when you start getting 80 plus, which is not every day, that's when you get the top of the scale. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning with the destructive tag. Let's look at that. I mean, these are still very intense 80 plus mile-per-hour winds, which are coming in to the Lake Victor area right now. So these are from Burnett northeast towards Lake Victor, Briggs, Bertram too, but more so Briggs and Ocala, and then all these communities here along the 183 corridor. This is not the type of storm to be driving in. I'm telling you, these are intense winds. Treat this essentially like it's a tornado warning, because these 80 plus mile-per-hour winds, I mean, you're almost looking at the type of winds that sometimes you can get in weak tornadoes. I want to go back to the wind tracker. So this is just going to isolate only the strongest winds. And look at that right there. All right, let's zoom in where you start to get into the purples. As we mentioned, we are 80 plus. Since I made this color table, I've never seen the 100 plus pop up. And I hope that doesn't happen today. But we have strong winds here on the now east side of Lake Victor. We'll see if we have any roads that pop up here. So this is FM 963, North FM 1174. So at 963 and 1174, at that intersection is where we have destructive winds, 80 plus mile-per-hour winds. And let's do a storm track on the winds here. What I want to do, we'll loop this here. We'll get zoomed in a little bit closer, just because I know this product can be a little confusing when you're looking at all the various colors. But let's loop it, and I'll show you how, so you can see where those winds just exploded with the storm. And these are going to, if they hold together, come into northern Williamson County, so around Florence. I want to give you a heads up. You have major winds which are approaching. What is the speed of this storm, Grace? Do they have a speed listed?
I believe it's still in that kind of 20-mile-per-hour range, but potentially different.
All right, so we'll do it at about 20, just to be kind of conservative, and we'll say about like this. So here's a look at the possible timing for these coming into northern Williamson County. Coming into Bertram now, Briggs for you at 8:23, and Briggs, you're on track here. Briggs and the Mahomet area, the two areas directly in the path of these destructive 70 to 80 plus mile-per-hour winds. And then if it holds together beyond that, Florence, it would get to you at about 8:47, then Youngsport at about 8:57, but that is technically outside of our KVUE area.
Tracking at 40.
At 40, okay, all right. Well, so they've moved it up even faster because these winds have accelerated out of the storm. So let's back out. I'll do another storm track for you, and this is going to include more portions of our area. So this is common sometimes when you have these bowing segments of storms. They pick up speed. So hopefully it weakens before it gets to all these areas. But here's another storm track. So that's taking it into Briggs again, Liberty Hill. Youngsport, Sun City, Serenata, Georgetown, Belton, and the Granger area. These are all areas that are in the path of this storm, which is producing in its core right here, coming from Bertram into Briggs. In its core, it's producing strong winds anywhere of 60 to 80 miles per hour. Let's see what the hail is doing on this. And thankfully, look, if you have to have 80-mile-per-hour winds, you definitely don't want to throw in like baseball-sized hail. There's some small hail in here, but honestly, this is a wind storm. The main reason this storm has a destructive tag, it's because of the wind. They do have that tornado possible tag on it, so we're going to keep an eye on that too. But as of now, I see mainly a straight line wind threat. Let's go back though, and I do want to, the reason we're on right now is because we have this tornado warned storm, which is about to cross from Blanco County into Hayes County. This is set to expire here in the next 5 minutes. If it doesn't wrap back up, it looked just more impressive earlier, but we'll get back in on that one and give you a heads up if you live in Hayes County. So here it is, and I definitely still see a hail core in there between Blanco and Wimberley, but this storm is going to impact you even if it's not producing a tornado. It's going to bring wind, heavy rain, and some hail to Wimberley and to Dripping Springs here in the next 15, 30 minutes, if not sooner than that. Here's what the Doppler winds look like on that.
Severe thunderstorm warning coming for Travis, Hayes, and Comal counties.
Okay, so Travis is about to get into another severe thunderstorm warning. So let's get prepared for that. So what you're going to see here in a moment is this new severe thunderstorm warning is going to come out for this southern section of the line. So we've got it already for northern Travis into Williamston, and we're going to get one that goes for the southern section of the line too. So that's going to come out here in a moment. Did they say, Grace, are they going to go tornado possible tag on that one?
No, they didn't note it yet.
Okay, so we'll wait for that to come out from the National Weather Service. We'll see if they go tornado possible. But primarily, again, we're looking at some pockets of hail, but this is a lot of straight line wind, which is coming through. Burnett earlier gusted to 58 at the municipal airport. Unfortunately, the sensors are not reporting back in Blanco. I'd be really interested to see what they would show. Austin right now is already kind of breezy, but it's a southeast wind, right? So that's the inflow feeding into this big line of storms. And the lightning from these storms is already moving into the metro. This just continues to go higher and higher. We now have over 5,000 lightning strikes being detected. In fact, I'm seeing on some of our sky cams, if you guys in the back, if y'all want to punch up sky cams and double boxes or anything, just let us know, just to give folks a visual of how this big lightning producing, wind producing, in some spots hail producing line of storms looks as it is now on approach to the Austin area. 5,347 lightning strikes in a 15-minute span. So there it is. There's the new severe thunderstorm warning that Grace was talking about, and this now includes the Austin metro. So let me give you a closer look at what is going on with that. So we'll take away the lightning data for you just so you can see what's going on with the storms. So if you are in Travis County, your phones are probably pinging right now because this new severe thunderstorm warning is now coming directly into town. This red box, we still have a tornado warning, right? But that is set to expire here in about 2 minutes if something doesn't change. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground with it right now, but I do think there's strong straight line winds, and I do think that we have hail in there. In fact, I'm certain that we have hail. Let me read you the latest from this warning. We'll see what they're doing with speed, and we'll do a storm track. So a line of severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Cypress Mill to near Twin Sisters, moving east at 70. So they've ramped up the speed here.
Got some lightning incoming on our Oasis cam.
Okay, if you guys want to take Oasis at any point, feel free. They're saying 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So what we might do here, guys, I know this tornado warning is about to drop off, but I think we're going to stay with this a little while longer just to give folks a heads up on the wind coming into the metro, and then we will also continue our coverage on KVUE Plus, right? Our app, you can download this completely free, Roku, Fire TV, all of that. We're going to keep weather coverage for you all evening long, but once this tornado warning drops off, we'll take a little bit of a break on TV, and then if these ramp up any more coming into Austin, we'll keep things we'll hop back on TV, but the coverage will continue online. But this is a 70-mile-per-hour wind threat and quarter-size hail threat, which is coming into Austin. So the speed, this is just amazing how fast these have ramped up, moving east at 70. Okay, so let's do this. Let's back out the view. And we're going to do just a broad brush storm track on this. So here we go. We'll do the squall. So here we go with this whole segment of storms going at 70. I mean, these things are just racing across our KVUE area. So here's a look at the approximate times if they continue at this speed. Taking it into Leander, into San Marcos here before too long. Austin Executive Airport in the Pflugerville area around 8:38. Cedar Creek 8:48. Luling 8:56. Bastrop 8:57. Cameron 9:04. Smithville 9:08. Honestly, that speed at 70 though, just I'll be honest, seems a little fat. Just as you look at this, I wonder if maybe they copy and pasted the wind speeds in there. But either way, these are going to be the areas that are impacted by this storm a little farther on down the line. So that's what's going on. It's a wind threat and some pockets of hail here in like 1 minute.
Tornado warning expiring, yeah.
Okay, so the tornado warning is going to expire. What we're going to do here for at least 10-15 minutes, we're going to drop off of KVR. So that has ended. What I want to do, so Phil in the back, we can go back to regular programming for now. We will do at least cut-ins here on air. If you want wall-to-wall weather coverage as these storms are rolling into the Austin Metro with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, we are live on KVUE Plus. We are live on the KVUE YouTube page. We are not going to stop coverage. You can find that there, but here on TV, we will briefly return you to your regularly scheduled programming, and if anything ramps up again, we'll pop back on air. But you can always watch us on our KVUE app and on KVUE.com and on KVUE Plus. It is free to download. Strong winds coming into the Metro. We'll get you back to regular programming, and again, guys, we will check in frequently through this evening. Live coverage continues on KVUE Plus. All right, hello everybody. So we just cycled off of TV. Grace, are you cool if I punch you up here for a second? We'll do that. And Grace, walk folks through this warning. Again, we're probably going to go back and forth off of TV a little bit, but I'll let you handle this severe thunderstorm warning for the moment. Yeah, so I'm just kind of lining out a little time frame here as our storms are moving around 40 miles per hour as we kind of shift into the next hour or so here. So, of course, we have seen an update in our severe thunderstorm warning. So a lot of them have now been expanded to include portions of the I-35 corridor. We're going to start to see things ramp up a little bit closer to the Austin Metro here in the next, probably half hour or so. So I've lined it out for you that you can see just next to me here. Actually, I think you can only see Hunter's computer, but places like Dripping Springs, 8:19, Leander around 8:30, Lakeline Mall around 8:40, Barton's Creek Square, Barton Creek Square. All right, cool. Barton Creek, incoming, here in the next half hour or so. Some places over towards, the east side of town, Austin Executive Airport at 9:07. Granger, you guys are going to be closer to 9:15 here. So you still have about an hour or so. Again, these storms are really starting to ramp up here across the region as they're shifting out of the hill country and down through the metro here. So let's get another look. We were just, of course, on KVUE outlining our tornado warning that has since expired for a potential for a tornado that was down in the Blanco County region. And now we have just dropped off to only severe thunderstorm warnings with a couple of interesting tags on them. So we have the potential for, still some rotation within these storms. But at the current moment, we are dealing with the considerable tag. So we've got considerable potential for damage within this storm that's moving now into the Dripping Springs region. We are also seeing very damaging straight line winds, not just rotating winds, but of course straight line winds from these storms. And a lot of that was up towards the Burnett County region. But now we're kind of watching that also for portions of, the rest of southern Burnett County and shifting into Leander as well. So this severe thunderstorm warning that outlines anywhere from Marble Falls all the way over to Georgetown. This has a destructive tag on it and also a tornado possible tag on it, as we were watching for some minor rotation a little bit earlier on. It looks like most of that is kind of lined up. We don't see many kinks in the line
line right now. But as we head even further up towards the top of Burnett County here from Lake Victor, spreading all the way into Briggs, this place also has a tornado. This severe thunderstorm warning also has a destructive tag and a tornado possible tag. So we're continuing to watch for any potential threats for tornadoes out there, but mostly what we're seeing is these destructive straight line winds at the current moment. So, all right, you can see if you are in Briggs, this is going to be on 183, those northernmost portions of 183. Briggs, 80-mile-per-hour winds, 70-mile-per-hour winds. These are straight line winds. We, want to be taking so much precaution that we're making sure that everyone's in their safe space. We're kind of treating a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings because of the potential for such high and destructive winds. And not to mention, we've got the wind threat. We've also got the hail threat. And of course, we've got that, hopefully weakening tornado threat as we head into the rest of the night tonight. So, in general, we are starting to see our line of storms kind of link together here. And this is good news because once it kind of links together, it'll get some kind of backflow behind it and start to almost kind of push itself to a weaker state in a way. It kind of blows itself out in a way. We start to see some bowing activity behind it, and that's almost what we're seeing at the moment. Of course, there's still so much instability closer to the I-35 corridor that these storms is ready and available for these storms to kind of eat up as we head into the night tonight. We're still sitting, I believe, in the 80s temperature-wise. Yeah, so here in Austin, we're at 82 degrees, 84 for San Marcos. We're also well into the 80s for our coastal plains regions, and you can see that those storms have already brought in a ton of cool air to our hill country region, sitting in the 60s right now as those storms have already kind of passed through. So taking a bigger look at this line that's starting to shape up, of course you can see our severe thunderstorm warnings, but you can also see that portions of Mason, Llano, and Gillespie County, a lot of you guys aren't going to be seeing the potential for strong to severe storms again tonight. This is kind of that last round of rain that'll be moving through the I-35 corridor here in the next hour or so. But if you're behind this line, it's not likely that you're going to be seeing strong to severe storms for the rest of the night. You should be in the clear until, of course, tomorrow we've got some rain chances in the forecast as well. So you might see a little bit of that. As for the rest of our area, I mean, it really is just strong line of thunderstorms. You can see it is a huge lightning producer as well. If you're not seeing rumbles of thunder, hefty winds out there, you are going to be seeing that lightning, hearing that thunder as this starts to make its way into those westernmost portions of Williamson County down through Travis County areas. If you are in the Travis County or Lake Travis area, I should say, Laga Vista, starting to see very, very heavy rainfall out that way. And I believe we have quite a lightning show out there. Hunter, if you want to pop up our either our Oasis cam, or I just saw a ton of lightning over on our tower cam as well. Oh, I think the Oasis might be the one to see. But yeah, we're starting to see a lot of lightning out towards that way. And of course, there's just a ton of lightning all along this storm. So this is going to continue to shift and get a little bit faster as we kind of make our way, or as it makes its way into the I-35 corridor here. These storms were moving at about 20 miles per hour earlier on as they were kind of shifting through the hill country there, and now they're moving closer to about 40 miles per hour as they continue towards the I-35 corridor. So starting to see some lightning closer and closer to home here. If you're in the I-35 corridor, we need to kind of be packing stuff up. I know, of course, today is Memorial Day after all, and I know a lot of people were able to kind of soak up the rest of that sun this afternoon as we did get a little bit of a break from that earlier round of storms that we saw earlier this morning. But for now, we're mostly just tracking the potential for very high winds, straight line winds, that is. Again, we've got some potential for tornadic activity, but right now that's not what we're watching at just, the current moment. And of course, we also have some hail issues too. So we've seen multiple hail cores within this line. Right now, the most notable hail core is going to be just to the west of Dripping Springs here, moving over 290 and kind of, moving eastward over 290, kind of skirting along the highway there. if we pause this and we get a little bit of a look, you know, some of this dark blue and light blue, that's going to be golf ball sized hail, and then kind of downgrading down to like pea-sized hail if you're looking in that kind of gray area there. So again, golf ball sized hail can certainly cause damage to your car and things like that. We were trying to warn people a little bit earlier about making sure that your car is in the right place tonight, sheltered, anything like that. Maybe even, you know, I wouldn't say under a tree at this moment just because our winds are so high, but you know, we're tracking a lot of things. We've got the wind threat, the hail threat, and of course the potential for tornadoes there. I do want to look at our automated warnings just to see if there's any updates on the tags that we're seeing. Of course, we're potential for considerable damage moving into Dripping Springs right now, just on the outside of Wimberley too. Even a couple of isolated storm cells just making their way in right ahead of that main line of storms there in Wimberley. So you guys are starting to feel these storms here in the next couple of moments. We do have, we continue to see our tornado possible tag on our most northern severe thunderstorm warning there, and that continues until 8:45. And then I think most of these are continuing till about 8:45 tonight. So otherwise, and we also, this line continues down towards the Bernie region too. So this is just outside of San Antonio too. This line was not expected to get this close to our area until about 10 p.m. tonight. So things are really starting to ramp up here. And, you know, Hunter, this is kind of good news in a way that it's starting to get a bit faster too. You know?
And one of the things too, if it continues with this speed, the flood risk goes down a little bit. Just because, I mean, it's producing heavy rain and we want heavy rain, right? But, you know, we were tracking that potential for flooding, but if this thing keeps rolling through, and by the way, I finally got our Skycam situation figured out here. So this is, I believe this is our tower cam, and you're going to see the lightning off in the distance as these storms are quickly approaching the Austin metro. So we've been tracking these all through the day today. And you know, we were saying, hey, there's a tornado threat, there's a hail threat, there's a wind threat. I think it increasingly looks like the wind threat is going to be one of the most noticeable things, and then too just the lightning with folks who are trying to be outside. The lightning threat with this storm. So let's see. Let me.
Major winds outside of Florence.
Major, just major? Did they give a specification?
No specification, just what we're seeing on the wind tracker right now.
Look at that. That is pretty remarkable. Here, I'll take that full. So there's the wind tracker. That is going to be 80 plus mile per hour winds surging into Florence right now. So treat this, guys, basically like it's a tornado warning coming into Florence, and then that's going to pass. Yeah, so in the Andes area.
Yeah, that's 195 there.
Wow.
Yeah, State Highway 195, FM 970, South Patterson Avenue, and FM 487. You guys would be kind of up next for that. So yeah, anywhere where you're seeing that pink and red 80, 70 mile per hour winds, potentially even above that too.
Wow. So look, there, I would say the two most intense parts of the line, Grace, are the northern section and then also the southern section. So like in the Austin area, I mean, it's still a severe storm, but it looks like those winds may be slightly less. But then Hayes County, Williamson County, especially that surging wind. Do you see that Boeing segment coming into Georgetown? That is, here, I'll put this back in. 1 second, guys. Juggling sources here. There's Max 1. I'll put Max 2 in there, and then we'll put Router 1, Cam 4, there we go. And then we'll switch back to 1. So let me show you what's going on with this Boeing segment up here. So let's zoom in on Williamson County. My computer's being slow. I might have to move back over to the Weather Center. There we go. So you can see this Boeing segment of winds coming in just north of Florence, or just north of Georgetown. Yeah, there we go. Where the line is bowing out right there. These are very strong, destructive winds coming into Florence. And then next up, these are going to impact places like Jarrell. So there's a look where those bowing winds are located. Let me show you the wind tracker product that Grace was looking at. And that's going to show you where the core of these winds are going to be located. Yeah, look at that. A huge swath there of 80+ mile per hour winds. Andis, Florence. Looks like the strongest of the wind is going to pass Sun City or points north, and it's going to head towards Jarrell and New Corn Hill are going to be some of the areas that are in the path of these very strong winds. So we've got our solid line of severe storms, which is coming in, and we'll just back out the view. We'll leave this wind tracker on. So we're switching radars, but we definitely have some strong winds too down here in Hayes County. All right, so here's a closer look at those winds, and those are going to head towards Dripping Springs and Wimberley. We'll loop it just so you can see. It's a little chaotic to look at it like that, but these strong winds are going to come in potentially into parts of Henley and Dripping Springs and the Driftwood area. Maybe not quite as strong as what we've got over northern Williamson County, but every bit of 50 to 60+ mile per hour winds there coming into Hayes County. And that's what it looks like on just the normal reflectivity. And then with the hail tracker, you don't want 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and then throw in close to golf ball size hail, and that's what's coming in now to Dripping Springs and into Driftwood and into places like Hayes City. Then next up, Cedar Valley, and then after impacting Hayes County, this is going to be impacting portions of Travis County. Just to give you a look at the broader hail tracker here, I don't like that other bowing segment there from Wimberley, which is going to head into Kyle, Grace, too. You can see where another little bowing segment has formed. Those little where the winds surge out, it looks like a bow and arrow. That's where the winds get even more intense. Here, Grace, I'm going to go back to you. I'm just going to go from the Weather Center. I think I'm making it more complicated than it
Okay,
needs to be.
sounds good. Yeah, that Boeing segment you were talking about, there was just an isolated storm that kind of rushed out right in front of that larger line of storms. You can see kind of around the Canyon Lake area and just kind of rushed right in between there, and maybe, I don't know, somehow added some sort of extra oomph to what's going on down in Hayes County. But so much lightning. We got a lot of very heavy rain. Of course, we've seen tons of rain over the past, what has it been, like 5 or 6 hours here. Well, let's take a look a little bit at some of these LCRA totals again. I mean, we also had another round of heavy rain earlier today in those northern portions of Williamson County, which got around 2 inches, and we're seeing exactly that. Our rainfall rates anywhere from 2 to 3 inches within these storms kind of moving through the area. So Mason County, a really good drink of water earlier. Southern Llano County also seeing a lot of rain, anywhere from like 1 to 2 to even 3 inches all along kind of that Pedernales River there that leads closer to Marble Falls. And that's certainly going to be great for our lake system as well as our drought situation that's been ongoing for, the past like 3 years now. So, this is a great drink of rainfall. I know it, comes with its issues, of course, but we do need rainfall here in Central Texas. We are a semi-arid region. Blanco also seeing a lot of rain, 1 to 2 inches, even above that. And of course, this is kind of what we can expect as we shift closer into those hours of 9-10 p.m. as, of course, we're tracking this rain moving closer and closer to the Austin metro. Of course, now this rain has, or at least this line is starting to move a little bit quicker, about 40 miles per hour is what we're seeing right now. So I don't think we're going to see as of, heavy rain rates, or at least the rain isn't going to be able to fall as long or for as long in the same places. So I do think we're probably going to get 1 to 2 inches here in the I-35 corridor, which is good news, of course, for the drought situation. But yeah, it does come along with its caveats here, because we are tracking some very hefty winds. I mean, zooming into the top of the line there. What does this say? River Ranch Road is going to be something. Florence, you guys are seeing 80 mile plus mile per hour winds. This is damaging winds, straight line winds. We're not talking really about a tornado right now, but of course, as Hunter was saying, we want to be treating this area like there is a potential tornado on the ground, because 80 to 100 mile per hour winds can cause about as much damage as a low level tornado. So we certainly want to be watching out for those folks in the Andes area. To the north of Sun City, you guys are starting to feel that 40 to 50 mile per hour range there. Briggs, this is starting to move past you. I mean, finally, I know we were talking about Briggs even an hour or so ago. And I also just want to highlight really quickly, of course, our friends out to the, west of this line. Burnett, Round Mountain included in that now. You guys are starting to make your way out of the severe risk for tonight, which is always good news. Mason, of course, I believe they've expanded that flood advisory for today, because they just saw so much rain this afternoon. But yeah, we're getting closer and closer here as we head into the next hour or so. Again, these are moving around 40 miles per hour, so they should be hitting the Austin Metro here in the next 20 to half an hour. They're really racing pretty fast. So mainly we are watching for those very gusty winds out ahead of this front.
Hey Grace, real quick, we're about to hop. We're going to do a quick cut in on TV, then we'll get back to the long form. Phil, if you can hear me in the back, we are ready to hop on whenever you are. Yes. Hello everybody, KVUE Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. We just want to give you a quick heads up. There's a massive line of severe storms which is now moving into the Austin Metro. This is primarily a wind threat in certain parts of this line, especially what's coming through northern Williamson County. These are producing destructive winds, so there's a new warning. These are producing destructive winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour plus. So let me give you an idea. Let's start up here at the strongest section of the line. Again, there are no tornado warnings right now. This is a straight line wind threat, but you can see when we switch over to the Doppler winds up here from Florence and the Gerald area, these are tremendously strong winds, and that's going to head towards Bartlett, and this is just going to ride that whole line of northern Williamson County. How strong are these? Again, we've been tracking 80 plus mile per hour winds. Let's cue up some of those darker colors. 85 mile per hour winds. And by the way, we're sampling from the radar right here. So this is almost a guarantee that we at the ground have 80 plus mile per hour winds. This is another way to visualize it. I'll just take you over the wind tracker. And you can see anywhere in this light yellow is 40 plus, anywhere in the orange is 60 plus, red is 70 plus, and here in that pink area, we have 80 plus mile per hour winds in the Florence area. Here's a closer look at where these destructive winds are. Basically what you want to do is you want to treat this almost like it's a tornado warning. It's not. These are not rotating winds. These are straight line winds. But hey, this is going to head, Gerald, this is heading towards you. So in the Gerald area, treat this like a tornado warning. These are destructive winds, 80 to 90 miles per hour, which are going to cross over I-35. And on this Memorial Day too, if you know anybody driving across I-35, we absolutely do not want anybody driving through these type of winds. Now, I want to take you down to the more southern section of this line of storms because this one is also producing some strong winds down here in the Hayes County area. And this is going to impact places like Wimberley with winds that could be anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour. Again, we're getting a little bit of red in here of 70 plus mile per hour winds. Let me flip over to the reflectivity and I'll show you what this looks like. Huge Boeing line of storms coming through Wimberley, heading towards Kyle, heading towards Buda, and here in the next little while, this is going to be moving into Austin. So I want to leave you with this, just kind of a big picture view, a whole solid line of severe thunderstorm warnings, which is moving through the Austin area here shortly. This is primarily a straight line wind threat. All through this line, 60 to 70 plus mile per hour winds will be possible. And on this northern section of the line, we could have winds that are even stronger than that. Let me give you just the auto warn information here, and we'll see what kind of tags they have on these warnings. So this one, here, I'll get this focused up so that we're not blocking it with any of the icons. So this one, which includes Austin north into Round Rock and into Georgetown, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This is the top of the scale for severe thunderstorm warnings. Starts with just a regular severe thunderstorm warning, goes up to considerable. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and I'll read you what they are saying from the National Weather Service and the type of winds that they are sampling. They say severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 7 miles north of Florence to Georgetown Dam to near Hudson Bend, moving east at 40. These are destructive storms for Gerald, Granger, and Bartlett. Destructive storms. Other areas that will be impacted: Austin, Round Rock, Cedar Park, Georgetown, Pflugerville, Taylor, Elgin, Granger, Lexington, Anderson Mill, Windermere, Leander, Hutto, Lakeway, Manor. All portions of the North Austin Metro and into Round Rock. They say 80-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail will be a possibility. A lot of times when we get this destructive tag here in Central Texas, it's because of the hail. This is not. This is because of the wind. This is destructive wind which is coming in. And then as we segue down to this more southern warning, I want to see if they have a destructive tag on that one too. So that one, I believe this one's going to be just a run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning, or considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but all of these are producing 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds, if not stronger than that. These are, here, we'll switch back over to this other radar vantage point for you as we switch back down to this view. So these are where the strongest winds are here, back on the west side of Wimberley. I want to keep an eye on that little feature right there. Let me see what that corresponds to. Little twist in the line there. Again, guys, this is mainly a straight line wind threat, but we'll keep an eye on that. But then as you work up the line, this is now moving into Austin. So from Bee Cave into Lakeway, Westlake, Laga Vista, all of these areas now getting in on these storms, approaching Round Rock here very soon, moving into Georgetown now. And then this is the most intense part of this line of storms. Hey, Gerald, let's again, as I said, let's treat this like a tornado warning, but this is also coming together a little bit where we do have some areas of rotation. Let me go into the shear tracker, man. So let's zoom in. I'll let you know exactly where these winds are coming together. Grace, are they saying anything in the National Weather Service chat about this? So this is where we have increasing rotation here, just on the west and southwest side of Gerald. So again, in these darker yellows, historically when we see that, I'm going to stay on and watch this another scan. Again, guys, I know we have no tornado warning, but yeah.
Gerald tornado possible tag being added.
It would not surprise me at all if something tries to spin up here. So Gerald, bare minimum, you have 80+ mile-per-hour winds which are coming in, and it's possible this could try to tighten up to produce a tornado. Are you guys seeing that? That's over 100 mile-per-hour winds that are being sampled here by the radar. 85 to 100 mile-per-hour winds which are coming in. So let me go back to the wind tracker real quick. I made this scale a couple years ago, and I've never seen the black show up until now. So that is the top of our scale. Let me zoom in. These are crossing I-35, and they're coming into New Corn Hill. Again, these are primarily straight line winds here on this southern section, but these are destructive winds. Anywhere in pink is 80+, and these little black pixels here, these are 100+ mile-per-hour winds that could be coming into New Corn Hill. These absolutely could be causing damage. Now I want to go back up to the Gerald area where we have that circulation, which is developing back in this region. Yeah, when that shear tracker starts to show those brighter colors, that definitely has my attention. The National Weather Service is saying they're seeing another surge of winds in this area, and this will be one to watch over far northern Williamson County. This right here. This is where we have broad rotation that could swing up and try to produce a tornado. So everybody, safe place, interior room, lowest level of your home in the Gerald area. Obviously, we know folks in Gerald take these type of weather systems seriously. We don't have a tornado warning right now, but these are very intense straight line winds, bare minimum, that are coming into the Gerald area at the moment. That is why we have a rare destructive tag. And there you can see, so they've added that tornado possible tag to our warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning with a rare destructive tag and with the tornado possible tag. So this is the old warning. Then as we move forward, this is going to be the new warning, which includes Gerald and Taylor into Thorndale, and next up this is going to go into Milam County. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning and a little surge here very close to Gerald where there is some area where there are some areas that are trying to spin with this storm. Okay, so now let's go back down to Austin and we'll go down the line So Georgetown, it's moving in now. Round Rock, 5 to 10 minutes. Central Austin, 5 to 10 minutes. This is going to be coming into your area. Then into Buda and into Kyle imminently. So this is going to be crossing the I-35 corridor here before you know it. So Memorial Day plans, I know probably we've been out, we've been grilling, we've been having fun. Got to pack all that in, especially if you're east of I-35. These are destructive storms which are coming in as we speak. Let me show you the wind speeds right now. Let's see if any of these reports have come in. Earlier, when these storms moved through the Burnett area, we had a 58-mile-per-hour wind gust that was reported. Looks like now we don't have any sensors that are immediately where the strongest winds are, but I promise you there in that Florence, Gerald area, there are absolutely 80-plus mile-per-hour winds which are taking place right now. Then the other side of this, these storms are producing tons and tons of lightning. Let me show you that. Very electric storms. This is going to take a second, but earlier we had over 4,000 lightning strikes being detected in the span of 15 minutes. Now we've got over 5,000. These have intensified even more. New storms have developed. We have close to 6,000 lightning strikes in a 15-minute span with these storms that are coming into the Austin area. Meteorologist Grace Thornton is also here with me. Grace, I'll toss things over to you for a second. Let folks know what you're seeing here with this wind coming into Williamson County, then also these more central portions of the line coming into the Austin area.
Yeah, exactly. So for the moment, kind of what we're seeing, the most intense areas along this line are going to be that northern side of the line, at least for the moment, where we're seeing extreme winds move through the area. Of course, you were just kind of highlighting this up towards Gerald, from Youngsport down to Gerald, up on that very northern portion of the I-35 corridor here, all the way down to Wahlberg, expecting 70 to 80 to even potentially up to 100-mile-per-hour winds, which of course, which is what Hunter said, the first time he's seen that since he's created this palette here. So we really need to be staying indoors if you're anywhere along or in this region. New Cornhill is another one that comes up. Of course, there's going to be some additional road names that come up because we've now entered that time of the night where those storms are starting to move into a lot more populated areas of central Texas. So McClintock Road, Sonterra Boulevard, another area, North Interstate I-35, obviously, Gerald High School also included in this, Gerald Elementary too. We also have a couple of smaller county roads, local roads, West FM 487 included in this. And of course, we're starting to see those black spots just to kind of the east of Gerald there as you head up towards, I believe that's Schwartner. And then down towards the New Cornhill area, we're also seeing those areas kind of dotted with those black areas, which of course could indicate potential for 100-mile-per-hour winds. We're also seeing this just to the north of our viewing area here, north of Williamson County as you head towards Prairie Dell, or just to the west of Prairie Dell there too. So this is one of those main areas of the line that we're watching due to the potential for those extreme straight line winds that are expected to cause damage in that area. If you have, or any pictures or anything like that, and if you're able to be in a safe space and do that, we would love to see that here at KVUE, just to know exactly what's going on here at the ground in those areas. But we want to keep everybody safe, and we are treating this essentially almost like a tornado warning. We want you guys to be in the lowest, most interior levels of your house. If you know friends and family like off towards those eastern areas like Thorndale, Elgin, Bastrop, we'd like those people to be in their safe spaces, kind of huddled up already, because this line of storms is continuing to pick up speed as it moves toward the Austin metro. You can see Dripping Springs dealing with tons of heavy downpours all the way through Wimberley, pretty much the entirety of Hayes County within this line of thunderstorms right now. And that will almost be the position that we're in here in Travis County in just a few moments time. So out towards Lake Travis, you can see the array of thunderstorms and lightning associated with that moving into our area. And of course, that northern portion of this line is where we're watching for those very extreme winds out there. As for, what we're watching, on our Doppler winds, if there's any kind of spin in the atmosphere, we haven't really seen a whole ton of spin out there. Really probably in the past half hour or so. We did have one tornado warning out towards the west end a little bit ago, but we got some extra updates over there on the wall with Hunter, so we'll send that back over to him and see what else we're seeing out there.
Yeah, just getting word from the National Weather Service, a tornado warning is coming out now for far northern Williamson County. So we've been watching those destructive winds in the Gerald area. We said this is starting to tighten up. It could produce a tornado. We are about to have a tornado warning, and there it is for far northern Williamson. So real quick, here's a look at the areas still out ahead of this line. This is crossing I-35 now. This is going to head towards Lockhart, Cedar Creek, McMahon, Bastrop, State Park, and the Rosanke area. But now let's get in with our tornado warned storm. This is a new tornado warning. We were watching this. I told you I had a feeling about this, and we have seen this. So this is a very small tornado warning, which only includes far northern Williamson County. This is it, and it's going to go until 9:50. So this is going to be a short duration, but we're going to ride through this with you. If you live in the Wahlberg area or if you live in Granger, I mean, we are right next to the radar, but this is north of Lake Granger, north of Wahlberg is where this possible tornado is. This is where we've just had, yeah. So that's the couplet right in there. So that's where we have the couplet, which is right on the Williamson County line. So good and bad news. Bad news is this is tightening up and could very well be producing a tornado. Good news, this is going to lift north out of our KVUE area relatively soon. Let's see what the shear product is showing here. Yeah, so this is one of the more pronounced rotational signatures or shear signatures we have seen. So let's go back to this, and I want to zoom in close, and let's get in like street level here. We want you to be taking your tornado precautions immediately here, right over far northern Williamson County. So this is going to be East FM 487, and this is in the Schwartner area right now. So tornado precautions immediately if you live in the Schwartner area. And just the winds alone, even if this is not producing a tornado, I'm telling you, some of these winds are close to 100 miles per hour, if not greater. So even if it's just straight line winds coming in on the flank of the storm, I mean, we have significant winds, but we also have increasing indications that right in here, again, guys, we've got rotation in the Schwartner area, East FM 487, and then I'll back this out just so you can get a little bit more perspective on where this is. Bartlett, you take your tornado precautions too. It is just this far northern, okay, so there it is, far northern Williamson, and then this is going to go into Milam County. So this is going to continue into other sections of our KVUE area too if it holds together. So shear tracker is showing us. Let me get you the speed of this storm, and then we'll do a storm track on it.
Got a lot of wind coming through on our Kalahari camera right now.
Yeah, let's, here, I'll pull that up real quick. So I think I have, that's Tower Cam. Here's Round Rock. All right,
yeah.
So here's what it looks like at the Kalahari Resort in Round Rock. And look, we'll just watch this for a second. Again, in Schwartner, take your tornado precautions now. But this is what the straight line wind part of this looks like. These are intense straight line winds, which are now blowing into the Round Rock area. Grace, keep an eye on those sky cams. Let's keep this one in 2. If you want to put Austin or another one in 1, we can go back and forth between those sky cams. But this is what it looks like in Round Rock as these intense, severe storms are moving in. So there's our tornado warning. Again, I wanted to get the speed on that real quick so that we can do a storm track. So they're saying a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is over Bartlett or near Granger, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Tornado and quarter-size hail. So Bartlett, Holland, Buckholtz, and then eventually the Cameron area. So it's going at 45. So let's do that. Let's here we'll reposition to make sure we have enough runway for this warning. And we'll do a squall track like this with the motion. And some of these areas will be a little outside of this, but just to give you an idea. So going at 45. Here is a look at the approximate timing. So it's in the Granger and Schwartner areas now. Holland, which is just north of our KVUE area, Davila, Rogers, Buckholtz, Pettibone, Cameron, the Hoyt area, Milano, and the Gauze area. These are all areas that are going to be impacted potentially by this tornado warned storm. Just to give you, again, the details on this for Williamson County, this is just a tiny sliver of northern Williamson County. Then it's going to cross into Bell. And then if it reemerges into Milam County, then it gets back into our KVUE area. So for Milam County, your warning goes until 9:30. For Williamson County, the warning only goes until 9. So this is very shortly going to be moving out. But this is not the only situation that we have right now. We have a solid line of strong storms, which is now pushing right through the Austin metro, Buda, San Marcos, Kyle, into Austin. All of this heavy rain and lightning and wind is moving in as we speak. These things are producing thousands and thousands of lightning strikes. Look at that. So pop on the lightning, boom, you can barely even see where the storms are. We have over 5,000 lightning strikes in a 15-minute span with these very powerful winds which are coming into our area. So let's go back to the winds. This looks a little bit more tame now over Hayes County, so that is good news. We'll zoom in here over Hayes. I'm not seeing the same type of super intense signature that I had earlier. We'll loop this. And you can see when you start to get into those brighter colors, the blues, the whites, the teals, that was strong wind. So it looks like the wind is coming down in intensity some here with this section of storms, which is moving through San Marcos, Kyle, in the Buda area. Still, there's certainly very strong winds there, but maybe coming down in intensity just a little bit. So now let's go up here into Travis County. And in Travis County, too, look, these are severe winds. These could be 50 to 60. This is not the same type of destructive wind that we have over northern Williamson County, but these are intense winds, heavy rain and lightning, and maybe some pockets of small hail coming into the Austin metro. Grace, you have?
Yeah, it looks like they've extended the tornado warning up to the Milam County area, which, you know, technically isn't in you know, the National Weather Service office here, but of course is for the Houston or Dallas area, I believe.
Yeah. So let's go back to the velocity real quick. The circulation very quickly is going to move out of northern Williamson County, and this is so close to the radar, which actually gives us an incredible vantage point into these storms. So this is it. Again, in this Schwartner, Granger, Bartlett area, where the possible tornado is going to be located. It's going to be right in this area. We'll go back over to Shear, and Shear's been doing a pretty good job of picking up on this. Yeah, Schwartner into Bartlett, this is where the rotation is located. From there, again, this is northern Williamson, then it's going to cross into Bell County, which is outside of our KVUE area, but then it could reemerge back into Milam County. So I think the game plan of what we'll do, we're going to cover this for Williamson for a little while longer. Once it moves out of Bell, we might take a break, assuming it doesn't tighten up. And then if it moves back into Milam, we'll get back on air and we'll cover it for you. But Schwartner and Bartlett, we just want to make sure you're taking your tornado precautions. And just to remind everybody, I think most folks here in Central Texas know what we mean when we say tornado precautions, but if you're new to this area, move to an interior room, lowest level, lowest floor of your home, cover your head. If you don't have a bike helmet or baseball helmet, it's okay. Just get to an interior room. But if you just have one laying around, you can cover your head with a helmet or cover yourself with a blanket to protect against debris, and then avoid driving, right? We don't want anybody to be in a car driving into a tornado, especially not now that it's nighttime and it's impossible to see anything out there. So that is the situation. Go back into the radar. Again, this is where the radar is located here in Gray. We're so close, and we're scanning up into this storm. Now, I do want to spend some time with the Round Rock area down here because I know you guys, Circleville, you're about to get into this rain. Hutto, you're about to get into this wind and rain. And then Round Rock, it is pouring rain right now as this has moved in. So from Round Rock down to Wells Branch, here's where the domain is, and then the Lakeline Mall into these populated parts of Williamson County, then stretching back down into the Austin area and Travis County. These strong winds have moved in. I'll give you an example of what this looks like. So that is...
This is looking west from downtown.
Okay, so that's Zach Theater?
Yeah, that's our Zach Theater camera. Kalahari Cam has a really good vantage point, yeah.
So look, this is it. This is what it looks like coming into Round Rock. I mean, look at the wind just blowing the raindrops towards the camera. 50 to 60 plus mile per hour winds are going to be a possibility. Earlier, we had strong evidence on the radar of over 100 mile per hour winds over northern Williamson County. Straight line winds, not a tornado, straight line winds. But this is the scene in Round Rock right now, torrential rain. We don't have
look at downtown too.
Say it again?
Downtown we can look at too.
Yeah, here, let's put that in. Is that in router 1?
That's going to be, yeah, I believe so.
All right, so back to, so here's Zach Theater, downtown Austin. So we'll watch this one too as this comes into the Austin area, as these storms come into the Austin area. In central Travis, these storms are a little bit less intense. They're still severe, all right, still stay hunkered down. They're not quite as intense as the northern line of storms, which is in Williamson County. But these are still strong storms, so we'll be keeping an eye on all of those webcam products here as the storms are now in the process of moving in. So it looks like, Grace, our circulation is now moving north out of Williamson County. So let's go up to this. In the Davila area into Tracy and Cameron, you're just outside of the warning, but if this storm continues, it could be a factor for you. Let's see what the Doppler winds are doing. It looks, I mean, we're just so close to the radar, sometimes it's hard to tell. It looks a little bit less pronounced than what it did here. We'll lapse this just so you can see. Here, we'll slow this down. We'll go with the very slow loop. The winds, they just surged out ahead of the storm, or surged out with the storm. So this is slow. This is going to be over the next hour. Over the past hour, excuse me. Right here, boom, that's where we had a tight couplet, and then now it's just not looking quite as intense as what we had back a while ago. Okay, let me go back to the shear product, and what we might do here, so this is now starting to move out of Williamson County. What we are going to do, I'm going to go for like one more minute, and then I'll get you back to regular programming. And if this moves into Milam County, we'll continue to cover it. But we're going to take, I believe, a little bit of a break here. So here's a look at the radar. This is a severe storm blowing into the Austin metro. This is moving across the entire I-35 corridor. San Marcos, Buda, Austin, up to Round Rock, up to Georgetown. The tornado warned storm was over northern Williamson County. It now has moved north. So in the Schwartner, okay, Storm Chaser, by the way, has a vantage point of this. So here's what it looks like in Dripping Springs. So down here in Hayes County, and based on how fast these are moving, guys, here in Dripping Springs, these areas are going to be on the back side of this here very soon.
City of San Marcos has triggered their outdoor warning sirens.
Okay, San Marcos.
They also have a pretty good hail core too in that area.
All right, so that's what our Storm Chaser looks like there in the Dripping Springs area. Let's go back to our hail core real quick.
Dropping the destructive winds from the severe thunderstorm warning in Williamson County, 60-mile-per-hour winds still possible.
Okay, good news. Okay, so let's do this real quick. Let's focus in on our hail core. This is it. It's going to be quarter size plus, quarter to $half size, and that could impact the Kyle area into parts of Buda. Kyle and Buda, I know you guys had a hailstorm back like last week. I don't think it's quite as large as that, but this could impact some of those same areas. Otherwise, just to show you, there's not much hail at all here in Travis County, so that's good. It's mainly a wind threat, and that wind threat's coming down some. And then this tornado threat for Milam County is going to be the thing that we need to keep an eye on. And that has prompted, so Williamson has been dropped, and now it's just for Milam County. Williamson County, your tornado threat has ended. Milam County and the Cameron, just on the west side of Cameron, you are still under a tornado warning. Let me see what the winds are looking like in here. Let's see what shear is looking like. All right, so there's the loop, and you can see how that behaved, and we'll pause it here. So still, we are picking up on some rotation there. Just want to inspect this. Before we pop off, I just want to make sure this is not going to ramp back up into parts of Milam County. And hate to do, I think we just need to stick with it a little while longer just to make sure in the Davila area into the Cameron area, just make sure you are taking your tornado precautions. Milam County is a part of our KVUE area, so we do want to keep folks there aware of what's going on with this tornado warned storm. The warning goes right up to Cameron. So it's going to be close for you guys. We'll just have to continue to watch this to see how it trends. This warning, when is the expiration time? Let's see, this is going to be until 9:30, so there is another 30 minutes on this warning. And you can hear the rain here at KVUE, by the way. So the rain has moved into the Austin area, but continue your tornado precautions here. Williamson County, you guys are all good now, but this is now going to be a Milam County storm here before too long. It has crossed into Bell County. It's out. The circulation is outside of our KVUE area, but it could move into Milam County if it holds together. So that's what's going on with that. And there's the new scan. Here's the broader picture view. These storms still quite intense, still a solid line of severe storms up and down the I-35 corridor, producing tons and tons of lightning. Let me show you the lightning tracker here. And then what we want to do, Grace, maybe let's do another big picture, like forecast update too. So I'll let you get some graphics ready for that, and we'll do an update on how this will evolve into our eastern areas. This is the latest lightning count. This has come down a little bit. This was up at like 6,000 a while ago. Now lightning strikes 4,000, which is still a remarkable amount of lightning with these intense storms that are coming through. Let's check in with our live views one more time. So, wow, here's the scene all of a sudden in downtown Austin. This is our Zach Theater camera where the heavy rain and the wind has come in, and I would imagine, yep, there we go, some flashes of lightning there. So that is downtown Austin. And this is the scene in Round Rock at the Kalahari Resort there. This doesn't look as windy as earlier, though. So it appears, look, these are still severe. I'm not trying to say don't take it seriously, but it appears the destructive winds coming down a little bit. I don't know that we've got that same 90 to 100 mile per hour wind type threat that we had a little while ago, but I certainly still think some 50 mile per hour wind, 50 to 60 plus mile per hour winds will be a possibility in this line of storms. Let's see if any reports came in. We'll go back to with the current wind reports are. So San Marcos gusting up close to 40. Austin, I would imagine that was before the storms move in. That almost certainly is going to jump up. Burnett earlier gusted to 58 miles per hour. And then that core of really strong winds was over northern Burnett, then it crossed into Williamson County. But none of these wind reports are super crazy right now. And we'll go back over to the radar. This little area, too, we'll need to keep an eye on as these winds surge out. Make sure another little area of rotation doesn't develop. Let's spend some time for areas east of I-35, though, too. Just because we have a tornado warning, which is why we're on right now, but that tornado warning temporarily has moved out into Bell County. Mustang Ridge, into Coda, into Del Valley, out around the airport. You guys are about to get in on this severe storm, which is coming in with winds of 50 to 60 plus miles per hour. Here are the Doppler winds. Again, not quite as impressive as what we had earlier. Shears not picking up on any rotation in this area. We'll see if we've got any anything on the hail tracker. This looks like mainly quarter or less coming into Kyle, and that's going to graze into Buda, and again could approach the Mustang Ridge, Del Valley area over southern sections of Travis County. But I'm happy to say we don't have a ton of hail. It's been mainly a wind and a lightning and a rain threat. Oh, and speaking of, we do have a new flash flood warning, which is including parts of our area. But as we creep up the line, you can see no major hail cores here. Again, a lot of heavy rain, a lot of wind, no destructive hail like what we had earlier. And then here we go into our tornado warned storm. So let's see how that circulation is doing. Got a little bit of a radar issue going on there. We'll see what the shear tracker is showing. And it's still picking up on some rotation there over Bell County. But this shortly is going to be moving into Milam County in the Davila area, north of San Gabriel. Cameron, you are just outside of this. Minerva, you are also just outside of this current warning. Grace, you seen anything over there in the National Weather Service chat?
Yeah, so I did get a question online from one of our viewers who was a little confused. I was talking about the city of San Marcos. They triggered their outdoor warning sirens. Now, sometimes this can happen during a tornado warning or something like that, but I've been told from the National Weather Service or, those public service people in our chat that that is just an automatic thing that happens when a flash flood warning is issued. So that's what we're dealing with for portions, I believe, Burnett down to Blanco and then east towards the I-35 corridor is under a flash flood warning right now. So that's why you're hearing those sirens. If we want to kind of continue into the night here, we do have, of course, our tornado watch. A couple of updates here, just that Mason County is now shaved off of our tornado watch because, of course, they're seeing a lot of dry weather at the moment, and that'll go eventually for Llano and Gillespie County too. So heading into, the further hours of tonight, our, most recent, high reflectivity model isn't really keeping up with how fast these storms are moving through our area. So these are already, already across the I-35 corridor, almost, or shifting across that right now as we speak. And then as we shift towards midnight and even past midnight, that is when things are going to continue to weaken. We're already seeing a small weakening pattern here. So the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center has gone ahead and updated some of our maps here. Here is the rest of the outlook for Monday evening. You can see that we're still in that enhanced risk here in the I-35 corridor. What we've been shaved down a bit for those portions of the hill country who aren't expected to see a lot of severe weather as we shift into the rest of the night, because the bulk of that potential severe weather is now, shifting across the I-35 corridor in those central regions. Our updated hail outlook for everyone. And then, of course, we'll get another look at our radar here. We still have our ongoing tornado warning that includes portions of Milam County, which is in the KVUE viewing area here. That is going to continue for a little while here. Let's actually get back onto our auto warn system. That continues till 9:30 p.m. It is 9:09 p.m., so we still have another half hour. And again, that center of circulation, we're not really seeing that at the current moment, a little bit close to the radar, like Hunter was saying. But as we kind of span out a little bit, you can see that that line of showers and thunderstorms, that is now shifting across the I-35 corridor. It's 9 p.m. We were expecting this closer to, 10, 11, maybe even towards midnight tonight. So this is moving along very fast, and hopefully will start to kind of blow itself out a little bit as we kind of see, with lines of thunderstorms like this, they tend to, get really strong and then may not have enough instability to kind of eat up as we head into the rest of the night. Of course, you can see our severe thunderstorm warnings do continue a little further east. So Bastrop included in one of those as well. Tanglewood also included in that too. I do think these storms are going to hold on to at least some sort of intensity as they shift into those coastal plains regions. So if you are in Caldwell, Bastrop, Lee County, or Fayette County, be expecting, a good rush of wet weather and, lightning, as well as the potential for, torrential downpours in your region too, even if our storms do reach below severe limits here in the next hour or so. So other things that we're watching across the area, again, we were seeing some hail, but we're now starting to see that really weaken across the line, barely seeing any hail at all, just mainly down towards the San Marcos area, passing to the south of Buda here. And of course, in Austin, we're also seeing, a lot of rain moving through the area right now. There may be some kind of pea-sized hail there, but other than that, we're generally starting to see those first instances of things maybe weakening out in portions of the line, Hunter. So I think that's good news for tonight, but of course it's not over yet, and we still need to track these potential for severe thunderstorms, for the next hour or so here, likely.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on the National Weather Service chat. So Milam County is done by the office in Fort Worth, believe it or not, well to our north. They're saying rotation is broadened out and no new tornado warning is planned. So they will let that old warning expire, but they're going to keep 80 mile per hour in the ongoing severe thunderstorm warning. So it looks like they will allow this one to expire if nothing changes here. But I also want to kind of give a heads up. Grace was alluding to it earlier, the rain part of this. We've been talking so much about the wind and the tornado threat. There's a flash flood warning. We have multiple of them, actually. So from Burnett down to Blanco County into the metro, and then we actually just got a new one. I know there's a ton going on in this map, but also a flash flood warning from San Marcos into eastern Travis and up into Williamson County. This is because the rainfall rates are just torrential. I mean, incredibly heavy rain. And after, we had some rain at the beginning of this month, and then we've obviously been dealing with the heat, and it's been a lot of dry weather, especially in central portions of Austin. So we are appreciative for the rain, but I just want to give folks a heads up that, some of this could be causing some flooding issues. So in that vein, let's go into our radar estimated rainfall totals, and here's how much has fallen. Basically, it's a solid swath of at least 1 to 3 inches of rain that falls in a short period of time. So with this type of torrential weather moving through, I doubt many folks are out on the road right now. Hopefully not. But hey, maybe some folks are driving home after, spending Memorial Day somewhere. Just be incredibly mindful. Never drive through flooded roadways. Turn around, don't drown, all the normal updates that we give folks. What are you seeing over there?
We have 5,000 5,000, just over 5,000 power outages in Williamson County right now. So that's out of about 300,000 people. But again, 5,000 outages, that's a good percentage of people without power in Williamson County, likely due to those potentially extreme winds and destructive winds we were seeing earlier.
I mean, not a surprise at all when you have 90 to 100 mile per hour straight line winds. It doesn't matter if that's not a tornado. That is going to cause damage. Now, speaking of this wind, you see this green line right here? Right here? That's called an outflow boundary. So that's the rain-cooled air getting pushed out. So I think we've got another surge of wind coming in here in Caldwell County. So places like Lockhart into String Prairie up towards Bastrop. Just get geared up here. Another round of some strong winds here on the southern edge of this ongoing severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see what the radar is picking up on there. Yes, you can see where this wind is starting to surge out away from the storm there. Had a few little twists showing up in the line. Fortunately, only light shear being detected right now, so that is excellent news. And then we'll just go in with the hail tracker too, make sure no new hail cores, some very small hail, but generally, as Grace was saying, the intensity on the downtrend a little bit. These are still severe, rowdy storms, don't get me wrong, but it's not the destructive type, super strong, powerful 80, 90 plus mile per hour winds that we were tracking earlier, which is great news because I'm telling you, if you have 90 mile per hour winds blow into the entire Austin metro like that, that would cause huge, huge issues with power. But, as Grace was saying, over parts of Williamson County, especially up around the Florence and Gerald areas, power is out for over 5,000 customers now, and it would not surprise me at all if that increases. So there it is. You can see that rain going up to Austin, to Round Rock, to Georgetown, then into southeastern and eastern Williamson County. This is the ongoing tornado warning. They are saying that the rotation is weakened. Still just a little bit of a little twist going on right there. Let's see what shear is picking up on. Nothing major. It's lagging back behind and picking up on some areas that are not really the part of the storm that we are keeping a close eye on. So that's our tornado warning situation. I'm happy to say I do not think that there's a tornado on the ground, but there certainly are strong straight line winds in here. That still could be as strong as 80 miles per hour. So in the Cameron area, even though it's not necessarily a tornado that's confirmed to be on the ground, just understand these are not run-of-the-mill strong winds coming in. These are powerful, destructive winds that could still be up to about 80 miles per hour that are going to be coming into the Cameron area. So we will continue to keep a very close eye on that. A few other reports coming in, some hail down south of here that they're tracking in the San Antonio area. Wow, so we're getting some reports from folks in Travis County. Max rain rate spiked at over 8 inches an hour in the Shoal Creek area near
here.
Foster. Yeah, not too far away from here. So this is tremendous, tremendous rain. And as we mentioned, we do have those flash flood warnings, which are also in effect across the metro. So flooding could also be ongoing in addition to the wind and the heavy rain threat, which is coming in. But this is the lone tornado warning right now. We'll hang on for another couple of minutes, and if this continues to go in the correct direction, this could be canceled early, and we might just kind of drop off with it. But again, Cameron, heads up, we have very strong winds, which are moving into your area. A few more visualizations that we can give to everybody. So here is...
I'm going to put a text.cam in there.
Give a little text.tour. What are you seeing there, Grace?
This is, I believe, I-35 and Blackson Avenue. You can see tons of people have their hazards on as they're moving along here. Please, if you have to drive right now, take it extremely slow. I mean, we aren't really that great here in Central Texas driving anyway. So you can see, honestly, the ponding on the roadways and even the wind moving the rain around there that's already ponding there. So certainly something you need to be watching out for. I would not recommend going out on the roads in this. It is just far too dangerous at this point in time.
You can see how slow everybody's driving. So here's another one. This is I-35. Is that 183? It's behind the log. See, that's I-35 at 183. I mean, you're looking at like 60 plus mile per hour winds, and you're up on the flyover like that. That's why it can be dangerous to drive. But again, the storms, they're going to be pushing through the Austin metro, and we're going to be able to give all clear. So there's you saw that. That was our Zach Theater camera. Let's actually go back to that real quick. Pull that up. So that's our Zach Theater camera. So that's what it looks like in downtown Austin right now with torrential rain and lightning. Obviously, so this is the Lamar Bridge. This is the Pfluger pedestrian bridge that we're looking out towards the Seaholm District and downtown, and that is the scene. Again, still easily 50+ mile per hour winds are a possibility, even in central portions of Austin, based on the storms that are coming into the metro right now. This is the ongoing tornado warning, and look, still there's a little bit of a signature there. So let's go back. This looks like mainly straight line wind still. I would imagine, as they said earlier, unless something changes, they will let this drop off, which will happen here in the next 10 minutes. But we still just want to give folks in Milam County, which is in our KVUE area, heads up that there is a tornado warned storm, which is approaching town still. This was the same storm, and I'll be honest, we don't know for sure yet. We're probably not going to know until tomorrow and the sun comes up and we can see. It would not surprise me if this did touch down briefly in the Schwartner area. Just the way those winds came together, it would not surprise me at all. One of the other things, though, it might be hard to pick out what is straight line wind damage and where the tornado happened, just because we had such intense 80 to 100 mile per hour straight line winds there over northern Williamson County. But as we mentioned, that's our only tornado warning. As you scroll down the rest of our line, McDade, Elgin, Bastrop, you guys are going to be next up. We'll punch up the information on this warning for you. And so it's still pulling that destructive severe thunderstorm warning from up north, so we'll pan down south and get that out of the frame. This is the just regular severe thunderstorm warning now for Bastrop, Hayes, Travis, and southern sections of Williamson County, but regular severe thunderstorm warning still means that 50 to 60 mile per hour winds will be a possibility. The good news, though, is that we are just not picking up on any sizable hail, a little bit of small hail there on far southern Travis County to northern Lockhart County, but northern Caldwell County, north of the Lockhart area, but not picking up on any destructive hail. It is heavy rain, though, torrential heavy rain, which has prompted these flash flood warnings. So creeks and streams and all that, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Low water crossings. It's got to be really, really mindful with that kind of stuff as this super heavy rain moves in. But this is clearing out fast. This has moved through even faster than expected. So in the hill country, I mean, you have the all clear. These storms have ended. There could be a little bit of leftover rain, but the severe threat's over for Mason and Llano and Burnett and Blanco and Gillespie counties. And then here in the next 30 to 45 minutes, we'll be able to clear out some areas along the I-35 corridor.
That Milam County warning is going to be downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning and be extended into Robertson and Leon County for winds of 70 miles per hour. Okay, so with that, what we can do for Phil in the back and everybody in production, we'll drop off of our KVUE coverage, and we're going to continue with our coverage just online on KVUE Plus because they're about to drop this warning. So here it is, this tornado warning. It's going to be dropped. No longer imminent tornado threat immediately. There are certainly strong straight line winds in here. So Cameron, stay hunkered down for a straight line wind threat, but the immediate concern for a tornado is decreasing. So they are going to downgrade that to a severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag in Milam County. So with that, here's one more look at the big picture reset. And if you want to continue to watch our constant weather coverage, KVUE Plus, you can download that for free. We're going to continue covering this for you on all of our digital platforms. But this is just straight line wind, some pockets of small hail, torrential rain, and there could be some flooding in the wake of these storms due to how heavy the rain is. The tornado threat for now has decreased in Milam County. Still straight line winds, though, could be very powerful that are going to move into the Cameron area. So with that, we'll get you back to your regular programming. Again, if you want to continue to watch our weather coverage, we'll still be live. We are on KVUE Plus and our KVUE YouTube page, Apple TV, Roku, Fire TV. You can download KVUE Plus for free. In the meantime, y'all stay safe this evening. Our full newscast is coming up for KVUE News tonight at 10 o'clock. All right, so we are off of TV. Let me switch to that. There is Max 1, so that tornado warning, that is going to be dropped for Milam County soon. So just wanted to get everybody back on TV. If we don't have to be on TV, I understand folks are trying to watch their shows and everything, but also it's
you know, it's our job to let folks know when we have powerful weather, destructive weather moving through, which we certainly do right now. So Grace, let's see, I'll get the box pulled back up. Let's see what this looks like. Well, that is, we'll put, oh, it's me now. You've been cut out.
We could just put a max 2.
Okay, here is max 2. There's your mic. Have at it.
All right. Yeah, so what we were just on air for is going to be our tornado warning that is going to drop off sooner or later here. It's going to be allowed to expire up towards Milam County. Now, this was going to continue for a little while longer, but we're just not seeing, any couplet or kind of any instances of a real tornado on the ground or the potential for one. So that's dropping off. Of course, that was associated with the storm, just about an hour ago or about 30 minutes ago. Time is starting to not exist at this point of the night. But, as we kind of move it back towards the Jarrell area, we saw destructive, very hefty straight line winds, extreme winds in this area. And of course, because of that, and even from that, we saw, the potential for some rotation there too. So we really needed to take precautions with that, even though it kind of shifted out of Williamson County and through Bell County and then over towards Williamson County again. So we're starting to see, that bowing look to this northern portion of the storm, which is good news in regards to strength, or at least overall strength of this line. Storms tend to kind of just, blow themselves out after a while. We start to get some backing from winds behind the storm. And that's, almost what we're seeing right now. Of course, these storms are still severe in nature. They're still going to be warned well into the next hour. I believe that's actually, they only go until about 9:45. So in another 20 to 30 minutes here, of course, you can see the severe thunderstorm warnings go all the way into Bastrop and Lexington. Because, of course, these are still severe storms. You can see all this lightning. We're seeing a ton of very hefty winds move into the area, but they have removed a lot of the destructive tags from some of these warnings here. So for that northern warning, they still have that destructive tag on there. That's because it was so close to our tornado warning there. And then if we kind of zoom in real close, I believe we can get this to kind of inch onto or latch onto our other warnings here. So yeah, the one here in Austin, a little bit lower intensity as it moves across the I-35 corridor and shifts towards the Cedar Creek and Bastrop areas. This is moving very, very fast, a lot faster than what we were initially tracking earlier this evening. These storms started out going about 20 miles per hour. They're now zooming at likely 40, maybe gearing towards 45 miles per hour at this point of the evening. So we're continuing to watch this line as it kind of shifts its way through. Again, starting to see some small instances of weakening, but just that whole line hasn't really taken on that characteristic just yet. So we still have to, just see how everything's going to go for you guys. Of course, we did get a lot of very hefty wind gusts in our area. I believe I can pull up our winds right here. Yeah, 43 miles per hour here in Austin. That's going to be Camp Mabry there. That is very hefty wind gust. 29 miles per hour for San Marcos. They're still dealing with showers and storms at this moment. Still pretty gusty for Llano, Burnett, 25 to 30 miles per hour there. And those storms have yet to move through our coastal plains. So Bastrop, LaGrange, you guys are up next. I know you guys are seeing our southeasterly wind ahead of these storms, about 20 miles per hour gusting up to, but 43 for Austin. That's very considerable, and I'm sure we are going to see some damages as we wake up tomorrow. We've already gotten a couple of reports of we were talking about the storm up towards Williamson County, very north of Williamson County up towards Bell County. There was a report of some tree damage up there too. And of course, we were seeing winds potentially 80, 90, near 100 miles per hour up there. So, even if there was no tornado and we didn't actually have a confirmed tornado on the ground, straight line winds like that can cause very considerable damages in those areas too. So really what we're watching for the moment is going to be, I do see just, the slightest bit of weakening even in the trend of rainfall. Okay, if we move back towards 9 p.m., you can see a lot of red, but as we shift closer to that 9:30 hour, you can see that we get a lot more of that orangey kind of yellow color reflecting back on the map, and that's another good indication that some of this rainfall is, almost done here. We still got probably a while to go, but that's another indication of a little bit of weakening that we're seeing in this line as well. We like to see that. Now moving into Lockhart, some very heavy rainfall here, but they haven't extended a severe thunderstorm warning for this portion of the line. So that, is good news. Of course, there's going to be some very heavy rainfall there, moving across those lower sections of 183 there. And then continuing across areas like Luling, we'll probably see some rain here in the next 30 minutes or so. And then Delhi, Harwood, Red Rock, Cedar Creek and Bastrop, you guys are within our severe thunderstorm warning right now. That continues for, those Bastrop and Travis County areas. Again, this is starting to move on pretty fast here. I do want to check on the velocity of this really quickly. Yeah, we're starting to see. That's interesting. Yeah, this is interesting out towards, this is going to be western Travis County, west of the airport, just south of Garfield. A little bit of a twist in the line here. We can see this sometimes when the line starts to form up here, but we'll see. I don't know. Is the National Weather Service saying anything about that? It's not too significant, but it's definitely something to watch, especially because we do have some dryness in there too. We have that notch kind of coming in.
Yeah, they have not said anything about it, but it wouldn't surprise me if here in a second they do. So that will be the next spot to watch. Is going to be there is going to be with that little notch on the storm here. So let me go back to Max 1 real quick, and you can see, by the way, all the torrential lightning. Switch back over to the radar product, and this is going to be the spot where we are keeping an eye on things. So there's the velocity. It's in southeastern Travis County at around Circuit of the Americas, in Elroy, in Garfield. Shear tracker's got a little blip, a little small blip on the map there, Grace. I don't know that there's something down right now, obviously, with no warning in place, but
one of those
be something to watch.
Twists that we were talking about.
Yeah, when you have like a solid line of these little like kinks in the line where things try to twist and come together, and that would be a possible area to watch. We actually had, I don't know, Grace, you may remember this. I think this was a morning you were working. Actually, there was a unwarned tornado that happened in the Manor area, and it was kind of similar. It was like a straight line wind event that came through. There was actually never a tornado warning for it, but it tightened up in East Austin, and it produced a tornado. It hit a gas station, like blew down the gas station. So that type of stuff can happen, and that's one of the reasons why we stay on KVUE Plus, and we try to watch this thing frame by frame, because this type of stuff can happen quickly. So you're already under a severe thunderstorm warning, right, in southeastern Travis County, but just take that one a little extra seriously as we continue to watch the latest scans. But Cedar Creek into Bastrop, you guys, your storm is moving in, and you can see that, by the way, they have dropped the tornado warning for Milam County. So it is just severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings as of this very moment. Just keeping an eye on the chat and all the various reports that we get. Still very very heavy rainfall rates, obviously, that we are seeing. These are the LCRA gauges. Look, obviously we don't want to deal with severe weather, Grace, but it's just great to see the heavy rain actually make it into the Austin area. How many times have we missed out, man, over the past couple of weeks? Just a little tricky getting rain in Austin.
Yeah.
So good to have that. So there's back on the radar here. Grace, talk for a second. I'm going to pull up some of the almanac data to see like how this is adding up and how it is propelling us towards our monthly rainfall goal.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we're basically just watching. National Weather Service Chad is talking about these really impressive rainfall rates that we've been seeing, 2 to 3 inches per hour, and maybe even potentially more than that in some spots. So out on the line right now, we're continuing to watch this little kink that we're seeing kind of swirl up just to the west of Bastrop here as we continue into the Cedar Creek and Garfield area. You may just really notice like a lot of very breezy winds incoming, of course, ahead of that line, or maybe just ahead of that line there. Yeah, just ahead of that line. But we're watching that for some spin, of course. Not seeing anything being said in the National Weather Service just yet about it. But of course, it's good that we have, of course, a severe thunderstorm warning associated with that as well. And then up towards, that's really the only area of kind of a little bit of twist. And we're starting to see maybe a little extra. I'll actually pause this so we can see maybe a little bit of those winds.
New flash flood warning just got issued also.
Okay, and that is going to extend. Okay, this flash flood warning is going to extend kind of towards those eastern edges of our I-35 corridor counties, all the way up through from 29, from Taylor, down through those western edges of Travis County, out towards Weberville as well. Of course, this includes Austin Metro too. I mean, we've just been seeing really impressive rainfall rates, and here in the studio, I'm surprised some of you can't hear that on our microphone, the thunder that's happening outside. Of course, it's just like, it's really coming down. But, if you are living on the west side of Travis County, a lot of this rain is over for you guys. We got a little bit of, some lightning still striking even in those dry places, so you're not totally good just yet. Maybe stay indoors for a little while longer, but Bee Cave, Hamilton Pool, Dripping Springs, people who were just seeing this torrential downpour of rain not even about an hour ago are now behind that line of storms. Wimberley, you guys are included in that too, and Spicewood, Johnson City. What you're seeing, that dark red color, is going to be that flood. I believe, is that flood warning? The flash flood warning or the advisory? Okay, flash flood warning there. So we still need to be watching our river crossings and roads for any, excessive rainfall that's kind of building up, of course, on our roadways or anything like that. Of course, flooding can really be an issue here in Central Texas, especially in May and springtime. Now we're heading into summer. You guys are going to miss this when we get into the June 26th. It's not going to be like this around here. So hopefully we can get this last kind of good rain here in Austin. I do think this should hopefully help us out just a little bit with some of our drought issues. Let's actually look at our flood outlook for today. This is going to be in a slight risk. So we have these, marginal, slight, moderate, high. So we're in that level 2 risk for tonight. That continues through tomorrow. And then as we kind of head into our Tuesday, I believe are in a slight risk 2 for Tuesday. We're expecting another round of showers and thunderstorms for tomorrow. We can actually take a little bit of a look at that on our extended model of the HRRR. That's the high resolution model we've been using tonight that has, more or less really been pretty good with this rain. I will say it didn't really latch on to the fastness that this line of storms was going to take on a little bit later on in this evening. But overall it did pretty well. It did a lot better than the other one we usually use. So we're passing through overnight. Eventually these storms are really going to kind of blow themselves out and become a lot less of the severe variety. Of course, we are going to see widespread rain move into the coastal plains here as we head overnight, but we're not seeing, as dangerous of a situation that we were seeing, just a few hours ago. So as we head into Tuesday morning, you'll see temperatures are still going to be pretty nice out there as we wake up tomorrow. 70s out there, and then getting back into the 80s and potentially 90s as we kind of shift through tomorrow afternoon. We'll have to see. We'll probably have some updated maps as well from the National Weather Service. I know Monday night's map has been updated to kind of exclude some of our hill country areas. You can see Mason and Llano drop down to that slight risk, but I do want to look at what our risks are looking like for our Tuesday. So all of us in the marginal risk, except for a little sliver of Gillespie County there in the slight for tomorrow, as we are expecting a bit of a resurgence maybe in the afternoon of a couple, those kind of more pop-up showers and thunderstorms. I don't think we have a whole lot of forcing left in the atmosphere, at least coming from the west end. So Other updates that we've seen tonight, time is now 9:37. Other things is Mason County was dropped from our tornado watch. This again goes until 10 p.m. We've almost arrived. Just a couple 20 minutes from now, this tornado watch is going to expire. Of course, this includes places like Lee, Bastrop, as well as Caldwell County. So as we continue to, track these storms for you guys, we're going to be watching and seeing if, what kind of me and Hunter were talking about a little bit earlier a couple moments ago, we were talking about these kinks in the line that we're still gonna check in on, and let's actually check in on that right now because we're still seeing an area of a little bit of inflow. We'll outline that for you right now. You can see that little slot of green indicating, some lower rainfall rates there, where some of that kind of just moist but basically dry air is kind of being sucked into the system. But let's see what our shear is picking up. Not picking up anything right now, and we'll look over at our winds. Seeing some gusty winds to the north of Camp Swift, but not where I would want to see them if I was looking for a tornado. So I'm not seeing really much else but just, some pretty gusty winds. Let's actually back up our Doppler radar. You can see, it's trying to spin up a little bit. It doesn't have what it needs out there. We're starting to get to that time of night where all of the ingredients may not be there in the atmosphere, and that's a good thing because we don't want to track severe thunderstorms forever. All right, well, let's take a look at this line where it's kind of set up right now. So we now have some pretty hefty rain in the Milam County area. A lot of this rain is now shifting almost out of portions of Williamson County. I mean, that far east end is really the only area that sees a lot of that heavy rain. Still seeing some heavy rain, past east of Bastrop as well as North Austin here, Austin Metro, really just those western sides seeing those heavy downpours and a lot of that lightning still striking, especially over towards the airport and Weberville, along kind of that 130 toll road there. Mustang Ridge, Cedar Creek, you guys are just on the front edge of these storms. But the good news is these are moving pretty fast. Let me take another look at exactly how fast. 6 miles north of Wow, moving east at still 40 miles per hour. So let me get the front edge of these storms. Yeah, so these are going to be moving much, much faster as we kind of shift into the next hour here. So Bastrop, you can be expecting these storms closer to 9:45, which is about 5 minutes from now. They'll be making their way into your area. Luling, 9:50 about the time. And around 10 p.m., Rosanke, Smithville, up to 10:15, Dime Box, and then closer to about 10:30, Giddings, and eventually these will be moving out towards Bryan and LaGrange around 10:45, near 11 o'clock, which is, some of this is pretty good news because we were anticipating some of these storms to stay in our region well into midnight and even potentially past midnight with some of our models earlier. That's what they were showing, and they're not showing that anymore, and we're not seeing that on the radar. So that is also some good news there. I'll erase that, or I'll try. There we go. So again, we want to be watching for flash flooding in those areas that you can see outlined in the dark red, because we have seen these rainfall rates, really, honestly, miraculous rainfall rates from what we've seen. I'll check in with the National Weather Service. A couple of things we're seeing. A lot of the most recent pictures, sometimes our storm spotters send in pictures of the hail they've seen and stuff like that. Most of it's between about 2 and 3 inches. So kind of that golf ball size, maybe a little bit bigger than golf ball size, is what we've been seeing from some of these storms. Actually, mostly a little bit earlier on tonight. They kind of come in slow, but from what we were seeing in those hail cores earlier today, that's what we were seeing. Other than that, not too much in the way of updates. Do you have any updates, Hunter?
Yeah, just we're multitasking. By the way, Grace has been here for 40 straight hours. How long have you been here? Grace has been here since this morning. So shout out to Grace, everybody. Round of applause at home. Thank you, Grace, for holding down the fort. Yeah, I'm just getting ready for the 10 o'clock newscast here. So I'll take you over to Max 1 real quick. So we're just getting the 7-day and everything ready. I might take like a quick 10-minute break and get you back to just the radar loop here in a second, just because we got to get everything situated for. Do I have a radar loop? What's on Max 3 right now? Can you toss a radar loop on there? We'll do that just because coming up on newscast time, we got to get all of our everything updated so that we have graphics to show during the news. We got into the tornado warning there at the end of the 4 o'clock, and we didn't even do a 5 or 6. Didn't even have all the graphics done. But you can see again this. For Central Austin is winding down now. This is moving into, this is now going to be Bastrop County, Lee County, Milam County, Caldwell, into Fayette County, that are going to be under the gun here. And as Grace said, because this is moving through so quickly, we're all of a sudden going to be able to give the all clear. And I think the rest of the night is going to be quieter and it's going to be worked over. And as you can see, I'm working on these graphics. Trying to add this rain chance. There's not. Okay, perfect. So I'll put that. I'll put Max 3 in here for you, as you guys can watch this. This is gonna. I'll kind of chat as I'm going through this, but you're going to be looking at these looping graphics. But I think we're going to be primarily dry tomorrow, just like a 30% chance for rain and storms because the atmosphere will be worked over. And then I'm going to put a slightly higher, like 40 to 50% rain chance tomorrow night. I think that will be the next window where maybe things recharge a little bit and activity could be slightly more widespread. And then I actually think we have like a front coming in on Thursday that is going to end up bringing perhaps more widespread rain and storms back into our forecast. Coming up here in like 4 minutes, we have a cut in. So y'all bear with me. I'm gonna get you on the just radar loop with no sound here for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then here very shortly we're gonna be in our full newscast at 10 o'clock. So y'all enjoy this. If something major happens, we'll hop back in on the stream. But here's a radar loop, and we will have live continuous updates again in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
while Encore has more than 1,100 without power out in Williamson County. And also, Pedernales Electric Cooperative is reporting more than 1,300 outages across central Texas. Our Darenisha Heron is traveling along Loop 360 on the west side of Austin. And Darenisha, you've been out there. You were there when the storm came rolling through, and you've been out there once it kept moving through. What are you seeing out there right now?
Hey, Quita, yeah, we're pulled over on the side of 2222 right next to the county line barbecue spot. I'm going to turn this camera around so you guys can see what it looks like out here. The rain has slowed down significantly to a drizzle. And like you said, we've been out here for hours. Earlier we were out in the Bee Cave area and the rain was pouring down. Visibility was very low. The rain was coming down at an alarming rate. But as you can see now, things have slowed down. We're having a bit of a light show happening. It's continuously lightning. Whoop, just like that. There we go. It's been doing that for the past few hours, I would say. But we haven't seen any hail, and the winds, we haven't really had a lot of winds happening here, but we are in one of our larger SUVs, so we haven't really been feeling that. But thankfully for us, the rain is slowing down, and that means that we'll have an easier trip back to the station, Quita.
All right, we like to hear that. Everybody out on the roads needs to be extra careful tonight. With all that rain, we do have flash flood warnings and things have gotten very slippery. Thank you, Darenisha. And now let's check on the conditions in Williamson County. We're out in the Georgetown area tonight. We did call the Williamson County Sheriff's Office, and they tell us so far they have not received any reports of major damage. But they do say that could change when they go out to take a look when the sun comes up in the morning. And you can always find our latest forecast and weather coverage on KVUE Plus, and you can download it on your TV and watch for free. In other news tonight, breaking news from the state capitol, where the legislative session has less than a week to go. Earlier this evening, the House passed Senate Bill 13. That bill aims to change the way schools select library books, and it would remove books that are considered All right, Hunter is back with us. And Hunter, tonight we have seen hail, high winds, plenty of rain all over central Texas.
And tornado warnings. I mean, we really have had almost everything. At first, it was these supercell storms that were big hail producers in the hill country that gelled into a big line of storms, and that moved into the metro. It brought a lot of wind, especially to Williamson County. But now, especially for areas along and west of I-35, the severe threat is winding down. It will continue for our eastern areas. And while we don't want the severe weather, I had to show you this, had to start with this. It is so nice to have the beneficial rain. Over 2 inches of rain fell today for Austin Camp Mayberry, over 1.5 inches at the Austin airport. We have some areas, especially over northern Williamson County into Milam County, that have seen even more than this. We had more good rain back in the hill country. Just fantastic news. We wish it would come without the severe weather threat, but unfortunately, that's not the way it works here in Central Texas many times. This is our tower cam, so we're pointed out. Here's downtown Austin. We're pointed back down to the east. I'll see if any lightning. Did you guys see that? Did that strike the tower right there? I mean, that is one of the most remarkable lightning bolts I've ever seen. So we just saw our tower off in the distance. So this is our tower cam in Westlake Hills. There's another, I mean, you guys have seen it, right? I think there's 3 towers up here. So we're on one, there's another. And then that tower was just struck by lightning. You can see the smoke in the air. That is just tremendous. So lightning, we tell you, it can be dangerous. That is why we want everybody to go indoors when thunder roars. Now, the rain-cooled air has moved in, so temperatures are in the 60s. It is still a much more stable air mass now in Austin than back west into the hill country. So the severe threat in Austin and back west is over. There could be a little bit more rain, but it's not going to be severe. The lightning strikes, speaking of, still on the screen right now. We have nearly 4,000 lightning strikes over the span of the last 15 minutes. At one point, earlier this evening, we were tracking this all evening on KVUE Plus. That number was up close to 6,000. Just remarkable. All right, so here's the latest. Looks like a little bit of a radar outage going on too with some of the lightning and power issues going on across the area. But this is a look at the timing for these storms that are heading towards Giddings and Rosanke and the Luling area and LaGrange. You can see when these will be moving in. But as we get into 11:30, these are going to be moving out of our KVUE area. So it looks like we did lose a radar here. So the radar has gone down from what we're looking at. But again, we have storms which are rolling into Lee County. We have storms that are coming into Bastrop County. Then as we switch now, so we do have the vantage point out of New Braunfels. So it looks like Granger went down. So Giddings down to LaGrange, down to Schulenburg, the Kovar area, back into Caldwell County. We still have lots of heavy rain. These storms, they are not severe, but they are producing lots of lightning and winds that could still be 40 to 50 miles per hour. As I back out the view, you can see these red shaded boxes. These are flash flood warnings. So with that torrential rain, there still could be ponding on roadways and low water crossings and creeks and streams that are problematic. So continue to be mindful. But you can see this leading edge. This is going to move through Fayette County. Then it's going to head down towards Houston and southeast Texas. And that will do it. I don't expect another round for us tonight. And likewise, behind this round, things tomorrow I think are going to be quiet just because the atmosphere is going to be so worked over. So by midnight, if not sooner than that. In fact, I think it will be sooner than that. This model is running a little behind. This will be moving out of Fayette County. Rain will gradually clear from west to east on the backside of the leading edge. And by tomorrow morning, we're pretty much completely dry and temperatures will be still rain cooled in the 60s to start the day. And as I mentioned, because the atmosphere had so much rain that it put out today, I don't think we have a lot of energy left over tomorrow. It's going to be a cooler day. Highs will be in the 80s. Only a 20 to 30% chance for rain and storms through the day tomorrow. However, tomorrow night into Wednesday, things start to recharge a little bit and rain chances will increase again. So overnight into Wednesday morning and then through the day on Wednesday, scattered showers and storms will be possible. And yes, some of these storms could be severe. And I still think Thursday beyond that's going to have an even higher chance for rain and storms. We had that enhanced risk today, so obviously our severe threat winding down, but you can see we had the enhanced for today and tonight. Tomorrow, just a level 1 risk, but again, if a storm or two is able to go up, especially for the night, it could be severe. Then Wednesday, as of now, doesn't have a severe threat. I imagine that will change. Rain chances, it's a 30% for tomorrow into Wednesday, and then by Thursday, that goes up to 50%, then lower rain chances Friday, Saturday into Sunday. This is my 7-day forecast, so this is actually the daybreak. Let me flip over real quick, and I'll show you the night side 7-day forecast. That was the one that we were showing earlier. We've been doing tornado coverage all day. So here it is. You can see 87 degrees tomorrow, scattered showers and storms, a 40% tomorrow night. Wednesday, a 30%. Thursday, that goes up to 50%. Some of those could be severe. Temperatures a little warmer and a little drier as we go into early next week. All right. Hello, everybody. KVUE Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. Just want to give you a quick update. We're kind of wrapping things up here. Fortunately, our severe weather threat is winding down. The tornado watch has been dropped for all of our counties except for Lee, Bastrop, and Caldwell counties. It never actually included Fayette County. Fayette County, I believe, is just under a severe thunderstorm watch. But these storms, they're not severe right now. They are in the process of moving out of our area. Look, these are still big storms for sure, but they are not currently severe. There is still some rain here on the backside in the Austin metro, but again, this is not going to be severe, but I do want to keep an eye on the flood threat. Remember, we have these flash flood warnings. In fact, I'll show you these flash flood warnings that are in effect. We'll isolate these so you can see. Flash flood warning until 1 a.m., another flash flood warning until 1 a.m. So all of these for the metro. The reason being we just had widespread rain. We want the rain. The rain part is good. It was a little heavy, a little too quick in some spots, but you know what the reality of when you're in top level exceptional drought is, you need a little bit of flooding to make some progress. Fortunately, we finally got that soaking, widespread heavy rain that we've been asking for here in the Austin area. But look, the big picture, guys, just y'all stay hunkered down in Fayette County for a little while longer. You can see the leading edge that's going to move through Fayette County, and I've been covering these systems long enough to tell you Fayette County just never counted out. I know down there in Flatonia and Schulenburg and LaGrange, those areas can catch a warning or two. They can catch a tornado warning, can catch a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't think that's going to happen, but I just want to give you a heads up. If you're watching with us in Fayette County, we care about you guys. We love you guys. We're going to stay here. We're going to make sure the leading edge gets through here before we end our coverage. But again, things are winding down. Just to show you the tornado watch graphic. Originally, this was set to go until 10 p.m., so you can see that has trimmed out areas along and west of I-35, but it does technically still continue for Caldwell, Bastrop, and Lee counties until midnight, but the leading edge has already moved through those areas, so even there, I think the odds of severe issues at this point are pretty quickly winding down. Couple live views for you. We were watching, so that's our Zach Theater camera looking at downtown Austin. This was one of the most amazing live television moments, honestly, I think I've had in my career. That tower in the middle of your screen was struck by lightning while we were on that camera during our 10 o'clock news. I'm going to post that on social media and stuff too. It's pretty remarkable. But again, guys, things are kind of winding down. I'm going to get you back to just the regular radar loop here. And by the way, you can see we have had a radar outage. The radar in Granger went down, I think understandably, with all the lightning and wind and stuff that moved through there. So you're going to see a little bit of intermittent data here. But I'm still here, still watching things for you in Fayette County. If anything flares up and we get any warnings, obviously we'll continue our live coverage here on KVUE Plus. But until then, I'll get you with just the looping radar. I'm going to put in my forecast video for here in a minute too, so you'll have some sound. But just want to give you all a heads up. We're still here. We're still watching it. We will hop back on if anything changes. All right. Hello, everybody. KVUE Chief Meteorologist Hunter Williams here with you. This is going to be our final update that I'm going to end this stream. I just wanted to hop on and say that our severe weather risk has officially ended for the entire KVUE area. There is still some rain and there's still some lightning out there, including rain over parts of the Austin metro. We do have existing flash flood warnings, which are still in place over the I-35 corridor. But again, no additional super heavy rain is going to move in there. It's just this kind of lighter stuff, which will gradually end from west to east as we go through the early overnight hours. Now for Fayette County, you still have some pretty stormy stuff going on, but none of this is severe. And by the way, you can see we're having a little issue here with some of our radar data with a couple of the different radar sources we use going out. Makes sense with the wind and all the lightning and stuff that we have dealt with. But Schulenburg and the I-10 corridor and LaGrange, you guys still have some heavy rain, which is falling. So want to give you a heads up. Y'all stay hunkered down. Again, it's not severe and it's midnight now, so I'd imagine most folks are in. But I don't expect additional severe thunderstorm warnings or flood warnings or tornado warnings or anything like that. And man, look, it was not good to have, all the hail and tornado and wind damage and stuff, especially some of that wind up around like Florence and Gerald was pretty crazy earlier. But it is good? The rain. We have not had a solid, just literally like 90% of our area getting 1 to 3 inches of rain in a long time. And this is the El Cerre Hydromet. And yes, this rain did in fact make it into the I-35 corridor in the metro. I know we have missed out on many of these recent systems, but this was just fantastic to have this type of rain. And then before we flip over to midnight, just to show you what's going on with how much rain we've had today, 2.28 inches of rain today for Austin, Camp Mabry. So I'm trying to do the math in my head. That's going to get us, so we had an inch and a half. This is going to get us very close to, if not exceeding, what a normal May brings for Central Texas, which is pretty amazing based on this dry stretch and this really hot stretch we have been in. And you know what? This is still a relatively active weather pattern through the rest of this week. It's a little tricky in this type of pattern. I think tomorrow, the rest of tonight into tomorrow is going to be quiet just because the atmosphere is pretty worked over. Makes sense after all the rain and severe weather that we had today. So I'm going to go just like a 20 to 30% rain chance for Tuesday. I do think Tuesday night into Wednesday, though, rain and storm chances could tick back up. And then especially Thursday, the data is kind of varied on this, but I do see potential for another front or weak boundary to come in. So we'll watch Thursday. That might be another day where more widespread rain and storms could move through. And as you look at this, although it's relatively small rain chances Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, really during any of these stretches, with the exclusion of tonight and tomorrow morning because the atmosphere is going to be worked over. But really, any of these stretches, could we have another big cluster that develops like this? It is possible. Just one of those kind of active weather patterns. So that's the deal with the 7-day forecast. I'll show you the radar one more time as things are quieting down for our KVUE area. Let's go to the bigger picture view here. I'll back out. We'll do the RadSat. Give me 1 second. We'll go with that. So you can see still some rain for us, and man, there's going to be big wind event coming into the Houston area. So our friends there at KVUE, our Tegna sister station there, will be covering that for our friends in Southeast Texas. But for us here in Central Texas, that leading edge is through, so our severe weather threat is pretty much done. Technically, Fayette County, hey, we still care about you guys. You are still technically under a severe thunderstorm watch. I just think at this point with the leading edge being through, it is very, very unlikely that there's any additional severe issues. Just get ready for some more heavy rain, and obviously with areas in the Austin metro that have already seen the heavy rain, these flash flood warnings, those continue until 1 a.m. So until then, there could still be, ponding on roadways, low water crossings, that sort of stuff that can be a little bit problematic. But otherwise, that is what we have for you. Again, just want to give a shout out to meteorologist Grace Thornton. If you've been watching our coverage all through the day today, she got in at 9 a.m. She did our midday newscast. She did our 4, and then she did the tornado coverage with me all through this evening. So big shout out to her, and we appreciate everybody joining us here on KVUE Plus and our KVUE YouTube page. We hope everybody's doing all right. Tomorrow, once the sun comes up, I think we'll have a better idea of what exactly the damage is. As I mentioned during our shows, I still think that there are probably some pretty significant wind damage up in parts of the Florence, Gerald area. And then obviously we did have a couple of those tornado warnings, including a tornado warning with the considerable tag over parts of Mason County. It was considerable because of the radar signature. I don't know that we ever had a spotter actually see it on the ground, but presumably there could be some tornado damage over parts of Mason County. So we'll have updates on the storm damage and all of that coming up tomorrow. KC will be in for daybreak, and we'll keep the updates coming. Again, guys, I'd imagine we'll probably have some more storm coverage later on this week. Until then, though, y'all have a good night, stay safe, and we'll talk to y'all later.